Late Victorian Holocausts. El Nino famines and the making of the Third World. Mike Davis. Acknowledgements. An ancient interest in climate history was rekindled during the week I spent as a fly on the wall at the June 1998 Chapman Conference, Mechanism of Millennial Scale Global Climate Change, in Snowbird, Utah. Listening to the folks who mine environmental history from the Greenland ice sheet and the Bermuda Rise discuss state-of-the-art research on climate oscillations was a truly exhilarating experience, and I thank the organizers for allowing a mere historian to kibitz what was intended to be a family conversation. The outline for this book was subsequently presented as a paper in September 1998 at the conference Environmental Violence organized at UC Berkeley by Nancy Peluso and Michael Watts. Vinay Akshaturvedi, Tom Brass, and Gopal Balakrishnan generously offered expert and luminous criticisms of this project in its early stages. Kurt Cuffey spruced up some of the physics in Chapter 7. Dan Monk and Sarah Lipton, Michelle Huang, and Chi-Shi Lee, and Steve and Cheryl Murakami provided the essential aloha. The truly hard work was done by Steve Hyatt, Colin Robinson, Jane Hindle, and my other colleagues at Verso Books, while David Dees created the excellent maps and graphics and Tom Hassett proofread the galleys with care. A MacArthur Fellowship provided unencumbered opportunities for research and writing. The real windfalls in my life, however, have been the sturdy love and patience of my companera, Alessandra Moctezuma, the unceasing delight of my children, Jack and Roisin, and the friendship of two incomparable rogue intellectuals and raconteurs, David Reed and Mike Sprinker. David took precious time off from 1940s New York to help weed my final draft. Mike introduced me to the impressive work of South Asian Marxist historians and provided a decisively important critique of the book's original conception. His death from a heart attack in August 1999, after a long and apparently successful fight against cancer, was simply an obscenity. He was one of the genuinely great souls of the American left. As Jose Marti once said of Wendell Phillips, he was implacable and fiery, as are all tender men who love justice. I dedicate this book to his beloved wife and CO thinker, Maud Humida Roy, and thank her for the courage she has shared with all of us. Preface. The failure of the monsoons through the years from 1876 to 1879 resulted in an unusually severe drought over much of Asia. The impact of the drought on the agricultural society of the time was immense. So far as is known, the famine that ravished the region is the worst ever to afflict the human species. John Hidor, Global Environmental Change. It was the most famous and perhaps longest family vacation in American history. Under a crescendo of criticism for the corruption of his administration, the newly retired President of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant, his wife Julia, and son Jesse left Philadelphia in spring 1877 for Europe. The ostensible purpose of the trip was to spend some time with daughter Nellie in England, who was married, after the fashion that Henry James would celebrate, to a dissolute English gentleman. Poor Nellie, in fact, saw little of her publicity-hungry parents, who preferred red carpets, cheering throngs, and state banquets. As one of Grant's biographers has put it, much has been said about how Grant, the simple fellow, manfully endured adulation because it was his duty to do so. This is nonsense. Folks back home were thrilled by New York Herald journalist John Russell Young's accounts of the stupendous dinners, with food and wine in enormous quantity and richness, followed by brandy which the general countered with countless cigars. Even more than her husband, Mrs. Grant, but for Fort Sumter, a drunken tanner's wife in Galena, Illinois, could not get too many princely attentions. As a result, the trip went on and on and on, as did Young's columns in the Herald.1. Wherever they supped, the Grants left a legendary trail of gaucheries. In Venice, the general told the descendants of the Doges that it would be a fine city if they drained it, while at a banquet in Buckingham Palace, when the visibly uncomfortable Queen Victoria, horrified at a tantrum by son Jesse, invoked her fatiguing duties as an excuse to escape the Grants, Julia responded, "Yes, I can imagine them. I too have been the wife of a great ruler too." In Berlin, the Grants hovered around the fringes of the great Congress of Powers as it grappled with the Eastern question as a prelude to the final European assault on the uncolonized peoples of Africa, Asia, and Oceania. Perhaps it was the intoxication of so much imperialist hyperbole or the vision of even more magnificent receptions in Oriental palaces that prompted the Grants to transform their vacation into a world tour. With James Gordon Bennett Jr. of the New York Herald paying the bar tab and the U.S. Navy providing much of the transportation, the ex-First family plotted an itinerary that would have humbled Alexander the Great, up the Nile to Thebes in Upper Egypt, back to Palestine, then on to Italy and Spain, back to the Suez Canal, outward to Aden, India, Burma, Vietnam, China, and Japan, and, finally, across the Pacific to California. Vacationing in famine land. Americans were particularly enthralled by the idea of their Ulysses in the land of the Pharaohs. Steaming up the Nile, with a well-thumbed copy of Mark Twain's Innocents Abroad on his lap, Grant was bemused to be welcomed in village after village as the King of America. He spent quiet afternoons on the river reminiscing to Young, and thousands of his readers, about the bloody road from Vicksburg to Appomattox. Once he chastised the younger officers in his party for taking unsporting pot shots at stray cranes and pelicans. He sarcastically suggested they might as well go ashore and shoot some poor, patient drudging camel, who pulls his heavy-laden hump along the bank. On another occasion, when their little steamer had to pull up for the night while the crew fixed the engine, Grant's son Jesse struck up a conversation with some of the Bedouins standing guard around the campfire. They complained that times are hard, forcing them far from their homes. The Nile has been bad, and when the Nile is bad, calamity comes and the people go away to other villages. 3. Indeed, the Grant's idyll was soon broken by the increasingly grim conditions along the river banks. Our journey, reported Young, was through a country that in a better time must have been a garden, but the Nile not having risen this year, all is parched and barren. Although so far the Grants had only basked in the warmth of peasant hospitality, there had been widespread rioting in the area south of Sout, capital of Upper Egypt, and some of the Fellahin had reportedly armed themselves and headed into the sand hills. At the insistence of the governor, the Americans were assigned an armed guard for the remainder of their journey to Thebes and the First Cataract. Here the crop failure had been nearly total and thousands were dying from famine. Young tried to paint a picture of the biblical disaster for Herald readers. Today the fields are parched and brown, and cracked. The irrigating ditches are dry. You see stumps of the last season's crop. But with the exception of a few clusters of the castor bean and some weary, drooping date palms, the earth gives forth no fruit. A gust of sand blows over the plain and adds to the somberness of the scene. 4. Figure P1 The Grants in Upper Egypt. Young, who had become as enchanted with Egypt's common people as with its ancient monuments, was appalled by the new British suzerain's contemptuous attitude toward both. The Englishman, he observed, looks upon these people as his hewers of wood and drawers of water, whose duty is to work and to thank the Lord when they are not flogged. They only regard these monuments meanwhile as reservoirs from which they can supply their own museums, and for that purpose they have plundered Egypt, just as Lord Elgin plundered Greece. Young noted the crushing burden that the country's enormous foreign debt, now policed by the British, placed upon its poorest and now famished people. The ex-president, for his part, was annoyed by the insouciant attitude of the local bureaucrats confronted with a disaster of such magnitude. 5. A year later in Bombay, Young found more evidence for his thesis that English influence in the East is only another name for English tyranny. While the Grants were marvelling over the seeming infinity of servants at the disposal of the Sahibs, Young was weighing the costs of empire borne by the Indians. There is no despotism, he concluded, more absolute than the government of India. Mighty, irresponsible, cruel, conscious that more than 5 million Indians by official count had died of famine in the preceding 3 years, Young emphasized that the money which England takes out of India every year is a serious drain upon the country, and is among the causes of its poverty. 6. Leaving Bombay, the Grant party passed through a Deccan countryside hard, baked and brown that still bore the scars of the worst drought in human memory. The ride was a dusty one, for rain had not fallen since September, and the few occasional showers which usually attend the blossoming of the mango, which had not appeared, were now the dread of the people, who feared their coming to ruin the ripening crops. 7 After obligatory sightseeing trips to the Taj Mahal and Benares, the Grants had a brief rendezvous with the Viceroy, Lord Lytton, in Calcutta, and then left, far ahead of schedule, for Burma. Lytton would later accuse a drunken Grant of groping English ladies at dinner, while on the American side there was resentment of Lytton's seeming diffidence towards the ex-president. 8 Grant's confidant, the diplomat Adam Badeau, thought that Lytton had received instructions from home not to pay too much deference to the ex-president. He believed that the British government was unwilling to admit to the half-civilized populations of the East that any Western power was important, or that any authority deserved recognition except their own. Grant, accordingly, refused Badeau's request to ask the U.S. ambassador in London to thank the British. 9. A magnificent reception in China compensated for Lytton's arrogance. Li Hongzhang, China's senior statesman and victor over the Nian Rebellion, which Young confused with the Taiping, was eager to obtain American help in difficult negotiations with Japan over the Ryukyus. Accordingly, 100,000 people were turned out in Shanghai to cheer the Grants while a local band gamely attempted John Brown's Body. Chinese enthusiasm, however, was mainly official. This was not Egypt. Young earlier noted the young mandarins who from the windows of their homes in Canton looked upon the barbarian with a supercilious air, contempt in their expression, very much as our young men in New York would regard Sitting Bull or Red Cloud from a club window as the Indian chiefs went in procession along Fifth Avenue. 10. En route from Tianjin to Beijing, the Americans were wearied by the fierce, unrelenting heat compounded by depressing scenery of hunger and desolation. 3 years of drought and famine in northern China, officially the most terrible disaster in 21 dynasties of Chinese history, had recently killed somewhere between 8 million and 20 million people. 12 Indeed, nervous American consular officials noted in their dispatches that were it not for the possession of improved weapons, mobs of starving people might have caused a severe political disturbance. 13 In his conversations with Li Hongzhang, Grant lectured with some insolence that railroads might have prevented such a catastrophe. In the matter of famines, of which he had heard so many distressing stories since he came to China, it would be a blessing to the people to have railway communications. In America, there could be no famine such as had recently been seen in China, unless, as was hardly possible in so vast a territory, the famine became general. If the crops failed in one state, supplies could be brought from others at a little extra expense in money and time. We could send wheat, for instance, from one end of the country to another in a few days. Li Hongzhang responded that he was personally in favor of railways and telegraphs, but unfortunately his opinions on this were not shared by some of his colleagues. 14 The great Qing leader, of course, was engaging in heroic understatement. The secret history of the 19th century. After Beijing, Grant continued to Yokohama and Edo, then home across the Pacific to a rapturous reception in San Francisco that demonstrated the dramatic revival of his popularity in light of so much romantic and highly publicized globe-trotting. Throat cancer eventually precluded another assault on the White House and forced the ex-president into a desperate race to finish his famous personal memoirs. But none of that is pertinent to this preface. What is germane is a coincidence in his travels that Grant himself never acknowledged, but which almost certainly must have puzzled readers of Young's narrative: the successive encounters with epic drought and famine in Egypt, India, and China. It was almost as if the Americans were inadvertently following in the footprints of a monster whose colossal trail of destruction extended from the Nile to the Yellow Sea. As contemporary readers of Nature and other scientific journals were aware, it was a disaster of truly planetary magnitude, with drought and famine reported as well in Java, the Philippines, New Caledonia, Korea, Brazil, Southern Africa and the Maghreb. No one had hitherto suspected that synchronous extreme weather was possible on the scale of the entire tropical monsoon belt plus northern China and North Africa. Nor was there any historical record of famine afflicting so many far-flung lands simultaneously. Although only the roughest estimates of mortality could be made, it was horrifyingly clear that the million Irish dead of 1845-47 had been multiplied by tens. The total toll of conventional warfare from Austerlitz to Antietam and Sedan, according to calculations by one British journalist, was probably less than the mortality in southern India alone. 15 Only China's Taiping Revolution, 1851-64, the bloodiest civil war in world history with an estimated 20 million to 30 million dead, could boast as many victims. But the Great Drought of 1876-79 was only the first of three global subsistence crises in the second half of Victoria's reign. In 1889-91 dry years again brought famine to India, Korea, Brazil, and Russia, although the worst suffering was in Ethiopia and the Sudan, where perhaps one-third of the population died. Then in 1896-1902, the monsoons again repeatedly failed across the tropics and in northern China. Hugely destructive epidemics of malaria, bubonic plague, dysentery, smallpox, and cholera culled millions of victims from the ranks of the famine weakened. The European empires, together with Japan and the United States, rapaciously exploited the opportunity to wrest new colonies, expropriate communal lands, and tap novel sources of plantation and mine labor. What seemed from a metropolitan perspective the 19th century's final blaze of imperial glory was, from an Asian or African viewpoint, only the hideous light of a giant funeral pyre. Table P1. Estimated famine mortality. India 1876-79 10.3 million. Digby 8.2 million. Maharatna 6.1 million. Savoy 1896-1902 19.0 million. The Lancet 8.4 million. Maharatna/Savoy 6.1 million. Cambridge India total 12.2 29.3 million. China 1876-79 20 million. Broomhall 9.5 13 million. Boer 1896 1910 million. Cohen China total 19.5 30 million. Brazil 1876-79 0.5 1.0 million. Cuneve 1896 1900 ND Brazil total 2 million. Smith total 31.7 61.3 million. Source: cf. William Digby, Prosperous British India, London 1901, Arap Maharatna, The Demography of Famine, Delhi 1996, Roland Savoy, Famine in Peasant Societies, New York 1986, The Lancet, May 16, 1901, Cambridge Economic History of India, Cambridge 1983, A. J. Broomhall, Hudson Taylor, and China's Open Century, Book 6, Assault on the Nine, London 1988, Paul Boer, Famine in China, Cambridge, Massachusetts 1972, Paul Cohen, History in Three Keys, New York 1997, Roger Cunniff, The Great Drought, Northeast Brazil, 1877-1880, Ph.D. Dis, University of Texas, Austin 1970, and T. Lynn Smith, Brazil, People and Institutions, Baton Rouge, LA 1954. Chapters 3 and 5 have detailed discussions of these estimates. The total human toll of these three waves of drought, famine, and disease could not have been less than 30 million victims. 50 million dead might not be unrealistic. Table P1 displays an array of estimates for famine mortality for 1876-79 and 1896-1902 in India, China, and Brazil only. Although the famished nations themselves were the chief mourners, there were also contemporary Europeans who understood the moral magnitude of such carnage and how fundamentally it annulled the apologies of empire. Thus the radical journalist William Digby, principal chronicler of the 1876 Madras famine, prophesied on the eve of Queen Victoria's death that when the part played by the British Empire in the 19th century is regarded by the historian 50 years hence, the unnecessary deaths of millions of Indians would be its principal and most notorious monument. 16 A most eminent Victorian, the famed naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace, the Cody's coverer with Darwin of the theory of natural selection, passionately agreed. Like Digby, he viewed mass starvation as avoidable political tragedy, not natural disaster. In a famous balance sheet of the Victorian era, published in 1898, he characterized the famines in India and China, together with the slum poverty of the industrial cities, as the most terrible failures of the century 17. But while the Dickensian slum remains in the world history curriculum, the famine children of 1876 and 1899 have disappeared. Almost without exception, modern historians writing about 19th-century world history from a metropolitan vantage point have ignored the late Victorian megadroughts and famines that engulfed what we now call the Third World. Eric Hobsbawm, for example, makes no allusion in his famous trilogy on 19th-century history to the worst famines in perhaps 500 years in India and China, although he does mention the Great Hunger in Ireland as well as the Russian famine of 1891–92. Likewise, the sole reference to famine in David Lanza's The Wealth and Poverty of Nations, a magnum opus meant to solve the mystery of inequality between nations, is the erroneous claim that British railroads eased hunger in India. 18 Numerous other examples could be cited of contemporary historians' curious neglect of such portentous events. It is like writing the history of the late 20th century without mentioning the Great Leap Forward famine or Cambodia's killing fields. The great famines are the missing pages, the absent defining moments, if you prefer, in virtually every overview of the Victorian era. Yet there are compelling, even urgent, reasons for revisiting this secret history. At issue is not simply that tens of millions of poor rural people died appallingly, but that they died in a manner, and for reasons, that contradict much of the conventional understanding of the economic history of the 19th century. For example, how do we explain the fact that in the very half-century when peacetime famine permanently disappeared from Western Europe, it increased so devastatingly throughout much of the colonial world? Equally, how do we weigh smug claims about the life-saving benefits of steam transportation and modern grain markets when so many millions, especially in British India, died alongside railroad tracks or on the steps of grain depots? And how do we account in the case of China for the drastic decline in state capacity and popular welfare, especially famine relief, that seemed to follow in lockstep with the empire's forced opening to modernity by Britain and the other powers? We not are dealing, in other words, with lands of famine becalmed in stagnant backwaters of world history, but with the fate of tropical humanity at the precise moment, 1870–1914, when its labor and products were being dynamically conscripted into a London-centered world economy. 19 millions died, not outside the modern world system, but in the very process of being forcibly incorporated into its economic and political structures. They died in the golden age of liberal capitalism. Indeed, many were murdered, as we shall see, by the theological application of the sacred principles of Smith, Bentham, and Mill. Yet the only 20th-century economic historian who seems to have clearly understood that the great Victorian famines, at least, in the Indian case, were integral chapters in the history of capitalist modernity was Karl Polanyi in his 1944 book The Great Transformation. The actual source of famines in the last 50 years, he wrote, was the free marketing of grain combined with local failure of incomes. Failure of crops, of course, was part of the picture, but dispatch of grain by rail made it possible to send relief to the threatened areas. The trouble was that the people were unable to buy the corn at rocketing prices, which on a free but incompletely organized market were bound to be a reaction to a shortage. In former times small local stores had been held against harvest failure, but these had been now discontinued or swept away into the big market. Under the monopolists the situation had been fairly kept in hand with the help of the archaic organization of the countryside, including free distribution of corn, while under free and equal exchange Indians perished by the millions. 20. Polanyi, however, believed that the emphasis that Marxists put on the exploitative aspects of late 19th century imperialism tended to hide from our view the even greater issue of cultural degeneration. The catastrophe of the native community is a direct result of the rapid and violent disruption of the basic institutions of the victim. Whether force is used in the process or not does not seem altogether relevant. These institutions are disrupted by the very fact that a market economy is foisted upon an entirely differently organized community. Labor and land are made into commodities, which, again, is only a short formula for the liquidation of every and any cultural institution in an organic society. Indian masses in the second half of the 19th century did not die of hunger because they were exploited by Lancashire, they perished in large numbers because the Indian village community had been demolished. 21. Polanyi's famous essay has the estimable virtue of knocking down one Smithian fetish after another to show that the route to a Victorian New World Order was paved with bodies of the poor. But he simultaneously reified the market as automata in a way that has made it easier for some epigones to visualize famine as an inadvertent birth pang or no-fault friction of transition in the evolution towards market-based world subsistence. Commodification of agriculture eliminates village-level reciprocities that traditionally provided welfare to the poor during crises. Almost as if to say, oops, systems error, 50 million corpses. Sorry. We'll invent a famine code next time. But markets, to play with words, are always made. Despite the pervasive ideology that markets function spontaneously, and, as a result, in capitalism, there is nobody on whom one can pin guilt or responsibility, things just happened that way, through anonymous mechanisms. 22 They in fact have inextricable political histories. And force contra Polanyi is altogether relevant. As Rosa Luxemburg argued in her classic, 1913, analysis of the incorporation of Asian and African peasantries into the late 19th century world market. Each new colonial expansion is accompanied, as a matter of course, by a relentless battle of capital against the social and economic ties of the natives, who are also forcibly robbed of their means of production and labor power. Any hope to restrict the accumulation of capital exclusively to peaceful competition, i.e. to regular commodity exchange such as takes place between capitalist producer countries, rests on the pious belief that capital can rely upon the slow internal process of a disintegrating natural economy. Accumulation, with its spasmodic expansion, can no more wait for, and be content with, a natural internal disintegration of non-capitalist formations and their transition to commodity economy, than it can wait for, and be content with, the natural increase of the working population. Force is the only solution open to capital. The accumulation of capital, seen as an historical process, employs force as a permanent weapon. 23. The famines that Polanyi abstractly describes as rooted in commodity cycles and trade circuits were part of this permanent violence. Millions die was ultimately a policy choice. To accomplish such decimations required, in Brecht's sardonic phrase, a brilliant way of organizing famine. 24 The victims had to be comprehensively defeated well in advance of their slow withering into dust. Although equations may be more fashionable, it is necessary to pin names and faces to the human agents of such catastrophes, as well as to understand the configuration of social and natural conditions that constrained their decisions. Equally, it is imperative to consider the resistances, large and small, by which starving laborers and poor peasants attempted to foil the death sentences passed by grain speculators and colonial proconsuls. Prisoners of starvation. Parts I and II of this book, accordingly, take up the challenge of traditional narrative history. Synchronous and devastating drought provided an environmental stage for complex social conflicts that ranged from the intra-village level to Whitehall and the Congress of Berlin. Although crop failures and water shortages were of epic proportion, often the worst in centuries, there were almost always grain surpluses elsewhere in the nation or empire that could have potentially rescued drought victims. Absolute scarcity, except perhaps in Ethiopia in 1889, was never the issue. Standing between life and death instead were newfangled commodity markets and price speculation, on one side, and the will of the state, as inflected by popular protest, on the other. As we shall see, the capacities of states to relieve crop failure, and the way in which famine policy was discounted against available resources, differed dramatically. At one extreme, there was British India under viceroys like Lytton, the second Elgin and Curzon, where Smithian dogma and cold imperial self-interest allowed huge grain exports to England in the midst of horrendous starvation. At the other extreme was the tragic example of Ethiopia's Menelik II, who struggled heroically but with too few resources to rescue his people from a truly biblical conjugation of natural and man-made plagues. Seen from a slightly different perspective, the subjects of this book were ground to bits between the teeth of three massive and implacable cogwheels of modern history. In the first instance, there was the fatal meshing of extreme events between the world climate system and the late Victorian world economy. This was one of the major novelties of the age. Until the 1870s and the creation of a rudimentary international weather reporting network, there was little scientific apprehension that drought on a planetary scale was even possible. Likewise, until the same decade, rural Asia was not yet sufficiently integrated into the global economy to send or receive economic shock waves from the other side of the world. The 1870s, however, provided numerous examples of a new vicious circle, which Stanley Jevons was the first economist to recognize, linking weather and price perturbations through the medium of an international grain market. 25 Suddenly the price of wheat in Liverpool and the rainfall in Madras were variables in the same vast equation of human survival. The first 6 chapters provide dozens of examples of malign interaction between climatic and economic processes. Most of the Indian, Brazilian, and Moroccan cultivators, for example, who starved in 1877 and 1878, had already been immiserated and made vulnerable to hunger by the world economic crisis, the 19th century's Great Depression, that began in 1873. The soaring trade deficits of Qing China, artificially engineered in the first place by British narco-trafficantes, likewise accelerated the decline of the ever-normal granaries that were the empire's first-line defense against drought and flood. Conversely, drought in Brazil's Nordeste in 1889 and 1891 prostrated the population of the backlands in advance of the economic and political crises of the new republic and accordingly magnified their impact. But Kondratiev, the theorist of economic long waves, and Bjerknes, the theorist of El Nino oscillations, need to be supplemented by Hobson, Luxemburg, and Lenin. The new imperialism was the third gear of this catastrophic history. As Gil Dias has so brilliantly shown in the case of the Portuguese in 19th-century Angola, colonial expansion uncannily syncopated the rhythms of natural disaster and epidemic disease. 26 Each global drought was the green light for an imperialist landrush. If the southern African drought of 1877, for example, was Carnarvon's opportunity to strike against Zulu independence, then the Ethiopian famine of 1889–91 was Crispy's mandate to build a new Roman Empire in the Horn of Africa. Likewise, Wilhelmine Germany exploited the floods and drought that devastated Shandong in the late 1890s to aggressively expand its sphere of influence in North China, while the United States was simultaneously using drought, famine and disease as weapons to crush Aguinaldo's Philippine Republic. But the agricultural populations of Asia, Africa, and South America did not go gently into the new imperial order. Famines are wars over the right to existence. If resistance to famine in the 1870s, apart from southern Africa, was overwhelmingly local and riotous, with few instances of more ambitious insurrectionary organization, it undoubtedly had much to do with the recent memories of state terror from the suppression of the Indian Mutiny and the Taiping Revolution. The 1890s were an entirely different story, and modern historians have clearly established the contributory role played by drought, famine in the Boxer Rebellion, the Korean Tonghak movement, the rise of Indian extremism and the Brazilian War of Canados, as well as innumerable revolts in eastern and southern Africa. The millenarian movements that swept the future Third World at the end of the 19th century derived much of their eschatological ferocity from the acuity of these subsistence and environmental crises. But what of nature's role in this bloody history? What turns the great wheel of drought, and does it have an intrinsic periodicity? As we shall see in Part 3, synchronous drought resulting from massive shifts in the seasonal location of the principal tropical weather systems was one of the great scientific mysteries of the 19th century. The key theoretical breakthrough did not come until the late 1960s, when Jacob Bjerknes at UCLA showed for the first time how the equatorial Pacific Ocean, acting as a planetary heat engine coupled to the trade winds, was able to affect rainfall patterns throughout the tropics and even in the temperate latitudes. Rapid warmings of the eastern tropical Pacific, called El Nino events, for example, are associated with weak monsoons and synchronous drought throughout vast parts of Asia, Africa, and northeastern South America. When the eastern Pacific is unusually cool, on the other hand, the pattern reverses, called a La Nina event, and abnormal precipitation and flooding occur in the same teleconnected regions. The entire vast seesaw of air mass and ocean temperature, which extends into the Indian Ocean as well, is formally known as El Nino Southern Oscillation, or ENSO, for short. The first reliable chronologies of El Nino events, painstakingly reconstructed from meteorological data and a variety of anecdotal records, including even the diaries of the conquistadors, were assembled in the 1970s.27. The extremely powerful 1982 El Nino stimulated new interest in the history of the impacts of earlier events. In 1986, two researchers working out of a National Weather Research Laboratory in Colorado published a detailed comparison of meteorological data from the 1,876 and 1982 anomalies that identified the first as a paradigmatic ENSO event, perhaps the most powerful in 500 years, see Figure P2.28. Similarly, the extraordinary succession of tropical droughts and monsoon failures in 1896-97, 1899-1900, and 1902 were firmly correlated to El Nino warmings of the eastern Pacific. The 1898 Yellow River Flood Indiana edition was probably a La Nina event. Indeed, the last third of the 19th century, like the last third of the 20th, represents an exceptional intensification of El Nino activity relative to the centuries-long mean. 29. Figure P2 comparison of the 1877-78 and 1982-83 El Nino events. If, in the eyes of science, ENSO's messy fingerprints are all over the climate disasters of the Victorian period, historians have yet to make much of this discovery. In the last generation, however, they have generated a wealth of case studies and monographs that immeasurably deepen our understanding of the impact of world market forces on non-European agriculturalists in the late 19th century. We now have a far better understanding of how sharecroppers in Ceara, cotton producers in Berar and poor peasants in western Shandong were linked to the world economy and why that made them more vulnerable to drought and flood. We also have magnificent analyses of larger pieces of the puzzle: the decline of the Qing granary and flood control systems, the internal structure of India's cotton and wheat export sectors, the role of racism in regional development in 19th-century Brazil, and so on. Part 4 is an ambitious attempt to mine this vast literature for insights into the background forces that shaped vulnerability to famine and determined who, in the last instance, died. If the early narrative sections of Parts I and II introduced abrupt conjunctural economic factors, like the end of the cotton boom or world trade recession, these penultimate chapters are concerned with slower structural processes, the perverse logic of marketized subsistence, the consequences of colonial revenue settlements, the impact of the new gold standard, the decline of indigenous irrigation, informal colonialism in Brazil, and so on. Beginning with a chapter-length overview of the late Victorian economic order as a whole and the strategic contributions of the Indian and Chinese peasantries, in particular, to maintaining British commercial hegemony, I offer critical summaries of recent work on late 19th century India, China, and Brazil. This is a political ecology of famine because it takes the viewpoint both of environmental history and Marxist political economy, an approach to the history of subsistence crisis pioneered by Michael Watts in his 1983 book, Silent Violence, Food, Famine, and Peasantry in Northern Nigeria. 30. Although other umbrella terms and affiliations are possible, the fact that Watts and his CO thinkers label their ongoing work as political ecology persuades me to do the same, if only to express my indebtedness and solidarity. Those familiar with Watts's book will easily recognize its influence in this work. Finally, I have tried to take on board David Arnold's indispensable emphasis on famines as engines of historical transformation. 31. The Great Victorian Famines were forcing houses and accelerators of the very socio-economic forces that ensured their occurrence in the first place. A key thesis of this book is that what we today call the Third World, a Cold War term, 32, is the outgrowth of income and wealth inequalities, the famous development gap that were shaped most decisively in the last quarter of the 19th century, when the great non-European peasantries were initially integrated into the world economy. As other historians have recently pointed out, when the Bastille was being stormed, the vertical class divisions inside the world's major societies were not recapitulated as dramatic income differences between societies. The differences in living standards, say, between a French sans-culotte and Deccan farmer were relatively insignificant compared to the gulf that separated both from their ruling classes. 33 By the end of Victoria's reign, however, the inequality of nations was as profound as the inequality of classes. Humanity had been irrevocably divided. And the famed prisoners of starvation, whom the Internationale urges to arise, were as much modern inventions of the late Victorian world as electric lights, Maxim guns, and scientific racism. A note on definitions. The very words that rivet this book to the boilerplate of familiar ideology are, of course, the most dangerous. Drought, famine, and other terms are like so many semantic time bombs waiting to go off. Better than to walk this minefield at the outset, detonating some of the more obvious booby traps, in the hope that it clears a path for the narrative that follows. El Nino. This is the least controversial but most confusing term. In scientific literature its usage slides back and forth, often without warning, between a series of sublated meanings nestled inside of each other like Russian dolls. 1. The weak countercurrent that slightly raises sea temperatures off the coast of Ecuador and Peru every year near Christmas, hence El Nino, the Christ child. 2. The unusually large warmings that occur every 3 to 7 years with sometimes catastrophic impacts on marine productivity, suppressed, and the Peruvian coastal desert, epic flooding. 3. The active ocean component of a vast, Pacific Basin-wide oscillation in air mass and ocean temperature known as the El Niño Southern Oscillation, ENSO. 4. The warm phase of ENSO, the cold phase is known as La Niña, and 5. A metonym for ENSO itself. 1 In this book, El Niño will usually but, alas, not always refer to, 4. The ENSO warm extreme, which is associated with drought in much of the monsoon tropics and northern China. ENSO, a clunky acronym, is the name of the great white whale, the secret of the monsoons itself. Part 3 tells its story. Drought. Drought is the recurrent duel between natural rainfall variability and agriculture's hydraulic defenses. It always has a man-made dimension and is never simply a natural disaster. Any drought with a significant agricultural impact is the product of two processes, operating at different temporalities. Meteorological drought is usually defined by the percentage shortfall in annual mean precipitation for a given locality or region. The definitions vary from country to country, and in relationship to socially defined normal conditions. The present-day India Meteorological Department, for example, defines a 60% or greater deficiency in local mean rainfall as severe drought, roughly equivalent to monsoon failure. Yet what is critical from an agricultural standpoint is less the total amount of rainfall than its distribution relative to annual cycles. A well-distributed but subnormal rainfall may do little damage to crop yield, particularly in areas like the Indian Deccan or North China, where peasants cultivate millet and other drought-resistant crops, while a normal rainfall concentrated in the wrong months can lead to considerable crop loss. Historically, agricultural societies in areas of high rainfall variability were usually well adapted to cope with severe single-year rain deficits. Most, however, required massive inter-regional aid to survive two monsoon failures in a row. The impact of deficient rainfall on food production, moreover, depends on how much stored water is available, whether it can be distributed to plots in a timely fashion, and, where water is a commodity, whether cultivators can afford to purchase it. Hydrological drought occurs when both natural, streams, lakes, and aquifers, and artificial, reservoirs, wells, and canals, water storage systems lack accessible supplies to save crops. It should be remembered, of course, that local water supply is often independent of local climate. The most advantageous situation occurs in regions like the Indo-Gangetic Plain of northern India, where snow-fed rivers whose watersheds largely lie outside the drought zone can be tapped for irrigation. Hydrological drought always has a social history. Artificial irrigation systems obviously depend upon sustained levels of social investment and labor upkeep, but even natural water storage capacity can be dramatically affected by human practices that lead to deforestation and soil erosion. As we shall see, the most devastating 19th-century droughts were decisively preconditioned by landscape degradation, the neglect of traditional irrigation systems, the demobilization of communal labor, and/or the failure of the state to invest in water storage. This is why I agree with Rolando Garcia's assertion in Nature Pleads Not Guilty, a landmark study of the early 1970s Sahelian crisis, that climatic facts are not facts in themselves, they assume importance only in relation to the restructuring of the environment within different systems of production. Garcia, after quoting Marx on the historical specificity of the natural conditions of production, poses a question that will be fundamental to discussion in this book: to what degree did the colonial transformation of the system of production change the way in which climatic factors could exert their influence? 2. Famine, causality. Whether or not crop failure leads to starvation, and who, in the event of famine, starves, depends on a host of nonlinear social factors. Simple FAD, food availability decline, as Nobel laureate Amartya Sen calls it, may directly lead to famine in isolated hunter-gatherer ecologies, but it is unlikely to do so in any large-scale society. Although distant observers of the famines described in this book, including government ministers and great metropolitan papers, regularly described millions killed off by drought or crop failure, those on the scene always knew differently from the 1860s, or even earlier. It was generally recognized in India, both by British administrators and Indian nationalists, that the famines were not food shortages per se, but complex economic crises induced by the market impacts of drought and crop failure. The celebrated famine commissions were particularly emphatic in rejecting FAD as an explanation of mass mortality. Thus, in the aftermath of the 1899–1902 catastrophe, the official report on famine in the Bombay Presidency underlined that supplies of food were at all times sufficient, and it cannot be too frequently repeated that severe privation was chiefly due to the dearth of employment in agriculture arising from the drought. Commissioners in neighbouring Berar likewise concluded that the famine was one of high prices rather than of scarcity of food. Chinese official discourse also treated famine as primarily a market perturbation, although giving considerable attention as well to the corruption of local granary officials and the dilapidation of the transport infrastructure. 3. In recent years, Amartya Sen and Meghnad Desai have meticulously formalized this Victorian common sense in the language of welfare economics. Famine in their view is a crisis of exchange entitlements, defined as legal, economically operative rights of access to resources that give control of food, that may or may not have anything to do with crop yields. Famine, emphasizes Sen, is the characteristic of some people not having enough food to eat. It is not the characteristic of there not being enough food to eat. For in theoretical jargon, the endowments of different groups, ownership of land, labor, power, and so on, map to alternative entitlement sets of goods and services. People starve in a Senian world when their endowments, for whatever reason, cannot command or be exchanged for minimal calories to subsist, or, alternately, when their entitlement mappings shift disastrously against them. Famine is thus a catastrophic social relation between unequally endowed groups that may be activated by war, depression, or even something called development, as well as by extreme climate events. Most likely, of course, it is a conjuncture of different factors. Critics have considerably sharpened the teeth of this model. David Arnold, for instance, has usefully warned against excessive demotion of environmental factors, especially the impacts of the 19th-century megadroughts. He has also taxed Sen for ignoring mass extralegal actions, riots, protests, rebellions that constitute populist appropriations of entitlement. 5 Amrita Rangasamy similarly has reminded us that famine cannot be defined with reference to the victims of starvation alone. In her view, and mine, the great hungers have always been redistributive class struggles, a process in which benefits accrue to one section of the community while losses flow to the other. 6. Perhaps most incisively, Michael Watts, discounting any generic theory of such an enormously complex social and biological phenomena, sees the exchange entitlement model as merely a logical first step in building a fully historical account of famine in different social formations. 7. If famine is about the command over food, it is about power and politics broadly understood, which are embedded in a multiplicity of arenas from the domestic, patriarchal politics, to the nation/state, how ruling classes and subaltern groups acquire and defend certain rights. In social systems dominated by capitalism, ownership through private property determines exchange entitlements, which is to say that class and class struggle shape the genesis and the outcomes of the property-hunger equation. At the same time, capitalism has developed unevenly on a world scale, with the result that there are national capitalisms, colored by differing configurations of class and international geopolitics, which provide the building blocks for distinguishing different species, and consequences, of subsistence crises. Actually existing socialisms have class and other interests, too, and perhaps other property rights consequent on political action and socialistic regimes of accumulation. The same can be said for pre-capitalisms, for which the moral economy of the poor may be constitutive of some important entitlement claims. In all such cases, however, one needs to know how enforceable and legitimate are the legal and property relations which mediate entitlements, and to recognize that all such rights are negotiated and fought over. Such struggles are not peripheral to famine but strike to its core. Point 8. Famine, mortality. Who defines an event as a famine, writes Alexander Duvall, is a question of power relations within and between societies. He rejects the Malthusian idea that mass starvation unto death is a prerequisite for the definition of famine in favor of the broader spectrum of meanings, including hunger, destitution, and social breakdown, encompassed within traditional African understandings of famine. Local people, like his Darfurian friends in the Western Sudan, do not build definitional firewalls between malnutrition and famine, poverty and starvation. Nor do they fathom the moral calculus of wealthy countries who rush aid to certified famines but coolly ignore the chronic malnutrition responsible for half of the infant mortality on the planet. And they are rightly suspicious of a semantics of famine that all too often renders ordinary rural poverty invisible. Point 9. Thus, even while focusing on famines that killed, and killed on a gigantic scale, we must acknowledge that famine is part of a continuum with the silent violence of malnutrition that precedes and conditions it, and with the mortality shadow of debilitation and disease that follows it. Each famine is a unique, historically specific epidemiological event, and despite the heroic efforts of demographers, famine and epidemic mortality are not epistemologically distinguishable. This was recognized by British medical authorities as far back as the 1866 famine in Orissa. We think it quite impossible to distinguish between the mortality directly caused by starvation, and that due to disease. In truth, want and disease run so much into one another that no statistics and no observations would suffice to draw an accurate line. 10. During the Great Famines, adds Klein, the overwhelming majority of deaths resulted from the synergistic effect of extreme undernourishment on infection. 11. But famine synergizes with disease in two different if mutually reinforcing modes. The increase in mortality during the famine can occur either through an increase in susceptibility to potentially fatal diseases or through an increase in exposure to them, or a combination of the two. 12. Malnutrition and immune system suppression increase susceptibility, while congested, unsanitary environments like refugee camps and poorhouses increase exposure and transmission. As we shall see, famine camps were notorious centers of disease and may have killed with microbes as many lives as they saved with food. 13. Moreover, when basic sanitation and public health were so woefully neglected, modern infrastructures of commerce could become deadly vectors in their own right. India's peculiar amalgam of modernization and underdevelopment, a modern transport system, huge grain trade, high human mobility, typical of advanced countries, combined with poverty, undernourishment, low immunities, insanitation and high exposure to infection, typical of some underdeveloped countries, promoted higher mortality than probably would have otherwise existed. Point 14. Holocaust, picturing. In her somberly measured reflections, Reading the Holocaust, Inga Glendinning ventures this opinion about the slaughter of innocents: if we grant that Holocaust, the total consumption of offerings by fire, is sinisterly appropriate for the murder of those millions who found their only graves in the air, it is equally appropriate for the victims of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden 15 without using her capitalization, which implies too complete an equation between the show and other carnages. It is the burden of this book to show that imperial policies towards starving subjects were often the exact moral equivalents of bombs dropped from 18,000 feet. The contemporary photographs used in this book are thus intended as accusations, not illustrations. Part I. The Great Drought, 1876–1878. 1. Victoria's Ghosts. The more one hears about this famine, the more one feels that such a hideous record of human suffering and destruction the world has never seen before. Florence Nightingale, 1877. Here's the northeast monsoon at last, said Hon. Robert Ellis, C.B., junior member of the Governor's Council, Madras, as a heavy shower of rain fell at Coonoor, on a day towards the end of October 1876, when the members of the Madras government were returning from their summer sojourn on the hills. "I am afraid that is not the monsoon," said the gentleman to whom the remark was made. "Not the monsoon," rejoined Mr. Ellis. "Good God! It must be the monsoon. If it is not, and if the monsoon does not come, there will be an awful famine." 1. The British rulers of Madras had every reason to be apprehensive. The life-giving southwest monsoon had already failed much of southern and central India the previous summer. The Madras Observatory would record only 6.3 inches of precipitation for all of 1876 in contrast to the annual average of 27.6 inches during the previous decade. 2. The fate of millions now hung on the timely arrival of generous winter rains. Despite Ellis's warning, the Governor of Madras, Richard Grenville, the Duke of Buckingham and Chandos, who was a greenhorn to India and its discontents, sailed away on a leisurely tour of the Andaman Islands, Burma, and Ceylon. When he finally reached Colombo, he found urgent cables detailing the grain riots sweeping the so-called ceded districts of Kurnool, Kadapa and Bellary in the wake of another monsoon failure. Popular outbursts against impossibly high prices were likewise occurring in the Deccan districts of the neighbouring Bombay Presidency, especially in Ahmednagar and Sholapur. Having tried to survive en routes while awaiting the rains, multitudes of peasants and labourers were now on the move, fleeing a slowly dying countryside. 3. As the old hands at Fort St. George undoubtedly realised, the semi-arid interior of India was primed for disaster. The worsening depression in world trade had been spreading misery and igniting discontent throughout cotton-exporting districts of the Deccan, where in any case forest enclosures and the displacement of gram by cotton had greatly reduced local food security. The traditional system of household and village grain reserves regulated by complex networks of patrimonial obligation had been largely supplanted since the mutiny by merchant inventories and the cash nexus. Although rice and wheat production in the rest of India, which now included bonanzas of coarse rice from the recently conquered Irrawaddy Delta, had been above average for the past 3 years, much of the surplus had been exported to England. 4. Londoners were in effect eating India's bread. "It seems an anomaly," wrote a troubled observer, "that, with her famines on hand, India is able to supply food for other parts of the world." 5. There were other anomalies. The newly constructed railroads, lauded as institutional safeguards against famine, were instead used by merchants to ship grain inventories from outlying drought-stricken districts to central depots for hoarding, as well as protection from rioters. Likewise, the telegraph ensured that price hikes were coordinated in 1,000 towns at once, regardless of local supply trends. Moreover, British antipathy to price control invited anyone who had the money to join in the frenzy of grain speculation. Besides regular traders, a British official reported from Meerut in late 1876, men of all sorts embarked in it who had or could raise any capital, jewelers and cloth dealers pledging their stocks, even their wives' jewels, to engage in business and import grain. 6. Buckingham, not a free trade fundamentalist, was appalled by the speed with which modern markets accelerated rather than relieved the famine. The rise of prices was so extraordinary, and the available supply, as compared with well-known requirements, so scanty that merchants and dealers, hopeful of enormous future gains, appeared determined to hold their stocks for some indefinite time and not to part with the article which was becoming of such unwanted value. It was apparent to the government that facilities for moving grain by the rail were rapidly raising prices everywhere, and that the activity of apparent importation and railway transit did not indicate any addition to the food stocks of the presidency. Retail trade up country was almost at standstill. Either prices were asked which were beyond the means of the multitude to pay, or shops remained entirely closed. 7. As a result, food prices soared out of the reach of outcast laborers, displaced weavers, sharecroppers, and poor peasants. The dearth, as the 19th century pointed out a few months later, was one of money and of labor rather than of food. 8. The earlier optimism of mid-Victorian observers Karl Marx as well as Lord Salisbury about the velocity of economic transformation in India, especially the railroad revolution, had failed to adequately discount for the fiscal impact of such modernization. The taxes that financed the railroads had also crushed the ryots. Their inability to purchase subsistence was further compounded by the depreciation of the rupee due to the new international gold standard, which India had not adopted, which steeply raised the cost of imports. Thanks to the price explosion, the poor began to starve to death even in well-watered districts like Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu, reputed to be immune to food shortages. 9. Sepoys meanwhile encountered increasing difficulty in enforcing order in the panic-stricken bazaars and villages as famine engulfed the vast Deccan plateau. Roadblocks were hastily established to stem the flood of stick-thin country people into Bombay and Pune, while in Madras the police forcibly expelled some 25,000 famine refugees. 10. India's Nero. The central government under the leadership of Queen Victoria's favourite poet, Lord Lytton, vehemently opposed efforts by Buckingham and some of his district officers to stockpile grain or otherwise interfere with market forces. All through the autumn of 1876, while the vital kharif crop was withering in the fields of southern India, Lytton had been absorbed in organising the immense imperial assemblage in Delhi to proclaim Victoria Empress of India, Kaiser-i-Hind. As the Times' special correspondent described it, the viceroy seemed to have made the tales of Arabian fiction true: nothing was too rich, nothing too costly. Lytton put on a spectacle, adds a biographer of Lord Salisbury, the Secretary of State for India, which achieved the two criteria Salisbury had set him 6 months earlier, of being gaudy enough to impress the Orientals, and furthermore a pageant which hid the nakedness of the sword on which we really rely. 11. Its climacteric ceremonial included a week-long feast for 68,000 officials, satraps, and maharajas, the most colossal and expensive meal in world history. 12. An English journalist later estimated that 100,000 of the Queen Empress's subjects starved to death in Madras and Mysore in the course of Lytton's spectacular durbar. 13. Indians in future generations justifiably would remember him as their Nero. 14. Following this triumph, the viceroy seemed to regard the growing famine as a tiresome distraction from the great game of preempting Russia in Central Asia by fomenting war with the blameless Sher Ali, the Emir of Afghanistan. Lytton, according to Salisbury, was burning with anxiety to distinguish himself in a great war. 15. Serendipitously for him, the Tsar was on a collision course with Turkey in the Balkans, and Disraeli and Salisbury were eager to show the Union Jack on the Khyber Pass. Lytton's warrant, as he was constantly reminded by his chief budgetary advisor, Sir John Strachey, was to ensure that Indian, not English, taxpayers paid the costs of what radical critics later denounced as a war of deliberately planned aggression. The depreciation of the rupee made strict parsimony in the non-military budget even more urgent. 16. Figure 1.1 India, the famine of 1876-78. Figure 1.2 The poet as Viceroy, Lytton in Calcutta, 1877. The 44-year-old Lytton, the former minister to Lisbon, had replaced the Earl of Northbrook after the latter had honourably refused to acquiesce in Disraeli's Machiavellian forward policy on the northwest frontier. He was a strange and troubling choice, actually, only fourth on Salisbury's short list, to exercise paramount authority over a starving subcontinent of 250 million people. A writer, seemingly admired only by Victoria, who wrote vast, stale poems and ponderous novels under the nom de plume of Owen Meredith. He had been accused of plagiarism by both Swinburne and his own father, Bulwer Lytton, author of The Last Days of Pompeii. Point 17. Moreover, it was widely suspected that the new viceroy's judgment was addled by opium and incipient insanity. Since a nervous breakdown in 1868, Lytton had repeatedly exhibited wild swings between megalomania and self-lacerating despair. Point 18. Although his possible psychosis, Lytton's mind tends violently to exaggeration, complained Salisbury to Disraeli, was allowed free rein over famine policy. It became a cabinet scandal after he denounced his own government in October 1877 for allegedly attempting to create an Anglo-Franco-Russian coalition against Germany. As one of Salisbury's biographers has emphasized, this was about as absurd a contention as it was possible to make at the time, even from the distance of Simla, and it produced an explosion inside Whitehall. Salisbury explained the viceroy's ravings by admitting that he was a little mad. It was known that both Lytton and his father had used opium, and when Derby read the inconceivable memorandum, he concluded that Lytton was dangerous and should resign. When a man inherits insanity from one parent, and limitless conceit from the other, he has a ready-made excuse for almost any extravagance which he may commit. 19. But in adopting a strict laissez-faire approach to famine, Lytton, demented or not, could claim to be extravagance's greatest enemy. He clearly conceived himself to be standing on the shoulders of giants, or, at least, the sacerdotal authority of Adam Smith, who a century earlier in The Wealth of Nations had asserted, vis-a-vis the terrible Bengal drought famine of 1770, that famine has never arisen from any other cause but the violence of government attempting, by improper means, to remedy the inconvenience of dearth. 20. Smith's injunction against state attempts to regulate the price of grain during famine had been taught for years in the East India Company's famous college at Haileybury. 21. Thus the viceroy was only repeating orthodox curriculum when he lectured Buckingham that high prices, by stimulating imports and limiting consumption, were the natural saviors of the situation. He issued strict, semi-theological orders that there is to be no interference of any kind on the part of government with the object of reducing the price of food, and in his letters home to the India Office and to politicians of both parties, he denounced humanitarian hysterics. 22. Let the British public foot the bill for its cheap sentiment, if it wished to save life at a cost that would bankrupt India. 23. By official dictate, India, like Ireland before it, had become a utilitarian laboratory where millions of lives were wagered against dogmatic faith in omnipotent markets overcoming the inconvenience of dearth. 24. Grain merchants, in fact, preferred to export a record 6.4 million cwt of wheat to Europe in 1877-78 rather than relieve starvation in India. 25. Lytton, to be fair, probably believed that he was in any case balancing budgets against lives that were already doomed or devalued of any civilized human quality. The grim doctrines of Thomas Malthus, former chair of political economy at Haileybury, still held great sway over the White Rajas. Although it was bad manners to openly air such opinions in front of the natives in Calcutta, Malthusian principles, updated by social Darwinism, were regularly invoked to legitimize Indian famine policy at home in England. Lytton, who justified his stringencies to the Legislative Council in 1877 by arguing that the Indian population has a tendency to increase more rapidly than the food it raises from the soil. 26. Most likely subscribed to the melancholy viewpoint expressed by Sir Evelyn Baring, afterwards Lord Cromer, the finance minister, in a later debate on the government's conduct during the 1876-79 catastrophe. A very benevolent attempt made to mitigate the effects of famine and defective sanitation serves but to enhance the evils resulting from overpopulation. 27. In the same vein, an 1881 report concluded that 80% of the famine mortality were drawn from the poorest 20% of the population, and if such deaths were prevented, this stratum of the population would still be unable to adopt prudential restraint. Thus, if the government spent more of its revenue on famine relief, an even larger proportion of the population would become penurious. 28. As in Ireland 30 years before, those with the power to relieve famine convinced themselves that overly heroic exertions against implacable natural laws, whether of market prices or population growth, were worse than no effort at all. His recent biographers claim that Salisbury, the grey eminence of Indian policy, was privately tormented by these Malthusian calculations. A decade earlier, during his first stint as Secretary of State for India, he had followed the advice of the Council in Calcutta and refused to intervene in the early stages of a deadly famine in Orissa. "I did nothing for 2 months," he later confessed. Before that time the monsoon had closed the ports of Orissa. Help was impossible and it is said 1 million people died. The governments of India and Bengal had taken in effect no precautions whatever. "I never could feel that I was free from all blame for the result." Accordingly, he harbored a lifelong distrust of officials who worshipped political economy as a sort of fetish, as well as Englishmen in India who accepted famine as a salutary cure for overpopulation. 29 Yet, whatever his private misgivings, Salisbury had urged appointment of the laissez-faire fanatic Lytton and publicly congratulated Disraeli for repudiating the growing idea that England ought to pay tribute to India for having conquered her. Indeed, when his own advisers later protested the repeal of cotton duties in the face of the fiscal emergency of the famine, Salisbury denounced as a species of international communism the idea that a rich Britain should consent to penalise her trade for the sake of a poor India. 30. Like other architects of the Victorian Raj, Salisbury was terrified of setting any precedent for the permanent maintenance of the Indian poor. As the Calcutta Review pointed out in 1877, in India there is no legal provision made for the poor, either in British territory, or in the native states, although the need for it is said by medical men and others, to be exceedingly great. 31 Both Calcutta and London feared that enthusiastic prodigality like Buckingham's would become a Trojan horse for an Indian poor law. 32 In its final report, the Famine Commission of 1878-80 approvingly underscored Lord Lytton's skinflint reasoning, the doctrine that in time of famine the poor are entitled to demand relief, would probably lead to the doctrine that they are entitled to such relief at all times, and thus the foundation would be laid of a system of general poor relief, which we cannot contemplate without serious apprehension. 33 None of the principal players on either side of the House of Commons disagreed with the supreme principle that India was to be governed as a revenue plantation, not an almshouse. The Temple Wage. Over the next year, the gathering horror of the drought famine spread from the Madras Presidency through Mysore, the Bombay Deccan and eventually into the northwestern provinces. The crop losses in many districts of the Deccan Plateau and Tamil Nadu Plains, see Table 1.2, were nothing short of catastrophic. Riots in district after district sold their bullocks, field implements, the thatch of the roofs, the frames of their doors and windows to survive the terrible first year of the drought. Without essential means of production, however, they were unable to take advantage of the little rain that fell in April-May 1877 to sow emergency crops of rape and kumbu. As a result they died in their myriads in August and September. 34. Table 1.2. Madras Presidency, Chief Famine Districts, 1877. District. Population, millions. Percentage of crops saved. Bellary 1.68. 6. Kurnool 0.98. 6. Kadapa 1.35. 18. Chingalpat 1.34. 18. Nellary 1.38. 25. North Arcot 2.02. 25. Coimbatore 1.76. 25. Madura 2.27. 25. Salem 1.97. 33. Tinnevelly 1.64. 37. Source, from the report by Sir Richard Temple, in Report of the Indian Famine Commission, 1878, Part 1, Famine Relief, London 1880, p. 71. Millions more had reached the stage of acute malnutrition, characterized by hunger, edema and anemia, that modern health workers call skeletonization. 35 Village officers wrote to their superiors from Nellary and other ravaged districts of the Madras Deccan that the only well-fed part of the local population were the pariah dogs, fat as sheep, that feasted on the bodies of dead children. After a couple of minutes' search, I came upon 2 dogs worrying over the body of a girl about 8 years old. They had newly attacked it, and had only torn one of the legs a little, but the corpse was so enormously bloated that it was only from the total length of the figure one could tell it was a child's. The sight and smell of the locality were so revolting, and the dogs so dangerous, that I did not stay to look for a second body, but I saw 2 skulls and a backbone which had been freshly picked. 36. Officials, however, were not eager to share such horrors with the English or educated Indian publics, and the vernacular press charged that starvation deaths were being deliberately misreported as cholera or dysentery mortality in order to disguise the true magnitude of the famine. 37. Conditions were equally desperate across the linguistic and administrative boundary in the Bombay Deccan. Almost 2/3 of the harvest was lost in 9 Maharashtrian districts affecting 8 million people, with virtually no crop at all in Sholapur and Kalagi. The disaster befell a peasantry already ground down by exorbitant taxation and extortionate debt. In the Ahmednagar region, officials reported that no less than 3/5 of the peasantry was hopelessly indebted, while in Sholapur the district officer had warned his superiors in May 1875, "I see no reason to doubt the facts stated to me by many apparently trustworthy witnesses and which my own personal observation confirms, that in many cases the assessments are only paid by selling ornaments or cattle." As Jairus Banerjee comments, a household without cattle was a household on the verge of extinction. Ahmednagar with Pune had been the centre of the famous Deccan riots in May-June 1875, when riots beat up moneylenders and destroyed debt records. 38. Figure 1.3 A family in the Deccan, 1877. While British procrastination was sacrificing charity to their savage god, the invisible hand, tens of thousands of these destitute villagers were voting with their feet and fleeing to Hyderabad, where the Nazim was providing assistance to famine victims. A large part of Sholapur was depopulated before British officials managed to organize relief works. Then, as a horrified British journalist discovered, they turned away anyone who was too starved to undertake hard coolie labor. But even the labor test imposed upon the able-bodied, the correspondent noted, is found to be too heavy for their famished frames. The wages paid are inadequately low. In many districts all who are willing to work do not find employment. No arrangements have been made to preserve the cattle by providing fodder or pasture lands. No grain stores have been collected or charity houses opened for the infirm and the aged. The only recourse for the young, the infirm, and the aged was therefore to attempt the long trek to Hyderabad, an ordeal that reportedly killed most of them. 39. Widespread unemployment and the high price of grain, meanwhile, brought the spectre of hunger even into districts where rainfall had been adequate. As a result, several million emaciated labourers and poor peasants overwhelmed the relief works belatedly authorised by the Bombay and Madras governments. At the beginning of February, the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, Sir Richard Temple, was sent south as plenipotentiary famine delegate by Lytton to clamp down on the out-of-control expenditures that threatened the financing of the planned invasion of Afghanistan. Although the Viceroy had also skirmished bitterly with Sir Philip Wodehouse, the Governor of Bombay, over Calcutta's refusal to subsidise large-scale relief works during the fall of 1876, his greatest indignation was directed at Buckingham for making public charity indiscriminate in Bellary, Cuttapat and Kurnool, where 1/4 of the population was employed breaking stone or digging canals. 40. Temple was a shrewd choice as Lytton's enforcer. Earlier, in 1873-74, he had followed Salisbury's urgings and dealt aggressively with a drought that severely damaged the harvest throughout most of Bengal and Bihar. Importing 500,000 tons of rice from Burma, he provided life-saving subsistence, both through relief works and a gratuitous dole, which forestalled mass mortality. Indeed, the official record claimed only 23 starvation deaths. It was the only truly successful British relief effort in the 19th century and might have been celebrated as a template for dealing with future emergencies. Instead, Temple came under withering fire from London for the extravagance of allowing the scale of wages paid at relief works to be determined by the daily food needs of the labourer and the prevailing food prices in the market rather than by the amount that the government could afford to spend for the purpose. 41 In public, he was lambasted by the Economist for encouraging indolent Indians to believe that it is the duty of the government to keep them alive. 42 Senior civil servants, convinced, according to Lord Salisbury, that it was a mistake to spend so much money to save a lot of black fellows, denounced the relief campaign as pure Fourierism. 43 Temple's career was almost ruined. In 1877 the thoroughly chastened lieutenant governor, burning to retrieve his reputation for extravagance in the last famine, had become the implacable instrument of Lytton's frugality. The viceroy boasted to the India Office that he could not have found a man more likely, or better able to help us save money in famine management. 44 Indeed, the Times was soon marvelling at the pliability of his character. Sir Richard Temple, whether rightly or wrongly, has the reputation of having a mind so plastic and principles so facile that he can in a moment change front and adopt most contradictory lines of policy. His course in the famine districts certainly seems to bear this out, for he is even more strict than the supreme government in enforcing a policy which differs in every respect from that which he himself practiced in Beer 3 years ago. 45. Although Victoria in her message to the imperial assemblage had reassured Indians that their happiness, prosperity and welfare were the present aims and objects of our empire, 46 Temple's brief from the Council of India left no ambiguity about the government's true priorities. The task of saving life irrespective of cost is one which it is beyond our power to undertake. The embarrassment of debt and weight of taxation consequent on the expense thereby involved would soon become more fatal than the famine itself. Likewise, the Viceroy insisted that Temple everywhere in Madras tighten the reins. The famine campaign in Lytton's conception was a semi-military demonstration of Britain's necessary guardianship over a people unable to help themselves, not an opportunity for Indian initiative or self-organization. 47 If, as a modern authority on famine emphasizes, emergency relief, like development aid, is only truly effective if the recipients have the power to determine what it is and how it is used, Temple's perverse task was to make relief as repugnant and ineffective as possible. 48 In zealously following his instructions to the letter, he became to Indian history what Charles Edward Trevelyan, permanent secretary to the Treasury during the Great Hunger, and, later, Governor of Madras, had become to Irish history. The personification of free market economics as a mask for colonial genocide. 49. In a lightning tour of the famished countryside of the eastern Deccan, Temple purged 500,000 people from relief work and forced Madras to follow Bombay's precedent of requiring starving applicants to travel to dormitory camps outside their locality for coolie labour on railroad and canal projects. The deliberately cruel distance test refused work to able-bodied adults and older children within a 10-mile radius of their homes. Famished laborers were also prohibited from seeking relief until it was certified that they had become indigent, destitute, and capable of only a modicum of labor. 50 Digby later observed that Temple went to Madras with the preconceived idea that the calamity had been exaggerated, that it was being inadequately met, and that, therefore, facts were, unconsciously maybe, squared with this theory. He expected to see a certain state of things, and he saw that and none other. 51. In a self-proclaimed Benthamite experiment that eerily prefigured later Nazi research on minimal human subsistence diets in concentration camps, Temple cut rations for male coolies, whom he compared to a school full of refractory children, down to 1 pound of rice per diem, despite medical testimony that the riot's once strapping fine fellows were now little more than animated skeletons, utterly unfit for any work. Noting that felons traditionally received 2 pounds of rice per day, one district official suggested that it would be better to shoot down the wretches than to prolong their misery in the way proposed. 52 The same reduced ration had been introduced previously by General Kennedy, another acerbic personality, not personally popular even in his own department. 53 In the Bombay Deccan, and Madras's Sanitary Commissioner, Dr. Cornish, was of the opinion that experiment in that case meant only slow, but certain starvation. Apart from its sheer deficiency in energy, Cornish pointed out that the exclusive rice ration without the daily addition of protein-rich pulses, dal, fish or meat would lead to rapid degeneration. 54 Indeed, as the Lieutenant Governor was undoubtedly aware, the Indian government had previously fixed the minimum shipboard diet of emigrant coolies living in a state of quietude at 20 ounces of rice plus 1 pound of dal, mutton, vegetables and condiment. 55 In the event, the temple wage, as it became known, provided less sustenance for hard labor than the diet inside the infamous Buchenwald concentration camp and less than half of the modern caloric standard recommended for adult males by the Indian government. Table 1.3. The temple wage in perspective. Caloric value. Activity level. Basal metabolism, adult. 1500. No activity. Temple ration in Madras, 1877. 1627. Heavy labor. Buchenwald ration, 1944. 1750. Heavy labor. 7-year-old child, approved diet, 1981. 2050. Normal activity. Minimum war ration, Japan, 1945. 2165. Moderate activity. Indian adult, subsistence, 1985. 2400. Moderate activity. Temple ration in Bengal, 1874. 2500. Heavy labor. Survey of Bengal laborers, 1862. 2790. Heavy labor. Indian male, approved diet, 1981. 3900. Heavy labor. Voigt Atwater Standard, 1895. 4200. Heavy labor. Source: Caloric value of temple ration from Sumit Guha, The Agrarian Economy of the Bombay Deccan, 1818–1941, Delhi 1985, p. 186 fn 35, Buchenwald ration from C. Richer, Medical Sur le Camp de Buchenwald N 1944–45, Bulletin Academy Medicine 129, 1945, pages 377–88, Recommended Indian Adult Subsistence Diet from Asok Mitra, The Nutrition Situation in India, in Margaret Biswas and Perpinstrup Anderson, eds. Nutrition and Development, Oxford 1985, p. 149, Basal Metabolism from Philip Payne, The Nature of Malnutrition, Ibid, p. 7, Child Diet and Recommended Calories for Indian Males Performing Heavy Labor from C. Gapalan, Under Nutrition Measurement, in S. Osmani, ed., Nutrition and Poverty, Oxford 1992, p. 2, Rev. James Long's 1862 Study of Bengali Diets in Greenough, Prosperity and Misery in Modern Bengal, Oxford 1982, p. 80 fn 94, Voigt Atwater Tables discussed in Elmer McCollum, A History of Nutrition, Boston 1958, pages 191–2, and the temple ration during the 1874 Bengal famine calculated on the basis of 1.5 pounds of rice per day with condiments and dal, see Edinburgh Review, July 1877. Temple, who 3 years earlier had fixed the minimum ration during the Bengal famine at 1½ pounds of rice plus dal, now publicly disdained the protests of Cornish and other medical officers. They erroneously, and irresponsibly in his view, elevated public health above public finance. Everything, he lectured, must be subordinated to the financial consideration of disbursing the smallest sum of money consistent with the preservation of human life. 56 He completed his cost-saving expedition to Madras by imposing the Anti-Charitable Contributions Act of 1877, which prohibited at the pain of imprisonment private relief donations that potentially interfered with the market fixing of grain prices. He also stopped Buckingham from remitting onerous land taxes in the famine districts. In May, after Temple had reported back, the Viceroy censured Madras officials for their exaggerated impressions of misery and uncalled for relief. 57 Temple meanwhile proclaimed that he had put the famine under control. Digby sourly responded that a famine can scarcely be said to be adequately controlled which leaves 1/4 of the people dead. 58. The militarization of relief, followed by the failure of the southwest monsoon and another doubling of grain prices in the 6 months from the middle of 1877, punctually produced lethal results. 59 Exactly as medical officials had warned, the Temple wage combined with heavy physical labor and dreadful sanitation turned the work camps into extermination camps. By the end of May, horrified relief officials in Madras were reporting that more than half of the inmates were too weakened to carry out any physical labor whatsoever. 60 Most of them were dead by the beginning of the terrible summer of 1877. As Temple's most dogged critic, Dr. Cornish, pointed out, monthly mortality was now equivalent to an annual death rate of 94%. Post-mortem examinations, moreover, showed that the chief cause of death, extreme wasting of tissue and destruction of the lining membrane of the lower bowel, was textbook starvation, with full-grown men reduced to under 60 pounds in weight. 61 Mortality was similar in camps throughout the Bombay Deccan, where cholera, spread by polluted water and filth, accelerated the decimation. One official wrote that one relief road project bore the appearance of a battlefield, its sides being strewn with the dead, the dying and those recently attacked. 62. Jails ironically were the only exception to this institutional mortality pattern, and they were generally preferred by the poor to the disease-ridden relief camps. An American missionary described how a group of weavers begged him to have them arrested for non-fulfillment of a contract. "We are very sorry, sir, but we have eaten up all the money you gave us, and we have made no clothes. We are in a starving condition, and if you will only send us to jail we shall get something to eat." It was an eminently sensible request. Prisoners were the best-fed poor people in the country, and, accordingly, the jails were filled to overflowing. 63. During the Irish famine, Trevelyan had protested that the country's greatest evil was not hunger, but the selfish, perverse, and turbulent character of the people. 64. Similarly, Temple's ferocious response to reports of mass mortality in the camps was to blame the victims, the infatuation of these poor people in respect to eating the bread of idleness, their dread of marching on command to any distance from home, their preference often for extreme privation rather than submission to even simple and reasonable orders, can be fully believed only by those who have seen or personally known these things. 65. Moreover, he claimed that the majority of the famine dead were not the cultivating yeomanry, the bone and sinew of the country, but parasitic mendicants who essentially had committed suicide, nor will many be inclined to grieve much for the fate which they brought upon themselves, and which terminated lives of idleness and too often of crime. 66. The relief strike. These calumnies, of course, inflamed Indians of all classes. To the consternation of Temple and Lytton, the famished peasants in relief camps throughout the Bombay Deccan, where the 16-ounce ration had first been introduced, organized massive, Gandhi-like protests against the rice reduction and distance test. Temple added more than he realized to the imperial lexicon by calling it passive resistance. The movement began in January 1877, when families on village relief refused orders to march to the new, militarized work camps where men were separated from their wives and children. They were subsequently joined by thousands more who left the camps in protest of the starvation wage and mistreatment by overseers. Temple estimated that between January 12 and March 12, 102,000 people discharged themselves from government employ. He thought he traced in their proceedings a sign of some method and system. They imagined, by suddenly throwing themselves out of employ, they virtually offered a passive resistance to the orders of government. They counted on exciting the compassion of the authorities and still more on arousing fears lest some accidents to human life should occur. They wandered about in bands and crowds seeking for sympathy. 67. The relief strike, as it was called, was sympathetically embraced by the Sarvahanik Sabha, Civic Association, in Pune, a moderate nationalist group composed of prominent local merchants, absentee landlords, and professionals led by Ganesh Joshi and Madhav Govindaranade. Temple cautioned Calcutta that the articulate Renade might bid to become the Deccan's Parnell. 68 In widely publicized memorials to Governor Wodehouse and General Kennedy, the Sava warned of the human catastrophe that British churlishness was ensuring. In addition to pointing out that the new ration was only half of the traditional penal standard and thus sure to doom thousands by the slow torture of starvation, they focused attention on the group most ignored by district officers, the children of famine villages. Figure 1.4 Forsaken, an illustration from Digby's history. It should be remembered, the Sava wrote to Bombay, that the same harsh policy which reduced the wages drove away the smaller children from the works, who, till then, had been receiving their small dole in return for their nominal labor. These children, though cast out by government, will have a prior claim upon the affections of their parents, and many hundreds of poor fathers and mothers will stint themselves out of the pound allowed to support their children. 69. An American missionary later pointed out that although a child could be fed for a pittance, just for want of these 2 cents a day, hundreds and thousands of children wasted away and are no more. 70. With the support of the Sava, the strike kindled the broadest demonstration of Indian anger since the mutiny. Meetings, immense as regards numbers, were held, speeches were made, resolutions were passed, and the telegraph wire called into requisition. Temple, in response, ordered Kennedy to stand firm against any concession to combinations of work people formed with sinister or self-interested objects. The local relief officers, however, were unnerved, according to Digby, by the obstinacy with which persons almost in a dying condition would go away anywhere rather than to a relief camp. They seem to have felt the repugnance to relief camps which respectable poor in England have to the Union workhouses. Official morale seemed to be sapped by the dignity and courage of the protest. The Viceroy, at any event, was convinced that a firmer hand was needed in Bombay, and at the end of April Wodehouse resigned and was replaced by Temple. 71. In his original response to Disraeli's proposal to appoint him Viceroy 2 years earlier, Lytton had protested his absolute ignorance of every fact and question concerning India. 72 Now, after chastising both Buckingham and Wodehouse, he asserted virtual omniscience over life and death judgments affecting millions of Indians. The Indian press, however, was not as easily bridled or humiliated as the 2 Tory governors. Little newspapers that usually wasted newsprint with tedious social gossip and regimental sporting news were now conduits to the English public of shocking accounts of rebellion and starvation within the relief camps. 73 Dissident journalists like William Digby in Madras, who later published a 2-volume critical history of the government's response to the famine, and the Bombay Statesman's representative in the Deccan stirred troubling memories of the Irish famine as well as the Sepoy mutiny. In England, moreover, a group of old Indian hands and radical reformers, including William Wedderburn, Sir Arthur Cotton, John Bright, Henry Hindman and Florence Nightingale, kept the Times's letters column full of complaints about Calcutta's callous policies. Although Lytton urged the India Office to hold fast against these hysterics, the government was embarrassed by the uproar. 74 Writing to Disraeli, the Secretary of State for India, Lord Salisbury, expressed his own fear that the Viceroy was bearing too hard on the people. 75 With the Prime Minister's approval, Salisbury pulled on Lytton's reins in early May, advising him not to place too much restriction on the discretion of the local government. In effect, while Disraeli defended Lytton against the Liberals in Parliament, the Viceroy was ordered to give local officials the loopholes they needed to reduce mass mortality with higher rations and reduced workloads. This concession more or less tamed the Pune Sava, whose own conservatives were wary of the explosive potential of the masses, but it was too little and too late to break the slide into a terminal phase of starvation and epidemic disease. If rice harvests in Burma and Bengal in 1877 were normal, and overall grain inventories sufficed to service the export demand, it was no solace to the 36 million rural Indians whom Calcutta admitted in August 1877 were directly stalked by starvation. The weather remained relentless. After a brief flirtation with the monsoon in April, the skies cleared and temperatures sharply rose. In one of his economizing decrees the year before, Lytton had drastically cut back the budget for maintenance and repair of local water storage. The result, as Digby emphasized in his History of the Famine, was that precious rainwater was simply run to waste in a needless sacrifice of human lives. The furnace-hot winds that swept the Deccan added to the misery by evaporating what little moisture remained in the soil. The fields were baked to brick. 76. As water supplies dried up or became polluted with human waste, cholera became the scythe that cut down hundreds of thousands of weakened, skeletal villagers. The same El Nino weather system that had brought the drought the previous year also warmed waters in the Bay of Bengal, promoting the phytoplankton blooms that are the nurseries of the cholera bacterium. A terrible cyclone, which drowned perhaps 150,000 Bengalis, brought the pandemic ashore. Modern transport provided the invasion route for disease, and the fetid relief camps became crucibles for cholera's great synergism with malnutrition. 77. Table 1.4. Sava estimates of famine mortality. Taluks. Prefamine population. Present population. Decline. Madhi and Mohal 24,581 15,778 36%. Indi 39,950 20,905 48%. Cattle before famine. Cattle now. Decline. Madhi and Mohal 16,561 5,470 67%. Indi 35,747 5,644 84%. Figure 1.5 Grain stores in Madras, February 1877. Obdurate Bombay officials meanwhile continued to outrage Indians and incite charges of a cover-up in the press by refusing to publish any estimate of rural mortality. Even Florence Nightingale was snubbed when she requested figures in early 1878.78. The Sava accordingly decided to carry out its own census of people and cattle in the 54 villages comprising 3 taluks of Sholapur district in August 1877. It perfected a network of school teachers, retired civil servants and other throughout the dry districts, which gave it in some areas better data faster than the government could produce. It was a trailblazing example of using survey techniques and statistics against the empire. 79. Buckingham, on the other hand, complied with public opinion and ordered a rough census of famine deaths. Reports from the Madras districts indicated that at least 1.5 million had already died in the presidency. In the driest Deccan districts like Bellary, 1/4 of the population perished, and in some taluks with high percentages of landless labourers, more than 1/3. 80 in Madras city, overwhelmed by 100,000 drought refugees, famished peasants dropped dead in front of the troops guarding pyramids of imported rice, while on any day and every day mothers might be seen in the streets, offering children for sale. 81. The Madras Chamber of Commerce helpfully suggested that flogging posts be erected along the beach so that police could deter potential grain thieves. 82. In the northwestern provinces, as we shall see, only desultory and punitive relief was organized, with the result that in spite of the abundant winter crops and the restricted area affected, in 9 months the mortality amounted to over 1,083,000. However, the Malthusian overtones of famine policies and their disastrous consequences, Ira Klein argues, were experienced most woefully in Mysore, where the British Commission of Regency later conceded that fully 1/4 of the population perished. 84. Frugality became criminal negligence as the chief commissioner, from dread of spending the Mysore surplus, refused life-saving expenditure, and then, after his inaction had become a scandal, turned relief work into a sadistic regime of punishing the starving. On the command of the viceroy to develop a famine policy, he drew up a series of irrigation and other projects, most so far from the famine-stricken tracts that emaciated victims had to walk 100 miles or more to them. 85. Those who actually reached the camps found them fetid, disease-racked boneyards where a majority of refugees quickly died. One official later recalled scenes out of Dante's Inferno. The dead and dying were lying about on all sides, cholera patients rolling about in the midst of persons free of the disease. For shelter some had crawled to the graves of an adjoining cemetery and had lain themselves down between 2 graves as support for their wearied limbs. The crows were hovering over bodies that still had a spark of life in them. The place seemed tenanted by none but the dead and the dying. In a few minutes I picked up 5 bodies, one being that of an infant which its dying mother had firmly clasped, ignorant of the child being no more. The cholera patients were lying about unheeded by those around. Some poor children were crying piteously for water within the hearing of the cooks, who never stirred to wet the lips of the poor things that were in extremis. 86. By the summer of 1877, as the famine in Mysore approached its terrible apogee, social order was preserved only by terror. When desperate women and their hungry children, for example, attempted to steal from gardens or glean grain from fields, they were branded, tortured, had their noses cut off, and were sometimes killed. Rural mobs, in turn, assaulted landowners and patels, pillaging their grain stores, even burning their families alive. In other instances, extremely rare in Indian history, hunger-crazed individuals resorted to cannibalism. One madman dug up and devoured part of a cholera victim, while another killed his son and ate part of the boy. 87. Down from Olympus. Lytton was kept well informed of such grisly details. From his hard-minded perspective, however, the most serious escalation in the famine was the increasing burden on the Indian treasury. The failure of the 1877 monsoon threatened to divert another £10 million for the salvation of what he viewed through his Malthusian spectacles as a largely redundant stratum of the population. Having bent his rules in May to accommodate London's anxieties, the Viceroy felt confident enough in the summer to resume his campaign against profligate relief. In August 1877, shortly after the Great White Queen reassured the public that no exertion will be wanting on the part of my Indian government to mitigate this terrible calamity, Lytton finally came down from his seasonal headquarters in the Himalayas to spend a few days inspecting conditions in Madras. 88. This was his first personal exposure to the terrible reality of the famine. A local English-language newspaper editorialized that after domiciling himself for so long in the distant comforts of Simla, the Indian Olympus, where he displayed merely the faintest idea of the extent of the calamity, Lytton would now have to confront inescapable truths. There are, in the relief camps of Palavaram and Managar Chultri, sights to be witnessed, which even we, who have become callous and hardened, cannot but look upon without a shudder, sights which we dare not describe, and which an artist could not paint. What the effect of these sights must have been on the sensitive and poetical mind of Lord Lytton, we pause to imagine. 89. In addition to the hugely unpopular temple wage, the British community in Madras was outraged by Lytton's public denunciation of their recent efforts to raise relief funds in England. With both grain prices and famine deaths, 157,588 in August, soaring, but with his hands tied by the Viceroy's various strictures and economies, the Duke of Buckingham had embraced the philanthropic appeal as a last-ditch hope. It remained to be seen whether Lytton and his Supreme Government, as it was called in those days, would yield to the overwhelming urgency of the crisis. The Viceroy, editorialized the same paper, has now the opportunity, literally speaking, of saving thousands of lives. Let him telegraph to England candidly, boldly, and fearlessly, the real facts of the case. He may, by this means, perhaps, remove the doubt now certainly engendered in the minds of people at home, as to the need of their charitable aid. 90. In the event, the Viceroy's sensitive and poetical mind was stubbornly unmoved by anything he experienced during his lightning tour of southern India. On the contrary, Lytton was convinced that Buckingham, like a fat squire in a Fielding novel, was allowing the lower orders to run riot in the relief camps. After briefly visiting one of the camps, Lytton sent a letter to his wife that bristled with patrician contempt both for Buckingham and the famished people of Madras. You never saw such popular picnics as they are. The people in them do no work of any kind, are bursting with fat, and naturally enjoy themselves thoroughly. The Duke visits these camps like a Buckingham squire would visit his model farm, taking the deepest interest in the growing fatness of his prize oxen and pigs. But the terrible question is how the Madras government is ever to get these demoralized masses on to really useful work. 91. In a bitter conference in Madras, Lytton forced Buckingham to reaffirm his complete allegiance to the cardinal principles of famine policy, the sufficiency of private trade and the necessity of non-interference with private trade, and imposed his own man, Major General Kennedy from Bombay, as Buckingham's personal assistant. In practice, it was a coup d'état that deposed Buckingham's council and installed Kennedy as Supremo for famine administration with orders to adhere to the strict letter of the temple reforms. 92 Meanwhile, from the remote corners of the Deccan, missionaries reported more unspeakable scenes. Recently, the corpse of a woman was carried along the road slung to a pole like an animal, with the face partly devoured by dogs. The other day, a famished crazy woman took a dead dog and ate it, near our bungalow. This is not sensational writing, emphasized the Anglican correspondent. The half of the horrors of this famine cannot, be told. Men do not care to reproduce in writing scenes which have made their blood run cold. 93. The Deccan's villages were also now rent by desperate internal struggles over the last hoarded supplies of grain. A social chain reaction set in as each class or caste attempted to save themselves at the expense of the groups below them. As David Arnold has shown, collectively structured, moral economic dacoities, expropriations, against moneylenders and grain merchants tended to degenerate in the later stages of famine into intercaste violence or even a Hobbesian war of riot against riot. The longer famine persisted, the less crime and acts of violence bore the mark of collective protest and appropriation, and the more they assumed the bitterness of personal anguish, desolation, and despair. 94 Sharma agrees that the transition from communitarian action to intra-village violence followed a predictable pattern. The change in the agricultural cycle had significant implications for forms of popular action and solidarities. The temporary class solidarities and collective popular action which had been witnessed during the failure of the Kharif crop showed a declining tendency in the winter seasons. Standing Rabi crops soon became the objects of plunder, more than granaries and storage pits of hoarders and banias. The zamindars had to guard their crops by employing lathi-wielding Mussulman. 95. Heavy rains in September and October finally eased the drought in southern India, but only at the price of a malaria epidemic that killed further hundreds of thousands of enfeebled peasants in the United Provinces as well as the Deccan. Modern research has shown that extreme drought, by decimating their chief predators, ensures an explosion in mosquito populations upon the first return of the monsoon. The ensuing spike in malaria cases, in turn, delays the resumption of normal agricultural practices. 96 But in 1878 there were other obstacles as well to planting a life-saving crop. The fodder famine had been so extreme that plough animals were virtually extinct in many localities. As the Times's correspondent reported from the Madras Deccan in July, to show how scarce the bullocks have become, I may mention that in the Bellary district merchants send out their grain supplies to distant villages on carts drawn by men. The value of the labor of the human animal is so low that it is cheaper to employ half a dozen men to move a load of rice than a couple of bullocks. The men, at any rate, can be fed, whereas fodder for cattle employed on the roads is not to be had at any price. 97. With their bullocks dead and their farm implements pawned, riots had to scratch at the heavy Deccan soil with tree branches or yoke themselves or their wives to the remaining ploughs. Much of the seed grain distributed by relief committees was bad, while that which sprouted and pushed its way above the ground was instantly devoured by great plagues of locusts that, as in the Bible, were the camp followers of drought. The solid earth, according to an American missionary, seemed in motion, so great were the numbers of these insects. Compounds and fields appeared as if they had been scorched with devastating fires after the pests had passed. 98 By early 1878 famine accompanied by cholera had returned to many districts, but relief grain stocks, in anticipation of a good harvest, were depleted and prices as high as ever. Digby tells a grim story about the distress that lingered through the spring. 3 women, sisters, had married 3 brothers, and they and their families all lived in one large house, in Hindu and patriarchal fashion. The whole household, on January 1, 1878, numbered 48 persons. Their crops failed, their money was gone, their credit was nil. They tried to live on seeds, leaves, etc. and, As a consequence, cholera attacked them, and 30 died from this disease. 15 others expired from what a relative called cold fever, and in April only 3 persons remained. 99. The final blow against the Deccan peasantry was a militarized campaign to collect the tax arrears accumulated during the drought. Although some liberal critics, like Indian Daily News editor James Wilson in a speech in Sheffield in October 1877, warned the British public that millions had died for the pretended axioms of political economy and that the best famine prevention was to relieve Indians of paying Britain's debt, there was remarkably little censure of the government's decision to pick the pockets of paupers. 100 In the Kurnool district of Madras, for example, in 1879-80, coercive policies had to be employed for the recovery of as much as 78% of total collections. As D. Rajasekar points out, the resulting auction of lands in arrears may have been a windfall for rich peasants and money lenders, who had already profited from famine-induced sacrifice sales of cattle and land mortgages, but it crippled the recovery of an agrarian economy that traditionally depended upon the energy of, now ruined, smallholders to bring cultivable wastes under plough. 101. Multitudinous murders. The year 1878 also saw terrible wanton mortality in northwestern India following the failure of the monsoon in the summer of 1877 and a retrenchment of dry weather in early 1878. Even more than in the south, however, drought was consciously made into famine by the decisions taken in palaces of Rajas and viceroys. Thus in the remote and beautiful valleys of Kashmir, British officials blamed the criminal apathy of the Maharaja and the greed of his officials, who bought up the stores of grain to sell at extravagant prices for the starvation of a full third of the population. Unless Sir Robert Egerton, then Lieutenant Governor of the Punjab, had insisted on taking the transport and supply service out of the hands of the corrupt and incompetent Kashmir government, the valley would have been depopulated. 102. But with equal justice the same criminal charges could be, and were, lodged against the British administration in the northwestern provinces and Oudh, as well as adjoining districts of the Punjab, where famine killed at least 1.25 million people in 1878-79. As Indian historians have emphasized, this staggering death toll was the foreseeable and avoidable result of deliberate policy choices. In contrast to the south, the northern harvests were abundant in 1874-76 and ordinarily would have provided ample reserves to deal with the Kharif deficit in 1878. But subsistence farming in many parts of the northwestern provinces had been recently converted into a captive export sector to stabilize British grain prices. Poor harvests and high prices in England during 1876-77 generated a demand that absorbed most of the region's wheat surplus. Likewise, most of the province's cruder grain stocks like millet were commercially exported to the famine districts in Bombay and Madras presidencies, leaving local peasants with no hedge against drought. The profits from grain exports, meanwhile, were pocketed by richer zamindars, moneylenders, and grain merchants, not the direct producers. 103. Still, early and energetic organization of relief and, above all, the deferment of collection of the land tax might have held mortality to a minimum. Indeed, the province's executive, Sir George Couper, implored Lytton to remit that year's revenues. The Lieutenant Governor is well aware of the straits to which the Government of India is put at the present time for money, and it is with the utmost reluctance that he makes a report which must temporarily add to their burdens. But he sees no other course to adopt. If the village communities which form the great mass of our revenue payers be pressed now, they will simply be ruined. 104. Lytton, however, was still bogged down in the logistics of his Afghanistan adventure and was again unswayed by images of destitute villages. He rejected Couper's appeal out of hand. The Lieutenant Governor had none of Buckingham's stubborn, paternalist pity for the people, and, to the disgust of some of his own district officers, a more suicidal policy I cannot conceive, complained one, immediately and obsequiously vowed to put the screw upon the hard-hit zamindars and their famished tenants. His Honour trusts that the realizations will equal the expectations of the governments of India, but if they are disappointed, His Excellency the Viceroy, may rest assured that it will not be for want of effort or inclination to put the necessary pressure on those who are liable for the demand. He promptly ordered his district officers and engineers to discourage relief works in every possible way. Mere distress is not a sufficient reason for opening a relief work. The point was to force the peasants to give money to the government, not the other way around. 105 When starving peasants fought back, there were 150 grain riots in August and September of 1877 alone. Couper filled the jails and prisons. 106. Figure 1.6 Famine victims, 1877. The original caption of this missionary photograph reads, "Those who have got to this stage rarely recover." As one dissident civil servant, Light Col. Ronald Osborne, would later explain to readers of the Contemporary Review, a murderous official deception was employed to justify the collections and disguise the huge consequent casualties. But the government of India, having decreed the collection of the land revenue, were now compelled to justify their rapacity, by pretending there was no famine calling for a remission. The dearth and the frightful mortality throughout the northwest provinces were to be preserved as a state secret, like the negotiations with Sher Ali, the Emir of Afghanistan. During all that dreary winter, famine was busy devouring its victims by thousands. In the desperate endeavour to keep their cattle alive, the wretched peasantry fed them on the straw which thatched their huts, and which provided them with bedding. The winter was abnormally severe, and without a roof above them or bedding beneath them, scantily clad and poorly fed, multitudes perished of cold. The dying and the dead were strewn along the cross-country roads. Scores of corpses were tumbled into old wells, because the deaths were too numerous for the miserable relatives to perform the usual funeral rites. Mothers sold their children for a single scanty meal. Husbands flung their wives into ponds, to escape the torment of seeing them perish by the lingering agonies of hunger. Amid these scenes of death, the government of India kept its serenity and cheerfulness unimpaired. The journals of the Northwest were persuaded into silence. Strict orders were given to civilians under no circumstances to countenance the pretense of the natives that they were dying of hunger. One civilian, a Mr. Macmin, unable to endure the misery around him, opened a relief work at his own expense. He was severely reprimanded, threatened with degradation, and ordered to close the work immediately. 107. Not a whisper of this man-made disaster reached the public until a notable government critic, Robert Knight, publisher of the Indian Economist and Statesman, visited Agra in February 1878. He was astonished to find all around the indications of appalling misery. His public revelations prompted a long, self-laudatory minute from Couper that was fulsomely endorsed by the Viceroy. In his comment, Lytton blamed the horrendous mortality more on the unwillingness of the people to leave their homes than by any want of forethought on the part of the local government in providing works where they might be relieved. 108 Knight replied, in turn, in an editorial that for the first time bluntly used the term murder to characterize official famine policy. Do not accuse the statesman of exaggerating matters. Accuse yourself. For long weary years have we demanded the suspension of these kists land tax when famine comes, and in vain. With no poor law in the land, and the old policy once more set up of letting the people pull through or die, as they can, and with the vernacular press which alone witnesses the sufferings of the people silenced by a cruel necessity, we and our contemporaries must speak without reserve or be partakers in the guilt of multitudinous murders committed by men blinded to the real nature of what we are doing in the country. 109. Indeed, blind men like Lytton and Temple were fortunate that they had to face only the wrath of newspaper editorials. The India of supine sufferers which they governed in 1877 was still traumatized by the savage terror that had followed the mutiny 20 years earlier. Violent protest was everywhere deterred by memories of sepoys blown apart at the mouths of cannons and whole forests of peasants writhing at the noose. The exception was in Pune, where Basudev Balwant Phadke and his followers, inspired by still robust Maratha martial traditions, broke with the Savas' moderation. The destruction caused by the famine, Kavshalya Dubliash explains, led Basudev to vow to destroy British power in India by means of an armed rebellion. Betrayed by a companion while organising a raid on the treasury to buy arms, the Maratha Robin Hood was deported and died in prison. The father of militant nationalism in India in 1883.110. His abortive 1879 conspiracy stood in a similar relationship to the Holocaust of 1876-78 as did the Young Ireland Uprising of 1848 to the Great Hunger of 1846-47, which is to say, it was both postscript and prologue. Famine and nationalism. No Englishman understood this point more clearly than Lytton's Secretary of Agriculture, Alan Octavian Hume. Odd man out in a Tory government that scorned Indian aspirations to self-government, Hume, whose father was a well-known Scottish radical MP, was deeply sympathetic to the grievances of the Hindu and Muslim elites. Even more unusual, he had sensitive antennae tuned to the rumblings of revolutionary discontent among the poor. In the aftermath of Basudia's plot, he became convinced, according to William Wedderburn, a leader of the parliamentary opposition on India, that some definite action was called to counteract the growing unrest among the masses who suffered during the famine. 111. The first step was to resist the Viceroy's punitive and incendiary scheme to foist the costs of famine relief entirely on the shoulders of the poor. Originally advocated by Lord Northbrook, the idea of a famine insurance fund was revived in 1877 by Hamilton and Salisbury to preempt the Liberals from making the terrible mortality in India an issue in the next election. Lytton, aware that radical members of the House of Commons favoured financing the fund through a combination of wealth taxes and reductions in military expenditure, embraced the plan with the proviso that funding be entirely regressive, without harm to ruling classes or the army. He vehemently opposed a proposal from Hume, whom he forced to resign, that would have imposed a modest income tax on the ground that it would affect the higher income groups, both European and Indian. His own preference was for a famine tax on potential famine victims, that is, a new land cess on the peasantry, a measure that would have inflamed the entire country and was therefore rejected by Salisbury and the Council of India. As an alternative, Lytton and John Strachey drafted a scheme that was almost as regressive, reviving a hated license tax on petty traders. Professionals were exempt, in tandem with brutal hikes in salt duties in Madras and Bombay, where the cost of salt was raised from 2 to 40 annas per mond. 112. After the purge, Hume joined the small but influential chorus of opposition to Lytton that was led by Wedderburn, Cotton, and Nightingale, whose campaign for Indian sanitary reform had been snubbed by the Viceroy. Digby, the famine's chief chronicler, would also return to England in 1880 to champion Indian grievances in Liberal politics. In dozens of town meetings, as well as in the London press and the House of Commons, they argued that selfish and disastrous British policies like the salt tax, not nature, had paved the way for the Madras famine, and advocated a new policy based on reductions in ground rent and military expenditure, new spending on irrigation and public health, cheap credit through a system of rural banks, and a progressive famine fund. Nightingale was a particularly fiery campaigner against the salt tax, whose enforcement, she reminded audiences, had required the construction of a literal police state. 8 Tower commands the salt works, occupied by a policeman all day. Moats surround the works, patrolled by policemen all night. Workmen are searched to prevent them from carrying off salt in their pockets. 113. The India opposition's emphasis on a-civilizing, as Nightingale called it, 114 rather than imperial strategy in India corresponded closely with a parallel shift in the thinking of such liberal pundits as John Stuart Mill, and converged with the platform of moderate nationalists like Dadabhai Naoroji and Ramesh Chandra Dutt, who thought that Indian home rule within the empire could best be achieved through collaboration with humanitarian English liberals. Steeped in Miltian political economy, Naoroji and Dutt laid indigenous foundations for what 100 years later would be called the theory of underdevelopment with their sophisticated critiques of Britain's drain of wealth from India. Although their most famous essays, Naoroji's Poverty and Un-British Rule in India, 1901, and Dutt's Famines in India, 1900, and his 2-volume Economic History of British India, 1902 and 1904, would be produced in the aftermath of the 1896-1902 Holocaust, their basic polemical strategy mowing down the British with their own statistics was already discomforting Lytton and his council. Indeed, on the eve of the famine in 1876, Nehoroji had read his landmark paper, The Poverty of India, later reprinted as a pamphlet, to a crowded meeting of the Bombay branch of the East India Association. The Parsi mathematician and former professor of Gujarati at University College London demolished the selfing rhetoric about free trade that the government used to mask India's tributary relation to England. With the pressure of taxation nearly double in proportion to that of England, from an income of 1/15, and an exhaustive drain besides, we are asked to compete with England in free trade. It was, he said, a race between a starving, exhausted invalid, and a strongman with a horse to ride on 1/15. Such intellectually formidable critics were a major annoyance to Calcutta. Although the government was able to steamroll the passage of the license and salt taxes, Lytton was forced to reassure the Indian and English publics in his usual long-winded fashion of their benevolent purpose. The sole justification for the increase which has just been imposed upon the people of India, for the purpose of ensuring this empire against the worst calamities of a future famine, is the pledge we have given that a sum not less than £1.5 million sterling, shall be annually applied to it. The pledges which my financial colleague was authorized to give, on behalf of the government, were explicit and full as regards these points. For these reasons, it is all the more binding on the honor of the government to redeem to the uttermost, without evasion or delay, those pledges, for the adequate redemption of which the people of India have, and can have, no other guarantee than the good faith of their rulers. 116. But the Viceroy was lying through his elegant whiskers. Famine insurance was a cynical facade for raising taxes to redeem cotton duties and finance the invasion of Afghanistan. The truth can be found in Lytton's correspondence. Lord Salisbury thinks that we are trying by our present measure to get more revenue than we absolutely need. And writing to you confidentially, I cannot deny that, in a certain sense and to a certain extent, this is quite true. But if we do not take advantage of the present situation, for screwing up the revenue, we shall never be able to reform our tariff which grievously needs reform. 117. Indeed, from 1877 to 1881, the whole accumulated fund was used either to reduce cotton goods tariff or for the Afghan war. It did not take the Liberals long to expose such an egregious deceit, and during his famous Midlothian campaign in 1880 Gladstone repeatedly stirred the crowds against Tory perfidy. Has the pledge been kept? He thundered. The taxation was levied. The pledge was given. The pledge has utterly been broken. The money has been used. It is gone. It has been spent upon the ruinous, unjust, destructive war in Afghanistan. 118. The intrigues over the famine fund were paralleled by the government's manipulation of the Royal Commission to investigate the disaster. Although the maneuvers surrounding the creation of the Famine Commission were mainly controlled by the Strachey brothers, its impetus seems to have come directly from Salisbury, whose worries, in the face of a liberal resurgence, were strictly partisan. Strachey will also explain to you, he wrote Lytton in November 1877, what I have talked a good deal to him about the necessity of some commission on famine measures in the future, in order to save ourselves from the irrigation quacks. They will undoubtedly make a strong fight, for I observe that under the presidency of Cotton, they have been beginning some sort of league, for the parliamentary campaign. It was suggested that the Viceroy could steal his opponent's clothes through a harmless endorsement, provided it could pay its way, of irrigation as a famine safeguard. The presidency of the commission was safely entrusted to Lt. General Sir Richard Strachey, who as member of the India Council and brother to Lytton's finance chief was unlikely to find fault with himself or his sibling. Convened in early 1878, the commission did not submit a report until June 1880.119. The establishment of the Famine Commission, writes one historian, was carried out as a political exercise to produce a favourable report, rather than as a measured response to one of the most significant problems of the Government of India. General Strachey protected his brother's policies. 120. The whitewash, however, was not unanimous. Two of the commissioners, the Old India Hand James Caird and Madras civil servant H. Sullivan, dissented along lines similar to Buckingham's policies in 1876-77. They urged the government to buy and store grain in the most famine-prone districts, and in the future to relieve the weak and infirm in their home villages. Both of these common-sense recommendations were subjected to scalding criticism by the majority who, instead, reaffirmed Lytton's policy of dormitory work camps and distance, task, and wage tests, supplemented as need be by poorhouses. Although the Commission recognized that the essential problem was shortage of work rather than food, the majority clung to the Benthamite principle that relief should be bitterly punitive in order to discourage dependence upon the government. 121. The report, as intended, categorically absolved the government of any responsibility for the horrific mortality. As Carol Henderson emphasizes, the 1878 Famine Commission set the tone for the future government response by asserting that the main cause of famine was drought, leading to the failure of the food crops on which the subsistence of the population depends. 122. In his 1886 critique of the Commission, H. M. Hindman caustically observed that famines are looked upon as due to natural laws, over which human beings have no control whatever. We attribute all suffering under native governments to native misrule, our own errors we father on nature. 123. Nehoroji likewise thought how strange it is that the British rulers do not see that after all they themselves are the main cause of the destruction that ensues from droughts, that it is the drain of India's wealth by them that lays at their own door the dreadful results of misery, starvation, and deaths of millions. Why blame poor nature when the fault lies at your own door? 124. The report convinced a majority of Parliament, and some gullible modern historians, that energetic measures were being taken to prevent future catastrophes. Just as misleading promises cloaked the misappropriation of the famine fund, deliberate confusion seems to have been sown about the accomplishments of the Commission. Contrary to the popular belief that the Commission had legislated an obligatory famine code, the report was surprisingly toothless and only adumbrated general principles conforming to utilitarian orthodoxy. By the mid-1880s, some 4 or 5 years after the famine report was published, most of the provinces had famine codes, but, apart from a reliance on public works for famine relief and injunctions about interfering with the grain trade, they were not uniform. 125. Just as Calcutta had reserved in fine print the right to loot the famine fund, there was no legal contract, Temple argued in 1890, between the Government of India and the Indian people to the effect that the fund should be exclusively devoted to famine purposes, so too it refused to bind itself by code to ill-directed and excessive distribution of charitable relief. 126. Convinced, however, that such famines were not only inevitable but would bring revolution on the tide, Hume again took up agitation for a political safety valve for Indian discontent. Fearing the rise of Maratha or Bengali counterparts to Ireland's violent republican brotherhoods, he proposed the preemptive organisation of a moderate Home Rule movement that could act as a unified interlocutor to a British Liberal government. The issue became urgent with the return of the Tories to rule in 1885, and Hume, with considerable sympathy from departing Liberal Viceroy Lord Ripon, engineered the foundation of the Indian National Congress in December with himself as General Secretary. The mood of the delegates, writes Maclean, was sombre and restrained. They gathered in the aftermath of a series of failures to obtain reforms. In the recent controversies over military expenditure, volunteering, impartial justice, and Indian admission to the civil services, nationalists had made few gains. 127. Nehoroji meanwhile went to England to run for Parliament in London. Wedderburn called it a flanking movement with the aid of radical liberals and Michael Davitt's Irish National Land League. Although their friend H. M. Hindman was already warning that the time has gone for imploring, if it ever existed, Hume, Nehoroji and the distinguished membership of the Congress were wagering India's future precisely on a principled appeal to English conscience. 128. As the violent reaction to Irish Home Rule over the next few years should have warned them, however, the age of Gladstone and J. S. Mill was giving way to jingoism and the new imperialism. New famines, terrible beyond all apprehension, were already incubating in the loam of India's growing poverty. 2. The poor eat their homes. History contains no record of so terrible and distressing a state of things, and if prompt measures of relief be not instituted, the whole region must become depopulated. Governor of Shaanxi, 1877. India was not alone in its distress. Although their fate attracted surprisingly scant attention in England, tens of thousands died from hunger and cholera in the northwest province of Ceylon, especially in Jaffnapatam and Kadavli. 1 Comparable horrors, meanwhile, were reported from North China, Korea, southern Java and Borneo, the Visayas, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Angola, South Africa and northeast Brazil. Across the vast Indo-Pacific region, barometer readings were characterized by the most extreme departures from normal pressure, since records began. ENSO's atmospheric half, the huge atmospheric seesaw of the Southern Oscillation whose fulcrum was near the international date line in the Central Pacific, played havoc with meteorological records everywhere. In Santiago, Chile, standardized station pressure plummeted from near normal in August 1876 to the lowest ever recorded in September, while, conversely, in Jakarta barometers began to soar in September, reaching an all-time height in August 1877, 3.7 standard deviations above the mean. The spatial extent of the pressure anomalies was vast, with records occurring in Lebanon, Australia, and New Zealand. Likewise, sea surface and nighttime marine air temperatures from October 1877 to March 1878 were the highest in history. The notoriously fickle East Asian monsoon and the usually reliable Arabian monsoon, whose rainfall over the watershed of the Blue Nile in the Ethiopian highlands becomes the annual Nile flood, disastrously failed to reach their normal latitudes. The apparent return to more normal conditions in late 1877 abruptly yielded to a secondary surge of El Nino conditions in early 1878 as pressure again plunged in Santiago and rose in Jakarta. In Brazil's nordist drought persisted well through the fall of 1879.2. Figure 2.1 The Global Drought, 1876-78. The impact of El Nino drought was amplified by the worst global recession of the 19th century. The intoxicating economic expansion of the age of capital, writes Erich Foner, came to a wrenching halt in 1873. The puncture of a speculative bubble in American railroad stocks, symbolized by the collapse of New York's J. Cook and Company, rapidly became a worldwide crisis that ushered in an entirely new business environment, one of cutthroat competition and a relentless downward price spiral. 3. The massacre of fictitious capital on Wall Street was punctually followed by the fall of real prices on Manchester's Cotton Exchange and soaring unemployment in the industrial centers of Pennsylvania, South Wales, Saxony, and Piedmont. Deflation was soon a wolf at the door of tropical agriculturalists as well. The abrupt decline in metropolitan demand for key tropical and colonial products coincided with a vast increase in agricultural exports as railroads opened the American and Russian prairies and the Suez Canal shortened the distances between Europe, Asia, and the antipodes. The result everywhere was intensified competition and the plummeting of agricultural incomes. World market prices of cotton, rice, tobacco, and sugar fell to their cost of production in many regions, or even below it. 4. Millions of cultivators only recently incorporated into market networks or webs of world trade were thus whiplashed by long-distance economic perturbations whose origins were as mysterious as those of the weather. In western India, Algeria, Egypt, which plunged into bankruptcy in 1876, and northeast Brazil, as well as in Angola, Queensland, Fiji, and Samoa, where Lancashire interests had orchestrated the conversion of vast acreages of subsistence agriculture to cotton production during the American Civil War, the boom had collapsed with the return of southern cotton exports, stranding hundreds of thousands of small cultivators in poverty and debt. See Table 2.1.5. Table 2.1. The cotton famine and after. Percentage of raw cotton imports by the UK, USA, Egypt, Brazil, India. 1860. 80. 3. 1. 15. 1865. 19. 21. 6. 50. 1870. 54. 12. 5. 25. Source, adapted from David Surdam, King Cotton, Monarch or Pretender, Economic History Review 61:1, February 1998, p. 123. Tropical sugar producers in Brazil, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies were likewise hammered by falling prices and the rising competition of European beet sugar, while Morocco's traditional exports of grain, wool, and leather declined in the face of new competition from Australia and India following the opening of the Suez Canal. In the Cape, wheat farmers and wine growers, together with stock raisers, faced the cold winds of free trade and indebtedness as well as the unbending orthodoxy of imperial finance in the shape of the Standard Bank. 6 Chinese tea producers likewise had to deal with the sudden rivalry of Assam and Ceylon, while Japan chipped away at China's monopoly on Asian silk exports. By 1875 agrarian unrest and rioting, on the largest scale since the Great Crisis of 1846–49, were spreading across the globe. China. The failure of the rains, 2 years in a row, throughout the basin of the Yellow River produced a drought-famine of extraordinary magnitude, overshadowing even the disaster in the Indian Deccan. Yet it took months for accurate reports to make their way to Beijing, and further long months for a sclerotic bureaucracy to organize relief campaigns for the 5 hardest-hit provinces. Even then, rescue grain moved slowly, if at all, through a series of deadly transport bottlenecks. The Qing had refused to build railroads or telegraphs out of the rational fear that they would inevitably become weapons of foreign economic and ideological penetration. 7 As a result, a year or more elapsed before the first meager shipments of silver or grain arrived in many famine counties. Millions died in the meantime and large tracts of countryside were depopulated. Such immobility was construed by resident Westerners as the very essence of a stagnant civilization. In reality, it was a rupture with China's efficient famine relief campaigns of the 18th century or even the previous decade. Drought was a grim finale to a quarter-century of extraordinary natural and social violence. Massive flooding in the 1850s had driven millions of peasants from their homes, many of them into the arms of the rebel armies Taiping, Triad, Red Turban, and Nian that came within a hair's breadth of destroying the Qing dynasty in the 1860s. The last insurgents, Muslim fundamentalists in Shaanxi and Gansu, were defeated only in 1872, and the accumulated economic damage since the founding of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom of Great Peace in 1851 was colossal. During the brief interlude of Confucian reform, the so-called Tongzi Restoration that followed the defeat of the Taiping, there were several attempts to return to 18th-century state paternalism, most notably during the 1867–68 drought-famine in the Beijing region, which was energetically relieved with official soup kitchens and rice surpluses from the South. 8 But the restoration's domestic phase was short-lived. Continuing and costly civil wars against Nian rebels in the north and Muslim insurrectionists in the northwest, followed by a major intervention in Central Asia, further drained the imperial budget and forced the Qing to slash non-military expenditures. Beijing was also forced to resume the rampant sale of offices, a major source of the corruption that the Taiping had tried to extirpate. The scale and intensity of the 1876–78 drought would have sorely tested the most scrupulous Golden Age administrations of the previous century. Now, thanks to epic grain fraud by hundreds of corrupt magistrates and their merchant conspirators, as well as the seasonally unavoidable condition of the Grand Canal, it quickly became a cataclysm. The small cultivator of North China has been famously described as a man standing permanently up to his neck in water, so that even a ripple is sufficient to drown him. 9 But the drought that began in 1876 was a tsunami, not a ripple. 10,000 men-holes. The monsoon stalled over Guangdong and Fujian in the spring and summer of 1876, drowning those provinces in rain and flood, while all of northern China as far as the Korean border was parched by drought. Most of the summer and autumn harvests were totally lost. At the British legation, Chinese Secretary W. Mayers carefully monitored the Imperial Gazette and reported back to the Foreign Office on the development of the ensuing famine. The first evidence of official concern with the failed summer monsoon was on June 22, 1876, when the 5-year-old emperor, his father, and uncle oversaw sacrifices and prayers for rain. The next day 100,000 taels were allocated for drought relief in Hebei, Shandong, and Henan. Little else was noted until early October, when the governor of Shandong borrowed 30,000 taels for soup kitchens from his customs revenue, and then, shortly before Christmas, when Beijing suddenly diverted a large quantity of tribute grain. Any doubts about the gravity of the famine were removed at the beginning of winter, when tens of thousands of threadbare refugees suddenly appeared in the streets of Tianjin, Tientsin, Yantai, Chifu, Zhengzhou, Chengchao, and even Shanghai. 10 The stories they told, which missionaries confirmed, were chilling. In eastern Shandong, where 3 dry years had preceded the full-fledged drought of fall 1876, the desperate peasantry were reported to be eating their own homes. Figure 2.2 Famine in China, 1876-78. In the summer the great cry of the mass of the people was for rain, rain. Now it is for very life. Having finished their corn, they eat grain husks, potato stalks, and elm bark, buckwheat stalks, turnip leaves and grass seeds, which they gather in the fields and sieve the dust off. When these are exhausted, they pull down their houses, sell their timber, and it is reported everywhere that many eat the rotten kaoliang reeds, sorghum stalks, from the roof, and the dried leaves of which they usually burn for fuel. Then they sell their clothes and children. 11. With the onset of winter, the caloric deficit was aggravated by the cold. Since the price curve of fuels followed that of grain, 12 peasants had no choice but to burn what was left of their homes for warmth. The famed American missionary Samuel Wells Williams was haunted for the rest of his life by the image of people like specters hovering over the ashes of their burnt houses, and making pyres for themselves out of the ruins of their temples. 13. When there was nothing left to fuel a fire, those peasants who chose not to flee southward to the cities of Jiangsu resorted to the extraordinary stratagem of crowding together in giant underground pits. In the eastern suburb of Chingchu, reported the Welsh missionary Timothy Richard, 4 such pits were dug. In each pit as many as 240 people huddled for warmth. 1/3 of these succumbed within 6 weeks, leaving eagerly sought after vacancies. 14 The British consul at Yantai wrote at the end of the winter about the collapse of relief efforts in the drought-stricken counties of Shandong. The government soup kitchens in Ituxian still continue to deal out a scanty relief, but it is sad that their money is now exhausted and they will soon close. The magistrate of that district has put out a proclamation exhorting the wealthy to subscribe once more, but I fear with no effect. One can readily understand how powerless a district magistrate is to cope with a gigantic evil like this. 15. There is considerable debate amongst historians about the extent to which an explicit moral economy, with ritualized traditions of protest and redistribution, operated during food scarcities in societies outside of Western Europe. Some of the strongest evidence comes from missionary accounts of the famine in Shandong, where peasant women organized highly theatricalized demonstrations, suggestive of customary precedents, against greedy gentry and dishonest magistrates. In Wenqian County, a band of women marched to a rich man's house, took possession of it, cooked a meal there, and then marched to the next house for the next meal, and so on. In another locality, angry peasant women confronted a venal magistrate who had been pocketing relief funds from Beijing. 100 women one day, each carrying her kitchen cleaver and board, went to the yamen and sat down in the courtyard. The underlings asked them their business. They said they wished to speak to the magistrate. As soon as he appeared, one of the women chosen as spokesman cried out, "The magistrate who steals the money of the poor instead of giving it when they are dying of starvation deserves to be chopped into pieces like this." Then the 100 choppers beat a refrain on the boards, and all the women chanted in chorus, "He who steals the money of the poor deserves to be chopped into pieces like this." 16. Such militant self-organization, however, was generally only possible in the early phase of famine, before starvation began to dissolve the social fabric of the village and, eventually, of the extended family itself. By spring 1877 the drought-stricken Xian of Shandong were already partially depopulated by death and emigration. At Chiqian, a village of 200 families, wrote a missionary to the Shanghai Courier, I found that 30 families had pulled down their houses to sell the timber and thatch for food, 30 families had gone away, and 20 individuals were dead from starvation. At Qiangqialo, with a population of 30 to 40 families, 47 individuals had died of starvation. At Likaikwang, out of 100 families, formerly well off, 30 persons were already dead of starvation. At Powang, out of 60 families 40 persons were dead, and 60 gone away. At Meisu, out of 40 families 40 individuals had perished. 17 in a single Xian. It was reported that more than 100,000 dependents were sold into servitude to contractors from the south, although the government later nullified all forced sales of women and children during the famine. 18 The Italian missionary Father De Marchi described the heartbreaking calculus of desperation that pitted family honor against survival in the stricken villages of Shandong. In a village, entirely pagan, where I went to distribute relief, all the women, except 2 very old ones, and all the children of both sexes had been sold. On the other hand, in another village that he visited, many of the families had committed suicide to avoid the ignominy of begging. 19. The provincial authorities seemed hopeless. They were far more efficient in executing famine-driven bandits by the thousands, usually by slow, agonizing starvation in the sorrow cages, than in distributing relief in the countryside. 20 According to Richard, reported the Times's correspondent, they have allotted only 43,000 taels, about £14,000, for the whole of these 8 districts, a mere pittance for such a calamity. 21 Missionaries estimated that official relief efforts reached only 20 to 40% of the afflicted population in 5 provinces. 22 As mayors in Beijing observed, the empire was broke. 23 The revenue surplus accumulated since the end of the Taiping Civil War had been expended on imperialist expansion in Central Asia or in building coastal forts and arsenals. The empire increasingly had to borrow from foreign powers at extortionate interest rates. The crucial customs revenue for 1877 and 1878, for example, was collateral for a 21 million tael loan, raised through the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, that was used to pay off costs of the conquest of Xinjiang. 24 Left to fend for themselves, most of the provincial governments were already bankrupt by the beginning of the drought. As the imperial censors pointed out in an angry note in August 1877, what financial reserves remained were promptly looted by corrupt relief officials. 25 Nor were there any hidden resources in the countryside to compensate for official penury. On a local level, when government assistance was desultory, peasants had traditionally relied on blood oath fraternities, beihui, and mutual loan societies. During the terrible Shandong winter of 1876-77, however, village mutualism collapsed, bringing permanent discredit to the societies that failed to save their members. 26. Figure 2.3 A mother selling her children to buy food, Qinqiang, 1877. Not surprisingly, some farmers preferred to fight for their survival. Far more than in caste-divided India, a proliferation of heterodox religious sects and underground anti-Qing traditions offered Chinese peasants a cultural matrix for organizing and legitimating agrarian insurrection. In southwestern Shandong, towards the end of the drought, a certain Zhu Henguo, who made a living as a healer, claimed to be a descendant of the Ming ruling house and rose in rebellion. Poor folks from the region rallied to his banner, and held out for almost a month before drenching rains came and his followers dispersed to return to their now cultivable fields. 27. More commonly, entire villages fled towards the wealthy towns of the south. This organized system of village migration and collective begging was known as Tao Fang, and was clearly distinguished in law and popular tolerance from ordinary, criminal, vagabondage. 28 Faced with the threat of an aimlessly wandering peasantry, with all the consequences that this entailed, the government tried to channel and regiment migration with the help of the urban elites. 29 Although Beijing was surrounded by checkpoints during the famine, the wealthy gentry in the cities of Jiangsu, were ordered to keep their gates open to honest refugees from the north. The people from Shandong were carefully registered at urban shelters and issued coupons for rice gruel, used clothing, even basic medical care. Later, after the drought abated, they were given travel stipends to return to their homes, where magistrates often provided loans of seed and oxen to ensure resumption of the agricultural and fiscal cycle. But when, at times, the exodus from the north became too overwhelming or uncontrollable, as along the Shandong-Jiangsu border in 1877, the Qing had no qualms about sending in troops to turn back or even massacre the refugees. 30. While the turmoil in Shandong was diverting official attention, famine was rapidly spreading throughout Shaanxi and the greater part of Shaanxi, Hebei, and Henan, as well as the northern counties of Hebei, Anhui, and Jiangsu. In Hebei and Jiangsu, drought was accompanied, as it is so frequently, by devastating plagues of locusts. In total, more than 90 million people suffered from hunger in an area larger than France. 31 In Henan, where popular anti-Christian sentiment was legendary, missionaries called it Heartless Henan. There were no permanent missionaries to chronicle the progress of the famine, but the governor told Beijing that more than half the harvest had been lost and that Kaifeng was overrun with 70,000 refugees. 32 Other vernacular accounts described cannibalism, brigandage, and the death of more than a third of the population in the most afflicted counties. 33 In Lushanqian, a renowned hearth of banditry and rebellion, the poor peasants and laborers who maintained the irrigation system, locally known as Tangjiang, rose en masse. In the face of recalcitrant landlords who were unwilling to provide relief, the Tangjiang opened local granaries and distributed the grain to the poor. This act propelled other peasants to join the movement, and the numbers of participants reached tens of thousands. Only by calling up a large contingent of government troops could the riot be quelled. 34. Likewise, it was almost a year before the foreign community had any appreciation of the magnitude of the famine in Shaanxi, Shenxi. Provincial officials refused overtures of aid from the British Inland Mission, but allowed two representatives, F. Baller and George King, to make a brief visit. 35 The mortality in the 40 counties that lined the Great Wei River Valley, the crucible of Han civilization, was staggering. Human skeletons, recounted a later provincial history, lay along roads. On the average, a large county lost between 100,000 and 200,000 lives, and even a small one lost some 50,000 or 60,000. The only possible way to dispose of dead bodies was to dig huge holes, which today are still called 10,000 men holes. Dead children were thrown into water wells. 36 Hunger-weakened farmers were often finished off by the packs of wolves, gorged and stupid from the fullness of many ghastly meals that prowled the outskirts of villages and towns. 37 Shaanxi, the unspeakable. But the famine's macabre climax was in neighbouring Shaanxi, Shanxi, an impoverished, landlocked province as big as England and Wales with a population of 15 million. Drought had been entrenched here since 1875, but the province's densely populated southwestern prefectures had been temporarily able to mitigate food shortages with imports from the Wei Valley. The total crop failure in the latter was effectively a death sentence for hundreds of thousands of peasants in neighbouring Shaanxi. 38 Again, the Qing bureaucracy responded with excruciating sluggishness. At the beginning of 1877, a censor complained about corruption in the administration of relief in Shaanxi, and later Beijing issued a decree postponing the collection of land taxes. But it was only in March, a full year after the failure of the rains, that a sudden series of urgent appeals in the Imperial Gazette revealed that the granaries of southern Shaanxi were empty and the peasants were now living off pellets of dirt or the corpses of their dead neighbors. 39 As Governor Li Hongyan emphasized in his obituary-like report, entire social strata had been wiped out from the bottom up. The drought with which the province has been visited for several years in succession has resulted in a famine of an intensity and extent hitherto unheard of. As autumn advanced into the winter, the number of those in need of relief increased daily, until at last they could be counted by millions. The lower classes were the first to be affected, and they soon disappeared or dispersed in search of subsistence elsewhere. Now the famine has attacked the well-to-do and the wealthy, who find themselves reduced to greater misery as each day goes by, and they, in their turn, are dying off or following those who have migrated elsewhere. In the earlier period of distress the living fed upon the bodies of the dead, next, the strong devoured the weak, and, now, the general destitution has arrived at such a climax that men devour those of their own flesh and blood. 40. All of Beijing's belated efforts to move grain into the Loess highlands had been frustrated by the breakdown of the transportation system. The condition of the Grand Canal, inland North China's all-important lifeline to the rice surpluses of the Yangtze Valley, was especially distressing. "The most extensive and important canal in the world," wrote a correspondent to the New York Times, "it is now for hundreds of miles unavigable, its old channel grass-grown and encumbered with the rotting hulks of hundreds of the imperial junks which formerly brought their annual tribute of grain to the capital. 41 rivers that once fed water to the canal had been cut off by the realigned Yellow River or silted up through government neglect. As a result, water levels in the canal fell drastically with the onset of the drought, and only desultory efforts were made to dredge sections of the canal or, alternately, to send grain in small flotillas up the drought-shallowed and treacherously silted Yellow River. 42. Figure 2.4 Guguan Pass, the way was marked by the carcasses of men and beasts. With tribute rice shipments held up in the south, the government for the first time turned towards the wheat surpluses of Manchuria. 43 Although Manchurian farmers responded with huge shipments of grain, its progress towards the centers of mass starvation in Henan, Shaanxi, and Shaanxi was fatally impeded by a succession of transport bottlenecks. The first was in the port of Tianjin itself. As R. Forrest, the British consul in Tianjin and chairman of the Famine Relief Committee, complained, in November 1877, this aspect of affairs was simply terrible. Tientsin was inundated with supplies from every available port. The Bund was piled mountain high with grain, the government storehouses were full. All possible means of transporting it were commandeered and the watercourses were crowded with boats, the roads were blocked with carts. 44 other bottlenecks slowed the progress of the relief grain across the North China Plain despite warnings that the population of southern Shaanxi bids fair to become absolutely extinct. 45 The transport crisis reached a nightmarish crescendo in Guguan Pass, the narrow mountain gateway to southern Shaanxi. Consul Forrest traveled up the 130-mile-long mountain trail to see the chaos for himself. Frightful disorder reigns supreme, filled with an enormous traffic of officials and traders all intent on getting their convoys over the pass. Fugitives, beggars, and thieves absolutely swarmed. Camels, oxen, mules, and donkeys were killed by the desperate people for the sake of their flesh, while the grain they were meant to be carrying into Shaanxi rotted and fed the rats of Tientsin. Night traveling was out of the question. The way was marked by the carcasses of men and beasts, and the wolves, dogs, and foxes soon put an end to the sufferings of any sick wretch who lay down in those terrible defile. No idea of employing the starving people in making new or improving the old roads ever presented itself to the authorities. Gangs of desperadoes in the hills terrorized the travelers. In the ruined houses the dead, the dying, and the living were found huddled together, and the domestic dogs, driven by hunger to feast on the corpses everywhere to be found, were eagerly caught and devoured. Women and girls were sold in troops to traffickers, who took the opportunity of making money in this abominable manner, and suicide was so common as hardly to excite attention. 46. Figure 2.5 Suicides in consequence of the famine. Figure 2.6 The living strive for the flesh of the dead. When Richard, dressed as a Chinese, crossed over the 4,000-foot-high escarpment into Shaanxi later that season, 1,000 people were starving to death every day, and the representative of the Baptist Missionary Society, aghast at the magnitude of the catastrophe, thought he was witnessing a scene from the Book of Revelation. It had scarcely rained for 3 winters. Many county granaries had been empty for years or had been looted by venal magistrates, while the provincial government, crushed by the costs of the recent genocidal civil war between Muslims and Han, had no funds left to finance relief. Locust plagues, meanwhile, had devoured every blade of grass that had escaped the drought, and the once fertile countryside had been transformed into an ochre desert shrouded by howling dust storms. That people pull down their houses, sell their wives and daughters, eat roots and carrion, clay and refuses news which nobody wonders at. If this were not enough to move one's pity, the sight of men and women lying helpless on the roadside, or of dead torn by hungry dogs and magpies, should do, and the news which has reached us, within the last few days, of children being boiled and eaten up, is so fearful as to make one shudder at the thought. 47. Indeed, the correspondence of Qing officials confirms that children abandoned by their parents, were taken to secret locations, killed and consumed. 48. Richard later discovered human meat being sold openly in the streets and heard stories of parents exchanging young children because they could not kill and eat their own. Residents who everywhere went armed with spears and swords for self-protection also dare not go to the coal pits for coal, so necessary for warmth and cooking, for both mules and owners had disappeared, having been eaten. 49. Richard, on the other hand, was struck by the absence of the robbery of the rich amongst so much death. 50. The other European witness to the catastrophe, the Roman Catholic Bishop of Shanxi, confirmed Richard's most disturbing observations in a letter to the procurator of the Lazarist Fathers, later quoted in the Times. Previously, people had restricted themselves to cannibalizing the dead, now they are killing the living for food. The husband devours his wife, the parents eat their children or the children eat their parents. This is now the everyday news. 51. Almost 2 years after the drought famine had begun, on May 10, 1878, the British ambassador in Beijing reported to the foreign minister, Lord Salisbury, that while recent rains had improved the situation in Hubei, there was little sign of relief in Henan or Shanxi. The letters of the missionaries who remain there are merely stereotyped accounts of the same painful sights endlessly repeated. Every imaginable horror that famine can give rise to is said to have occurred on a large scale. One would prefer to hope that the extent of the disaster might be overestimated, if the numbers of destitute immigrants who may now be seen dying of want at the gates and in the streets of Peking itself, and the unusual prevalence of malignant fevers in the capital, did not bear witness to its reality. I heard yesterday, upon good authority, that as many as 7 million persons in all are computed to have died in this famine. The province of Shanxi alone is said to have lost 5 million of inhabitants in the last winter. If the drought should continue, it will not improbably become depopulated altogether. 52. These reports of the horrors in Shanxi were eventually circulated around the world by cable and later published at length in China's Millions, the famous British missionary monthly. Harrowing eyewitness accounts of famine conditions, its editor Hudson Taylor wrote, were needed to bring home to people's imaginations what was happening. Shanxi particularly preoccupied Christians because it was believed to be the epicenter of the opium evil, where the masses starved because 8 out of every 10 smoked opium and had abandoned the cultivation of grain. "See that poor wretch with the emaciated frame," editorialized Taylor, "he has parted with his land, his house, his furniture, his children's and his own clothing and bedding, and either sold his wife or hired her out for prostitution, and all for opium. It is the source of poverty, wretchedness, disease, and misery, unparalleled in any other country." 53. In London, meanwhile, a China Famine Relief Fund was organized by the Jardines, Mathesons, Reeds, and other ancient pillars of the opium trade. Describing the catastrophe as without parallel in the history of the world, the London Committee circulated a booklet by a Chinese artist depicting grisly scenes of Henan peasants committing suicide or eating their dead neighbors. 54. Although relief of the Bulgarian victims of Turkish atrocities, followed by appeals to aid starving Madras, were more popular front-page philanthropies, supporters of the China missions acclaimed famine relief as a heaven-sent opportunity to spread the gospel. 55. Here was an Archimedean lever, it was believed, to open the 9 whole northern provinces where darkness reigns unbroken. 56. Indeed, the General Missionary Conference in Shanghai in 1877 issued a famous call for the Christian Church to evangelize China in the present generation, taking advantage of what Arthur Smith termed the wonderful opening of famine. 57. The distribution of funds by brave and judicious men engaged in the relief work, added the British consul the same year, "will do more to open China to us than a dozen wars." 58. Guo Songtao, China's first minister to Britain, although repulsed by British gloating over their famine-generated openings, found it politic to endorse the relief campaign. 59. The famine-induced harvest of rice Christians, as Guo Songtao probably expected, was short-lived, and missionaries were soon complaining about the recidivism of their converts. The spiritual results of so much philanthropy in Shanxi, wrote one around 1890, have been very disappointing. After 13 years of work, the Baptist mission only numbered about 30 converts. 60. In the United States, the famous missionary and pioneer sinologist Samuel Wells Williams made a public appeal to Congress to return a portion of the indemnity extorted from China in 1859. Although it seems to be nearly impossible to rescue those in Shanxi, he wrote, the famishing in and around Sinan, Shanqiao, the Chao and Westerly Canaan ought to be accessible. A bill was accordingly drafted by a sympathetic congressman. But missionary humanitarianism and even American trade interests were overridden by the backlash of the Far West against the supposed yellow peril of immigrant labor. Starting in the sandlots of San Francisco in 1876, anti-Chinese violence had spread like a wildfire through the depressed towns and railroad camps of the western states. In Congress, as a result, the prejudice against the Chinese was too strong. Senator Hamlin reported the bill unfavorably, alleging that the starving would all be dead before the money could reach them in China. 61. The other powers were as unrelenting as the United States in their collection of indemnities from starving China. Meanwhile, fragmentary reports began to reveal the famine's terrible toll in Shaanxi, Hebei, and Henan, where, as we have seen, fierce anti-foreignism had discouraged missionary contact. It wasn't until early 1879, for example, that Europeans got a first-hand glimpse of conditions in Henan when W. Hillier, another British consul working on behalf of China famine relief, passed through the province en route to distribute 2,000 taels of silver in Shaanxi. In South Henan the land had already returned to cultivation, and angry crowds, shouting insults and anti-foreign slogans, threatened Hillier in the streets, but in the north, where drought still reigned, living human beings remained an uncommon sight in a silent landscape. Many towns and villages were almost empty. We heard nothing but the echo of our own footsteps as we hurried through cities of the dead. We had the curiosity to enter into one of these houses, but the sight that awaited us there gave us both so terrible a shock that we went into no more. We gave up talking much about the things we had seen. The misery was too deep to be discussed. Only in some homes were the dead in coffins or bricked in by their families to foil the certain alternative of being exhumed and eaten by starving neighbors. 62. Recognizing that if relief grain could not get through to them, they must go to it, entire villages continued throughout the winter of 1878-79 to desert their homes in desperate migrations toward provincial capitals and, especially, the great entrepot of Tianjin. Unwittingly they were trading starvation for the deadly epidemics being incubated in fetid relief camps and shanty towns. 100,000 refugees mainly from Shaanxi had flocked into Tianjin, finding shelter in hovels made of mud and millet stalks, but typhus broke out and in the cold weather 400–600 died each night. Their plight was all the more pitiful because so many thousands of them were virtually naked, having sold their clothes long before for food. 63 This epidemic phase of the famine had a microbiological momentum that extended mortality far beyond the spatial or social boundaries of starvation per se. Thus the typhus brought by famine refugees killed Europeans and Qing nobles as well as tens of thousands of plebeian city dwellers in Beijing and Tianjin. 64 Likewise, cholera, incubated in the flood-stricken districts of Fujian in 1876, worked its way north through China's coastal cities until it finally arrived in southern Japan. 65. Although the monsoon had finally returned to Shaanxi in summer 1878, the resumption of normal agriculture, as in the Deccan, was incredibly difficult. Writing to the British ambassador, Timothy Richard explained that in hundreds, or even thousands, of villages 7/10 of the population are already dead, and that only 30% of the normal amount of grain had been sown. 66 Some peasants were afraid of the violence that might result if they revealed seed corn that they had secretly hidden, while others were simply too sick or weak to work. Those who did manage to sow a crop then faced the challenge of guarding it against their famished neighbors. And when crops were finally harvested again in 1879, a new horror then claimed more victims. Among those who had survived to enjoy eating again, a pestilence of dysentery beat out typhus as soon as the harvest was gathered, and the stomachs of the people were inflamed by too great indulgence in unaccustomed foods. Fields of millet stood unharvested, sagged and decayed. In this way famine and its allied diseases continued to decimate parts of North China until the beginning of 1880 or even later. 67. 2. Brazil. Meanwhile, half a globe away, the interior of Brazil's northeast baked under a relentless sun and cloudless sky. The Sertão is a high, rolling plain broken by smooth-topped tablelands and rocky monadnocks of decomposing granite. Rainfall is dramatically orchestrated by El Nino, and few landscapes change their aspects so radically between seasons or wet and dry years. Nature here rejoices, wrote Euclides da Cunha in his epic Os Sertões, in a play of Antitheses 68, when, after an arduous ride from the coastal Ceará capital of Fortaleza, the famed Harvard geologist Luís Agassiz and his wife first glimpsed the rain-soaked Sertão in April 1868, they were flabbergasted by its lushness. Expecting a wasteland, they instead beheld a verdant prairie, beautifully green. 69. Yet when Herbert Smith, the special famine correspondent for Scribner's magazine, looked down upon the Ceará interior a decade later, it was all antithesis, a dry, cheerless desert, scorched with heat. As many as 500,000 Sertanejos had just perished from hunger and smallpox. 70. Da Cunha noted ghoulishly that under such conditions the bodies of dead men and horses were exquisitely mummified by the extreme aridity without any unseemly decomposition. 71. The drought in the northeast began 6 months after the failure of the summer monsoon in India. Indian droughts, as we shall see, tend to lead El Nino warmings of the tropical eastern Pacific by a season, while Brazilian secas lag by 1, sometimes 2 seasons. Vague rumors of a drought, according to Smith, had first reached the coast in February 1877.72. The unease was greatest in Ceará, where the previous year's harvest after scanty winter rains had been meager, but there was also concern about agricultural conditions in the high Sertão of Paraíba, Pernambuco, and Rio Grande do Norte. By March, the dreaded drought winds the steady, desiccating northeasterlies controlled the weather, and worried bishops ordered prayers ad pretendum pluvium in all the churches. Most Sertanejos, writes historian Roger Cunniff, crossed the narrow line between hope for a belated winter and total despair during the first 2 weeks of April. Having already lost 2 plantings in the false winters of January and March, they fearfully refrained from casting what remained of their dwindling supplies when light rains appeared, lest they have nothing at all for the long treks which were already beginning, or to sustain themselves for the long months of drought most were now sure were upon them. 73. Later, some savants would claim that the drought had been due to the extreme deforestation which had been provoked by the increasing cultivation of cotton. 74. Certainly the collapse of the cotton boom had immiserated much of the backland population, and they now began to wander in search of work or subsistence of any kind. Some huddled around the handful of marginally prosperous market towns in the river valleys that drain the high Sertão, while others, often in extended family groups, migrated hundreds of kilometers. The fazendeiros, ranchers, for their part, ordered their vaqueiros to take part of the cattle to the more humid serras or across the Sertão to Piauí, where the rains hadn't failed, while slaughtering the rest for hides and tallow. In some places, they shared this windfall of beef with the poor, in others, the poor simply took what they needed without permission. Sertanejos, the most honest men in the world, began to rustle cattle, even pillage fazendas. In Quixeramobim, the poor briefly seized power, warning that they do not have to die of hunger, knowing that in the houses of the rich are money and food. 75. Figure 2.7. Northeast Brazil, the Grande Seca, 1876–78. The scourged ones. But charity and riot only postponed starvation until midsummer. Then, according to Smith, good men turned away and cried in their hearts to God. Even formerly well-off fazendieros traded their slaves for grain and deserted their dying ranches for the towns. 76 The poor now foraged the skeletonal caatinga, thorn forest, for zeke cactus, the heart of the carnauba palm, even the roots of the pautamoko, ordinarily used by ranchers to poison anthills. The refugees, desperate from hunger after their long march, and not knowing the plant's toxic character, cooked and ate it. A few hours later, they were completely blind. 77 In July and August, corpses began to appear by roadsides and abandoned homesteads. By September and October, dozens were dying daily and beriberi was rampant in the fetid refugee camps on the outskirts of towns like Akaraku, Ico, and Telha. If the population of the Sirtao, especially in Sayara, were to survive in place until the winter, food had to be imported in massive quantity. 78. The commercial grain trade was as hopelessly unequal to this task as in India or China. A handful of opportunist merchants gouged spectacular profits without relieving any of the hunger of the interior. Small supplies of provision came in from other provinces and were sent to the interior towns on the backs of horses, but often the animals died on the way, or the caravans were robbed. In some places, where they had no horses, provisions were brought in on men's shoulders. The few baskets of mandioca meal, obtained in this way, were retailed by the merchants at fabulous prices, frequently 8 or 10 times above the normal, so that only the rich could buy. Since most local governments, apart from the wealthy port of Recife, were already bankrupt before the onset of drought, responsibility for the emergency passed to the provincial presidents, some of whom, like the recently appointed president of Ceará, Caetano Estelita, were utterly unfamiliar with conditions in the backlands. Although the Constitution of 1824 guaranteed subsistence as a right to every Brazilian citizen, the Sertanejos had few advocates. British utilitarianism and social Darwinism, above all, Herbert Spencer, had made rampant inroads in liberal thinking, while the conservatives followed a church hierarchy that preached that the drought was God's punishment to Brazil for accepting the materialistic ways of the 19th century. Against God, thundered a conservative leader during a legislative debate on famine relief, there is no virtuous insurrection. 79. Precious months, as a result, were lost in abstract philosophical debates before the conservative Estelita, shocked by the horde of indisputably famished Sertanejos suddenly descending on Fortaleza, began to send aid into the interior. By this point, there was virtually no pasturage or water left for cargo horses, so it had become impractical to ship food directly from the coast. The Cearense reported cases of all the animals in relief pack trains dying in futile attempts to deliver food to Taua and other interior municipios. 80 The president instead sent money, much of it raised by Cearense migrants in the rest of Brazil, to the besieged Sertão municipalities. It made depressingly little impact on the massive subsistence crisis. The last hope of preventing a fatal stampede toward the coast was truly heroic action by the Minister for Imperial Affairs, Antonio da Costa Pinto. Since the imperial government was also laboring under a heavy deficit, Costa Pinto instead chose to play the role of Sir Richard Temple, turning mere disaster into catastrophe. He authorized limited food shipments to the Nordeste but otherwise took control of relief expenditure away from the formerly autonomous provincial presidents. Meanwhile, as legislators in Rio wasted June and early July debating far-fetched schemes for developing the Sertão, drought refugees were spilling out of the desert-ifid interiors of Ceará and Pernambuco towards oases like the Cariri Valley in southeastern Ceará, Triunfo in Pernambuco and ACU in Rio Grande do Norte. Far from mitigating the crisis, Cunniff points out, this simply generalized the immiseration to areas where the rains had not failed. The masses of hungry people and cattle carried the destruction of the drought into regions that had escaped the meteorological effects. Triunfo complained that it had been converted into a cattle ranch for the abuse of the poor by the rich. The roving cattle moved into the agreste regions, smashing the cane, manioc, and other crops, and reducing to the last degree of misery and despair the class that lives exclusively from agricultural labor. Human refugees as well consumed and destroyed crops, quickly rendering the traditional agricultural hills and brejos nearly as desperate for food as the drought regions. 81. In the Inhamons Sirtao in southwestern Ceará, the leading oligarchs, the Fitoses, had temporarily quieted panic with food imports from unafflicted Piauí, while the provincial government provided some relief work for the poor. By June, however, even the well-to-do were ready to flee. A prominent citizen of Saboiro, Captain Salescho Ferrer, wrote on June 12 that migration was about the only course left open to most of the inhabitants of that municipio, since it was becoming increasingly difficult to find water. Many leaders of the community, he added, were forming a caravan to depart for Piauí in the following month. Grave must have been our sins, Captain Ferrer wrote of the Sika, to have deserved such horrible punishment. By midsummer the region was almost deserted, only an estimated 10% of the population, some of them now Cangacerios, grimly attempted to wait out the drought on their ruined farms and fazendas. A large number, writes Billy James Chandler, went to Piauí, particularly those who had some resources, while others sought refuge in Ipu, the Cariri, and Fortaleza 82. As the population of the Sirtao now drew closer to the humid Zona de Mata, the sugar planters and urban merchants were forced to weigh difficult alternatives. The frightened elites vacillated over whether to divert the retirants, more wild beasts than rational human beings, to the labor-hungry Amazon, and thereby risk losing part of their surplus workforce, or allow them into the cities where, mixing with slaves and poor artisans, they might pose an insurrectionary threat. In Fortaleza, the pharmacist Rodolfo Theophilo kept a famous diary that chronicled the growing presence of desperate backlanders. The sad procession, he wrote, paraded along the streets of the capital at all hours. Real animated skeletons, with skin blackened by the dust from the roads and stuck to their bones, held out their hands begging from everyone they met. A wave of looting and theft by the refugees was countered by bourgeois vigilantism and lynching that went unpunished because the retyrant was considered a leprous dog who was going to stain the land. 83. Frightened by the strange army of ghost-like Sertanejos, the liberal opposition in Ceará reluctantly agreed to support a conservative plan to ship the retyrants at imperial expense to the provinces of Amazonas and Para. Others were sent off to Recife, where they were loaded together with slaves on packets for transshipment to Rio and the labor-hungry southeast. Large landowners, however, expressed misgivings about such a massive exodus of workers, and Costa Pinto in Rio dragged his feet in remitting the promised subsidies. Grasping at an alternative policy to control an invasion that would eventually swell Fortaleza's population from 25,000 to 130,000, President Estelita ordered rough shelters constructed for the hordes investing the city in a dole of both money and food allotted to those unable to work. Costa Pinto and his conservative allies in Fortaleza, however, denounced this as a waste of money. Estelita, as a result, was replaced by a new, more conservative appointee, João Aguiar, who promptly discontinued the dole and public works. With Costa Pinto's support, he returned instead to the strategy of deporting the Sertanejos to the Rhine forests. Although thousands were debarked, usually in overcrowded and squalid conditions, there was not enough coastal shipping to keep up with the influx of refugees into Fortaleza and Recife. Meanwhile, on the rim of the Sertao, a human dam was about to burst. 84. Figure 2.8 Exodus from the Sertao. The exodus to the coast. By New Year's Day 1878 perhaps 50,000 had died in Ceará, several tens of thousands more in other provinces of the northeast. For a long, terrible year, the majority of the Sertao's people had clung to the land, waiting for the winter rains to work magic. In January it rained for a few days, raising spirits as well as a few blades of grass. Farmers scattered some of the seeds they had carefully guarded through months of hunger. But the skies cleared and the first planting shriveled. Scribner's correspondent Smith, who arrived at the end of the year, interviewed scores of survivors about what happened next. 1st of March, and no rains. Government aid almost withdrawn. No food left in the villages, no hope for the starving peasants. Then, as by one impulse, a wild panic caught them. 400,000, they deserted the Sertao and rushed down to the coast. Oh! It was terrible, that mad flight. Over all the roads there came streams of fugitives, men and women and little children, naked, lean, famine-weak, dragging wearily across the plains, staining the rocky mountain paths with their bleeding feet, begging, praying at every house for a morsel of food. They were famished when they started. 2, 3, 4 days at times, they held their way, then the children lagged behind in weakness, calling vainly to their panic-wild fathers, then men and women sank and died on the stones. I have talked with men who came from the interior with the great exodus. They tell stories of suffering to wring one's heart, they tell of skeleton corpses unburied by the roadside, for 100,000 dead, some say 150,000, were left by the way. 85. The retirada to the coast overwhelmed provincial resources. In the drought-famine's epicenter, the state of Ceará, almost total social collapse had occurred by the spring of 1878. The treasury was empty, commerce non-existent, and over 100,000 refugees clogged the towns on and near the coast. Outlaw bands roamed the backlands, threatening to displace completely the fragmented civil authority. 86. It is horrible to see, wrote the future saint of Josierro, the priest Cicero Romão Batista, that the despair of hunger has led the indigent population to eat cows that have died of carbuncle, knowing, and saying, that they will soon die from eating them, and eating horses, dogs, cane already chewed by others, pieces of leather, and anything else they can find. It is horror upon horror. 87. A trader told Smith that a refugee asked permission to kill rats in his store, that he might eat them. Horrifying rumors of cannibalism were relayed as far as Rio by retirants. 88. After a starving mob looted the municipal market in Fortaleza, the middle classes locked themselves in their big houses. President Aguiar, who had compounded the chaos by cutting off relief, had fled the province in early February, and power finally passed from the defeated and bitterly divided Conservatives to the Liberal Party. Equally opposed to Estelitas Dole, the Liberals extolled the example of the Lytton administration in India and proposed to restore order in Ceará with strictly scientific British methods. Their approach, as Cunniff points out, had been eloquently outlined by the famous engineer and liberal ideologue André Reboucas the previous October during a 3-day debate at the Polytechnic Institute in Rio. Although he insisted that the government had a constitutional obligation to render relief to every citizen, he agreed with the rising sentiment that it should not be in the form of a dole. There was, he said, a lamentable Latin tendency to confuse relief with charity. Citing the immortal Richard Cobden, he urged salaried employment on public works as the most efficient and morally appropriate remedy. He was guided by the example of the British government's handling of the severe drought in India, which had begun in 1876 and was still in progress, an account of which he had just read in the journal Des Economists. 89. Motivated primarily by fears of revolution and epidemic, the new liberal president of Ceará, José de Albuquerque, stepped up the shipments of labor power to Amazonas and Para, in some cases allowing local elites to forcibly deport retirants. Consciously following the example of the British government in India, he ordered local relief committees to begin projects suitable to unskilled labor and to give relief only in exchange for labor. In Fortaleza, tens of thousands of retirants were relocated to makeshift work camps outside the city, where they toiled in construction gangs of 100. Elsewhere, in Pernambuco as well as Ceará, the Sertanejos provided labor armies for the railroads, most of them never completed, that the liberals hoped to build with imperial support. Although the ration in the camps 1/2 kilogram of meat, 1 liter of manioc flour and 1 liter of a vegetable daily was a banquet compared to the temple wage, the living conditions were fully as deplorable as in the Deccan. 90. The refugees, reported Smith, were huddled together about Fortaleza and Aracati, barely sheltered from the sun in huts of boughs or palm leaves. The camps were filthy to the last degree, no attempt was made to enforce sanitary rules. 91. Before the famine, smallpox outbreaks had been confined to small scattered pockets of the Sertão, and most of the population had lost the community resistance that comes from surviving regular exposure. Equally, for reasons that remain unclear, vaccination was uncommon in the rural Nordeste. As a result, the squalid work camps provided virgin soil for smallpox in the same way that the Indian camps had given full scope to murderous cholera outbreaks. The greatest horror of the drought, smallpox, reached Ceará in the middle of 1878 after having ravaged the Paragon capital of João Pessoa. Smith estimated that 1/3 of the population of Fortaleza died in the months of November and December 1878 alone, while Albuquerque testified that 100,000 had perished in Ceará by the end of 1879, including his own wife. The imperial government's only response to the emergency, says Cunniff, was to send limited quantities of weak vaccine. Cearense refugees subsequently carried the epidemic as far afield as Belém and Rio de Janeiro. 92 A popular poet wrote of the despair of the retirants trapped between starvation and disease. Let us march on and face 30,000 epidemics. Cold, dropsy, which no one can escape. Those who go to the lowlands die of the epidemic. Those who stay in the Sertão go hungry every day. 93. Although the government ordered a cessation of all relief in June 1879 and thousands of retirants were forcibly expelled from Recife, the Great Drought did not actually end until the beginning of March 1880, when the rains turned the Sertão green for the first time in more than 3 years. With 80% of the herds destroyed, even fazendeiros were temporarily forced to scratch at the earth for their subsistence. Much of the Sertão never completely recovered. Surveys by Cearense officials over the next decade revealed the profundity of the Seca's impact. In Arneiras, the Viradores in 1881 estimated that 90% of the inhabitants left the municipio during the drought and that 50% of those had not returned by August 1881, 2 winter seasons after it ended. In regard to the recovery of the cattle industry, the provincial president reported in 1887 that in a few areas herds were beginning to near their 1876 size. Within the Inhumans, there are many who believe that area never fully recovered from the drought of 1877-79, a result of the havoc wrought on fortunes and herds and the general feeling of demoralization which ensued. The Great Drought, it is said, cast a long shadow. 94. Figure 2.9 Retirants, Ceará, 1877. Indeed, Gilberto Freire explains, the apocalyptic double sevens 1877 became the dramatic synthesis in Brazilian memory of the conjoined tragedies of drought and underdevelopment. Yet some sectors of the Nordists' ruling class discovered that the drought industry was more profitable than the declining regional staples of sugar and cotton. This was certainly true for Singlehurst, Brocklehurst and Company, the British merchant house in Fortaleza, which supplied vast quantities of provisions to the government and transported thousands of retirants to the Amazon on their coastal steamers. Likewise, big sugar planters profiteered from lucrative imperial grants for temporarily putting drought refugees to work. A precedent was thus set for allowing the corones, the landowners who dominated provincial and local politics in the Nordeste, to plunder disaster aid. Development became simply a euphemism for subsidizing a reactionary social order, and over the next century vast sums of drought relief disappeared into the Sertão without leaving behind a single irrigation ditch or usable reservoir for its long-suffering population. 95. The double sevens, however, did spell the beginning of the end to slavery in Brazil. Land, cattle, and free labor in the Sertão became almost valueless commodities during the drought, leaving slaves, in keen demand by Paulista coffee planters, as the major fungible asset of the fazendeiros. Selling slaves to the south, like exporting free labor to the Amazon, generated obscene prosperity amid general catastrophe. The Baron Ibiapaba, Joaquim de Cunha Freire, for example, profited greatly, being the principal exporter of human cargo from both Fortaleza and Mossoró. From Fortaleza alone, he was reputed to have sold at least 15,000 slaves south. This sudden revival on a grand scale of the slave trade, with all the brutal public spectacles that accompanied it, provoked enormous public resentment, particularly in Ceará where emancipation societies formed in virtually every town. Within 6 years, popular agitation had not only ended slavery in Ceará, the first province to do so, but sparked similar crusades across the northeast. 4 years later, in the final twilight of the Old Empire, slavery was abolished throughout Brazil. 96. 3. Gunboats and messiahs. Previously one laughed at the state of one's heart, now nothing at all elicits joy or laughter. It is said that people live on hope. I have no hope even of living. Mirza Asadullah Khan Ghalib. India, China, and Brazil accounted for the most massive mortality, but the world drought of the 1870s had profound and deadly impacts in at least a dozen other lands. Peasant producers, as we have seen, were already reeling from the impact of the trade depression, which deepened abruptly in 1877. Drought and famine gave foreign creditors, allied with indigenous moneylenders and compradors, new opportunities to tighten control over local rural economies through debt or outright expropriation. Pauperized countrysides likewise provided rich harvests of cheap plantation labor as well as missionary converts and orphans to be raised in the faith. And where native states retained their independence, the widespread subsistence crises in Asia and Africa invited a new wave of colonial expansion that was resisted in many cases by indigenous millenarianism. El Nino was thus followed by gunboats and messiahs as well as by famine and disease. In the Korean case, the opportunist power was Japan. In a familiar pattern, the drought in North China extended latitudinally across the Yellow Sea into Korea's breadbasket Cholya region. The ensuing famine and peasant unrest coincided with the implementation of the Open Door Treaty that Meiji Japan had extorted from Korea in 1876 and offered the Japanese a pretext for further prying open the Hermit Kingdom for economic exploitation. Thus Japanese envoy Hanabusa, meeting with wary Korean officials aboard a warship in November 1877, relentlessly lobbied them to accept a debt of relief. After exchanging gifts they talked about the past year's drought. The Koreans said it was terrible and is equally bad this year. Hanabusa asked if they would like to get some Japanese rice. The Koreans made a deliberately uninterpretable reply, but Hanabusa renewed his solicitations at a meeting in Seoul several weeks later. Please send this message to your government. Since coming into your country we have been entertained with many dishes by your government officials, and I thank you very much. But when I think of hungry people even this sweet food will not go into my stomach. When his hosts replied that Korea was too small to undertake the reciprocal obligation of supplying Japan with rice during a famine there, Hanabusa reassured them that such a situation would never arise. Within a decade, however, the commercial export of rice from southern Korea to Japan during a drought would become a revolutionary grievance amongst hungry peasants in the Cholya provinces. 1. In Vietnam the coincidence of drought, famine and cholera was a bellows that fanned the embers of peasant anti-colonial resistance into millenarian revolt. With the killing in 1872 of Tran Van Ton, the leader of the populist Dao Lan sect, the French believed they had pacified their new colony. Unfortunately, as Reynaldo Iledo points out, they had not reckoned on the popular belief in reincarnation. As the threat of famine spread panic through the countryside in 1877, another Dao Lan apostle, Nam Thiep, announced that he was trans-incarnation and that the time had come to expel the French, widely believed to be responsible for this conjugation of disasters. Nam Thiep was able to unify the Dao Lan groups and mount a rebellion in 1878. He announced that the Low Era was ending, and that the reign of the Emperor of Light was being established. Peasants armed with bamboo spears and amulets attacked French garrisons, only to be driven back decisively by rifle fire. But this did not faze Nam Thiep, who in 1879 proclaimed himself a living Buddha and built a new community on Elephant Mountain, in the region of the Seven Mountains. 2. In the Dutch East Indies, meanwhile, drought ravaged fields and forests across two-thirds of the vast archipelago. Batavia, Jakarta, for example, reported less than one-third of its normal rainfall from May 1877 through February 1878. A brief respite in the boreal spring was followed by 6 more dry months until January 1879. 3. Crop failure, exacerbated by coffee blight and other fungoid plant diseases, coincided with a costly rinderpest epidemic that decimated buffalo, pigs, even elephants. 4 And, as in the 1990s, El Nino was synonymous with vast, mysterious forest fires. Writing from the normally luxuriant Sundas, the British naturalist Henry Forbes described local foreboding as the landscape seemed to spontaneously ignite. The parched surface of the ground broke up into ravine-like cracks, which, extending from 4 to 5 feet in depth and 2 to 3 in breadth, destroyed great numbers of the forest trees by encircling and snapping off their root. Shrubs and small trees in exposed places were simply burned up in broad patches. Crops of all kinds failed, while devastating fires, whose origin could seldom be traced, were so frequent in the forest and in the great alang-alang fields, that the population lived in constant fear of their villages and even of their lives and stock. It was in vain that the natives, following their superstitious rites, carried their cats in procession, to the sound of gongs and the clattering of rice blocks, to the nearest streams to bathe and sprinkle them. The rain after such a ceremony ought to have come, but it did not. 5 On Borneo/Kalimantan, according to Honnepin, the drought was a godsend to the Dutch, long frustrated by their inability to subordinate the ruggedly independent Dayak communities that controlled vast tracts of valuable rainforest. Although the commercially sophisticated Dayaks grew or harvested commodities for the world market like rattan and getaperxa, indispensable in undersea telegraph cables, they fiercely resisted sedentarization and plantation labor. At last in 1877, hunger gave the Dutch a means of coercion. The rice barns were empty and famine was imminent. In order to obtain money to buy rice, only two options were left to the Dayak, either to collect more getaperxa, of which the producing tree was already becoming extinct, or to sell one's labor to the Dutch, who had been eagerly looking for hands for at least 2 centuries. Now, the Dutch finally had the labor to dig a canal linking the Kahayan River with Banjarmasin and thereby to push the trade in forest products up to unprecedented levels. Even the most remote parts of Borneo were now becoming part of the global economy, exposing the local population both to new opportunities and to new risks. 6. But the drought was most life-threatening in the overcrowded and geographically isolated residency of Bagalan in south-central Java, where crop disease in 1875 had already depleted local grain reserves. The pressure of the so-called cultivation system or Kultuurstelcel, which compelled villages to cultivate export crops for the benefit of the Netherlands at the expense of their own subsistence, was higher here, as measured by the proportion of acreage committed to exports, than anywhere else in Java. 7 Although in its death throes in 1877 condemned as an impediment to private enterprise, the Kultuurstelcel had been crucial to the Netherlands' great economic revival in the earlier Victorian period. Remittances forcibly extracted from the Javanese peasantry had at one point provided fully 1/3 of state revenues. 8 Conversely, the system's pressures on local producers during the episodically dry years from 1843 to 1849, vividly described in Multatula's great anti-colonial novel Max Havelaar, 1860, had led to massive famine, mortality and flight from the land. There was such distress that in one regency the population fell from 336,000 to 120,000 and in another from 89,500 to 9,009. Local officials in Bagalan, where Kultuurstelcel methods still remained entrenched, feared that a disaster of similar magnitude was again at hand. When they attempted to buy rice to counter speculation, they were severely censured à la Lytton by the Council of the Dutch East Indies for abandoning free market rectitude. Batavia also insisted that the famished peasantry punctually pay its annual land tax. Villagers were thus forced to sell their cattle and other possessions to the same merchants who hoarded the local grain supply. Again, as in South India, tens of thousands of them were cut down by cholera before they could die of starvation. This conveniently allowed the Dutch to claim that epidemic rather than famine was the cause of excessive local mortality. 10. In the Philippines, the great drought struck hardest at the western Visayas, especially the island of Negros, where the explosive growth of sugar monoculture had displaced traditional food self-sufficiency. Just as the Philippines has been often described as a Latin American social formation in East Asia, likewise the Occidental province of Negros, whose population skyrocketed from 18,805 in 1855 to 308,272 in 1898, came to replicate most of the exploitative and unsustainable characteristics of distant Caribbean sugar colonies. Former Spanish colonial officials and army officers, as well as wealthy mestizo merchants, used their political connections to wrest through usury, terror, or purchase vast tracts of land in Occidental's western plains from pioneering Painayan peasants who had first cleared the tropical forests in the 1850s. They were replaced first by immigrant sharecroppers, then by debt-bonded wage laborers. 11 As Violeta Lopez Gonzaga has emphasized, sugar inexorably became an ecology of hunger. The widespread fencing of land and the emergence of the haciendas, landlords, and a landless proletariat, further led to rural indebtedness, widespread poverty, seasonal scarcity of food, an increasingly low level of nutrition and seriously adverse health conditions. Inevitably, such conditions led to high mortality rates which were the final result of a complex of factors ranging from hunger, natural calamities, and epidemics, to the absence of health services. Outside sugar, trading was minimal and the prices of food commodities very high. With the limited development of infrastructure, traded food items hardly reached the interior areas which had been cleared of forest and the traditional subsistence patches of the natives or the small migrant farmers. The growing commitment of agriculture to sugarcane production made the emergent laboring class vulnerable to hunger with the onslaught of storm, drought, or a plague of locusts. In fact, from the second half of the 19th century onward, the scourge of hunger frequently struck the people of Negros. 12. Locust plagues, particularly devastating to rice crops, were the constant companion to the long drought from 1876 to 1878. In the absence of any organized relief effort by corrupt Spanish authorities, the astronomical rise in rice prices in conjunction with low sugar prices and high unemployment condemned large numbers of hacienda de laborers and poor townspeople to starvation. Parish records suggest an island-wide excess mortality of at least 10%, with the rates rising as high as 50% in the town of Hinigaran and 30% in the town of Valladolid. As in India and Java, many of those who were weakened but not killed by the famine were subsequently picked off by cholera and malaria. 13. Negros' neighbor island, Panay, the sacred capital of Visayan shamanism, the Babalan, also suffered massive mortality during the drought. Again, starvation was conditioned by recent abrupt deterioration in economic autonomy and well-being. In the 1850s, Sinamay textiles sustained a rich trade that made Panay's principal port of Iloilo a dynamic commercial entrepot, second only to Manila in size and importance. Within 20 years, however, local textile production was destroyed and once prosperous Panay weavers were Indo-Europeans on the sugar plantations of Negros. As Michael Billig explains, the process was expedited by an extraordinary representative of free trade imperialism. In 1855 Iloilo was officially opened to foreign commerce, and the next year the British sent a vice-consul, Nicholas Loney, to the city. Loney was to be the single most potent force in bringing down the Iloilo textile industry and building up the Negros sugar industry. Aside from being vice-consul, he was the commercial agent for British firms and an indefatigable purveyor of British goods. He pursued a local mission of substituting cheaper, machine-made British textiles for the locally made ones and encouraging the production of sugar as a profitable return cargo. The fledgling sugar industry, unlike the older textile business, was thoroughly dependent on foreign capital. Loney lent as much P75,000 at a time at the low rate of 8%, compared to the 30–40% of the money lenders, and he provided state-of-the-art milling equipment at cost, under the condition that the Loney and Kerr Company be the sole purchaser of the produce. He was, remarkably successful in his mission. Iloilo's textile exports to Manila dwindled from 141,420 paisas in 1863 to 30,673 in 1864, to 12,700 in 1,869, to 5,100 in 1,873.14. Thus the ruined weaving villages of Panay, like their sister towns in Negros, had few resources to resist crop failure and price inflation. The records of the Augustinians, cited by Filomeno Aguilar, note the corpses strewn in the streets of San Joaquin in 1877, while oral tradition among shamans of Panay recount 3 years of drought and famine that ravaged this town and left people dying of starvation and thirst, as all the rivers and springs had dried up. As in Korea and Vietnam, famine produced a resurgence of folk messianism, in this case in magical rainmaking competition with the Spanish friars. 15. According to the lore, people sought help from the parish priest, but he failed to induce rain. Desperate in his inability to alleviate the disaster, the curate advised the town San Joaquin leaders to call upon a Babalan known as Estrella Bangat Bonway, who ordered that 7 black pigs be butchered, shaved, and covered with black cloth. She then took a black pig from the convent to the plaza, where she pressed its mouth to the ground until it gave a loud squeak. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and a heavy downpour followed. 16. Aguilar explains how the supernatural impotence of the Spanish priests in face of the drought, together with the inability of officials to contain the cholera epidemic that followed in its wake, inspired the shamans to mount direct challenges to a disintegrating colonial state, converting the whole of the Visayas into a theater of resistance. By the late 1880s, thousands of peasants and aborigines in both Panay and Negros, in a movement strikingly analogous to the millenarian refuges of Josierro and Canados in contemporary northeast Brazil, had withdrawn into autonomous armed communities in the mountains led by prominent Baba Ilans like Panay's Clara Terosa, an 80-year-old woman, who claimed to be the Virgin Mary, or Negros' Ponciano Alopra, a transvestite miracle worker known as Dios Buai, the waterspout god, for his her skill in rainmaking. Despite brutal retaliations, including massacres and summary executions, Spanish power essentially collapsed in the island interiors, leaving the Baba Ilans and their followers to confront the more ruthless, usurper colonialism of the Americans a decade later. 17. The Kanaks of New Caledonia, also stirred to rebellion by El Nino drought and hunger, made a desperate bid in 1878 to liberate the interior of their island from French colons and penal concessionaires. The French invasion of New Caledonia in 1853 had been a singular catastrophe for Kanak society. In less than 2 years, writes Miriam Dornois, the local chiefly system was destroyed, and the Melanesians were dispossessed of 9/10 of their best land and pushed into the mountainous interior. Assuming that the Melanesians would soon disappear, the French employed the policy they had used in Algeria refoulement, which meant that Melanesians were regrouped arbitrarily and stationed on limited reserves which in fact were infringed on little by little, or were situated in infertile zones not favored by the colons. This indigenous land shortage, the basic factor in the Great Native Insurrection in 1878, aggravated tribal conflict, as did the French practice of replacing village chiefs with their own sycophants. The new imperialists of the Third Republic, intent on exorcising the national humiliation of 1871 through colonial conquest, continued the Second Empire's huge thefts of Kanak subsistence space. When the natives protested, the Republicans haughtily decreed that the native is not the owner of the land, and when the French government appropriates land, it just takes back its own land. 18. Ultimately, a disastrous drought at the end of 1877, New Caledonian agriculture, as we shall see in Chapter 8, is highly vulnerable to ENSO, combined with French arrogance generated a crisis that enabled Chief Atai in the La Foa Valley of Central Grande Terre to bring together a coalition of previously hostile tribe. 19. In a meeting with French Governor Alry, Atai had emptied 2 sacks at his feet, one full of soil, the other of pebbles. "Here is what we used to have," Atai explained, "and here is what you are leaving us." 20. Kanak patience was pushed beyond all limits, as Martin Lyons explains, by the drought-exacerbated deprecations of European cattle of precious yam and taro fields. The livestock problem had been severely aggravated in 1878 by the drought of the previous year. This meant that cattle and other livestock had to search even further afield than usual for adequate fodder, and the native plantations were very tempting targets for hunger-stricken animals. The territory between Noumea and Bulupuru was especially dry, and graziers were allowed to take their herds onto government property near Aurel, for a small fee. The cattle arrived there starving in an area of flourishing native fields, and set about systematically destroying them. Colons did all they could to avoid the capital expenditure involved in constructing effective enclosures. Their attitude was that if the Kanaks wanted proper protection, they should build their own. One Kanak replied to a stock raiser who made such a suggestion, "When my taros go and eat up your cattle, then I'll put up a fence." 21. Following the arrest of several traditional chiefs in June 1878, accumulated Kanak anger erupted in a succession of ferocious assaults on white homesteads and gendarme posts. Caught by complete surprise, 200 Europeans were killed and panic spread to Noumea, where the settler mouthpiece La Nouvelle Calédonie called for a war of extermination against all Melanesians. 22. With reinforcements from Indochina and the aid of Kanak mercenaries from coastal tribes, French colonies mobiles under the celebrated Captain Rivière devastated much of the central region, burning hundreds of villages, confiscating food stores, destroying irrigation systems, killing warriors on sight, and handing over their women as booty to the pro-French tribes. The charismatic Attai was killed in a surprise attack, and his head with its mane of snow-white hair was sent to Paris to be scrutinized by savants. Although the colonial regime had experienced a very severe shock, and had only reasserted its dominance with very great difficulty, the cost of defeat to the rebel Kanak tribes was truly staggering. In addition to thousands of casualties and the deportation of their surviving leaders, native New Caledonians were permanently uprooted from the rich west coast of Grande Terre in favor of plantations, ranches and penal colonies. As Lyons points out, the division between the mainly French west coast and mainly Kanak east coast persists today. 23. Among the eyewitnesses to the Kanak tragedy was a survivor of another defeated insurrection, Louise Michel, the Red Virgin of Paris. Although some of communards in penal exile on New Caledonia joined the race war against the Kanaks, Michel passionately supported the Kanak struggle for liberty and dignity. She translated some of the haunting war chants of the rebel bard Andia, killed with Attai, and gave half of her famous red scarf, the red scarf of the commune that I had hidden from every search, to two native friends who joined the insurgents. As she explained in her memoirs, the Konakan insurrection of 1878 failed. The strength and longing of human hearts was shown once again, but the whites shot down the rebels as we were mowed down in front of Bastion 37 and on the plains of Satari. When they sent the head of Attai to Paris, I wondered who the real headhunters were. As Henri Rochefort had once written to me, the Versailles government could give the natives lessons in cannibalism. 24. Drought and imperial design in Africa. In southern Africa, the Great Drought became the chief ally of Portuguese and British aggression against still independent African societies. The Angolan coast has famously erratic rainfall, especially in the environmentally unstable region around Luanda. But the drought that began in 1876 was exceptional both in its duration, lasting until the early 1880s, and its scale, affecting populations as far inland as the Wheeler Highlands. 25. The majority of inhabitants of this land are mummies rather than human beings, complained Luanda's medical officer in 1876. A year later it was noted that the extreme weakness of African porters hired from the Galungo Alto district resulted in 14 deaths during a 4-day march to Masangano, while throughout 1878 5 or 6 people a day were reported dying from starvation in Luanda. 26. As Gil Dias has shown, the intensification of external trade pressures and colonial intervention in Angola from the 1870s onwards both influenced the growing severity of famine and disease and was influenced by it. 27. Despite the world trade recession, Angola's export economy had found several profitable niches for rapid growth directly at the expense of African grazing and subsistence farming. A commercial boom in rubber and, to a lesser extent, in coffee, produced a fever of gathering and marketing these products among Africans in most parts of Angola. European trade and agriculture expanded within the colonial enclaves centered on Luanda, Benguela, and Masames. New pockets of white settlement and farmland sprang up in the Porto Amboim hinterland and the Wheelah highlands. The slave trade also increased as a result of the rapidly rising demand for labor by São Tomé planters eager to benefit from the island's cocoa boom. Finally, the initiation of a more vigorous program of colonial expansion led to the beginnings of military occupation of Congo, Luanda, and the Ovimbundu Highlands. 28. During a previous severe drought in the late 1860s, the Portuguese themselves had been forced to retreat from plantations and forts in frontier regions like the edge of the Wheelah Highlands. Now, with the emergence of drought and famine-related epidemics of smallpox, malaria, dysentery, and sand jiggers, colonial troops made unprecedented headway against weakened populations in Congo and to the east and south of Kwanzaa. Likewise, Dias adds, the debilitating effects of hunger and disease in the decade of the 1870s may go far towards explaining why the social and political tensions generated by the spread of white plantations did not explode in revolt within the Portuguese enclave. Thereafter, the extension of the plantation system and the consolidation of colonial power in the Angolan interior were carefully synchronized to the sinister rhythm of drought and disease, as in 1886–87, 1890–91, 1898–99, 1911, and 1916.29. The drought was an even more important turning point in the Highveld and its borderlands, where it sounded the death knell of Xhosa, Zulu, and even, temporarily, Boer independence. South Africa's seeming prosperity in the early 1870s, fueled by the diamond and wool booms, barely concealed the emergent ecological crisis as too many people and cattle competed for reliably watered grazing land. The relief of the veldt with its innumerable rain shadows creates an intricate mosaic of rainfall variation as well as a complex schedule of ripening of pasturage, an environmental formula for interminable friction between pastoral communities. The ceaseless encroachment of Europeans upon the range resources of African societies, whose populations were surging, generated, in Donald Morris's words, an explosive situation which the next drought might spark off. 30 and the drought of 1876–79 was the most ruinous since the infamous arid spell of the early 1820s, probably arising out of back-to-back El Nino events, that had given the Zulumfakane the violent redistribution of grazing territories and homelands under Shaka its desperate energy. 31. In the Eastern Cape and Natal, European stock raisers were battered by the simultaneous crash of wool export prices and the dying off of their herds. Nature recounted how in the Cape, hitherto well-to-do colonists had to go into menial service in exchange for the barest necessities of life. 32 The Transvaal Boers, though less dependent upon world markets, were still hard hit by the conjuncture of drought, cattle disease, and a growing shortage of land. For Africans, of course, climate shocks were magnified by their economic marginality. Both Ciskei and Transkei, Morris writes, were greatly overcrowded with Europeans, natives, and cattle, and the land was overgrazed and failing. The ruinous drought had brought the frail native economy to the edge of collapse, and complaints of trespass and cattle theft were unending. 33 In Basutoland, 2/3 of the crop failed and the number of men seeking work doubled in a year, while, further north, the petty kingdom began to suffer from increased pressure on resources, the result of natural increase, the influx of refugees and recurrent drought. 34. Nor was Zululand the greatest surviving redoubt of African power immune. Despite the absence of European settlers, explains Donald Morris, this kingdom suffered from the same land shortage as the other territories. Many of the well-watered sections were hilly and stony, other grassy slopes and elevated flats were infected with lung sickness and red water fever had ravaged the Zulu herds after Sitshwayo's coronation, and the tsetse fly barred broad belts to settlement. Primitive agriculture made inefficient use of what remained, and the population of perhaps 1/3 Zulus was thickly clustered about such centres as the Royal Kraal at Ulundi while other sections were deserted. The drought of 1877 and the winter months thus sent a wave of pressure surging against the fertile lands between the headwaters of the Buffalo and the Pongola rivers, which had been a subject of dispute with the Transvaal since 1861. 35. The drought crisis, which weakened both African and Afrikaans societies as well as increasing the tensions between them, was an undisguised blessing to imperial planners in London. Since 1875, Disraeli and his colonial secretary, Lord Carnarvon, had been committed to a confederation scheme that envisioned a single British hegemony over the southern cone of Africa. Carnarvon's design, according to Kane and Hopkins, was to turn Central Africa and Mozambique into labor reserves for the mines and farms of the South. 36. The discovery of the Great Kimberley diamond pipes had overnight made South Africa a major arena for capitalist investment, but the British were stymied by the lack of control over African labor, a problem that was considered insuperable as long as militarily independent African societies continued to exist on the periphery of the diamond fields. 37. Thus from his arrival in South Africa in March 1877, Carnarvon's Special High Commissioner Sir Bartle Frere, a former governor of Bombay, moved with extraordinary energy to impose British power on the drought-weakened Bantus and Boers alike. Within a year he had raised the Union Jack over the Transvaal as well as ruthlessly crushed a last-ditch defence of Xhosa independence by Sarili's Galka in the Transkei, the ninth and last of the Cape Xhosa Wars. Cape troops in 1878 also put down a rebellion, sharpened by drought, among the mixed-race Griqua along the lower Orange River. 38. Frere's full attention then focused on a lightning campaign against Sitshwayo's Zulu kingdom. Although loyal allies of the British in their conflict with the Boer republics, the powerful Zulu kept a spiritual fire burning among Africans, the vision of an armed and defiant black nation that Frere was determined to extinguish. 39. In final talks before the British invasion, the anguished and betrayed Zulu monarch discerned a sinister connection between the High Commissioner's perfidy and the drought that was devastating his herds. "What have I done or said to the great House of England? What have I done to the great white chief? I feel the English chiefs have stopped the rain, and the land is being destroyed. The English chiefs are speaking. They have always told me that a crawl of blood cannot stand, and I wish to sit quietly, according to their orders, and cultivate the land. I do not know anything about war, and want the great chiefs to send me the rain." 40. Carnarvon and Frere sent the British Army instead. Arrogantly underestimating the military organization and valor of Sitshwayo's regiments, 1,600 crack British soldiers were annihilated at Isandlwana in 1879. The Empire struck back, in turn, with a systematic strategy of the burning of homes, the seizure of cattle in areas which the Zulus had not evacuated and, the destruction of the economic foundations of Zululand. Indeed, Michael Leven claims, genocide came close to being adopted as official policy. 41. Although the Zulu, overwhelmed as much by famine as by firepower, eventually surrendered in July 1879, the example of Isandlwana, Britain's greatest military disaster since the charge of the Light Brigade, inspired both the Sotho and Pedi to protracted resistance, and, even more ominously for Carnarvon's grand design, gave the Afrikaners under the tough leadership of Paul Kruger the military confidence to retrieve their independence at Majuba Hill in 1881 and assert control of the Rand's mineral wealth. North Africa's open tombs. Disraeli's new imperialism was more successful in Egypt, where the full human impact of the poor Northeast African rains of autumn 1876 and the low Nile of 1877 was not felt until the beginning of 1878, when famine was receding in South Asia and North China. In one of the most dramatic Nile failures in half a millennium, the flood crest in 1877 had been 6 feet below average and more than one-third of the crop area could not be irrigated. 42. The drought struck a peasantry already reeling from collapsing export prices, high indebtedness, a rinderpest epidemic and overtaxation. Cotton prices, already depressed by the return of the American South to world trade, slumped further with the World Trade Depression. 43. After 20 years of being an interest milk cow for European investors, the Khedive was forced to default in 1876, surrendering control over revenues to a Franco-British dual control commission. Now the claims of European capital, wrote Rosa Luxemburg later, became the pivot of economic life and the sole consideration of the financial system. 44 A system of mixed tribunals was established that allowed European creditors to directly attach the property of peasant smallholders, thus overriding the ancient Egyptian Islamic tradition that tenancy was guaranteed for life. Under extreme European pressure, regiments of tax collectors, with moneylenders following them like a vulture after a cow, imposed a reign of terror throughout the Nile Valley. Peasants who hid cattle or resisted the confiscation of their property were brutally flogged in front of their neighbors. 45. Wilfrid Blunt, travelling through Egypt on the eve of the famine, was shocked by the misery that the European creditors were creating in the countryside. It was rare in those days to see a man in the fields with a turban on his head, or more than a shirt on his back. The principal towns on market days were full of women selling their clothes and their silver ornaments to the Greek usurers, because the tax collectors were in their village, whip in hand. 46. The British consul in Cairo wrote to London that peasants were so desperate to escape the tax collector that they were simply giving their land away. Many of the poorer classes of native, calculating that they could not obtain from the produce of the land sufficient to pay the increased demands, offered their lands gratis to any person who would relieve them of it and pay the newly imposed tax. 47. Despite the failure of the Nile and widespread reports of starvation in the summer of 1878, tax collectors continued to mercilessly bastinado the peasantry. In Lower Egypt, where the drought hurt peasants badly, widespread foreclosures transformed a stratum of smallholders into impoverished day laborers on the latifundia of Ottoman Egyptian nobles. 48. The Times opined that boasts of triumphant revenue expeditions to the Delta sound strangely by the side of the news that people are starving by the roadside, that great tracts of country are uncultivated, because of the physical burdens, and that the farmers have sold their cattle, the women, their finery, and that the usurers are filling the mortgage offices with their bonds, and the courts with their suits of foreclosure. 49. In Upper Egypt, where ecology confined farmers to a single annual crop, the confiscation of cattle, grain reserves, seed corn, and agricultural tools in the wake of the drought was literally murderous. In early 1879, a special commissioner investigating famine conditions between Sahag and Girga reported that the number who had died of starvation and as a result of the want of sufficient food was not less than 10,000. He added that all this was the direct result of poverty arising from overtaxation. 50. Alexander Baird, a frequent winter tourist who had been conscripted to help organize an impromptu British relief effort, confirmed the acuity of famine in the Girga area. It is almost incredible the distances traveled by women and children, begging from village to village. The poor were in some instances reduced to such extremities of hunger that they were driven to satisfy their cravings with the refuse and garbage of the street. 51. Faced with death, or at least immiseration, some peasants revolted. In late 1877, British sources in Aswan and Luxor underlined the hazards of travelling in Upper Egypt owing to peasant banditry, especially between Sahag and Girga. These were the phantoms that haunted the Grant's trip to Thebes. When Cairo sent 2,000 cavalry to quell the robberies, the outlaw farmers took to the hills where, according to Juan Cole, they unfurled a banner of social revolt. It is hard to know how to think of the peasant brigandage of 1879 except as social banditry of the sort described by Eric Hobsbawm. The bandit gang operating between Sahag and Girga employed a rhetoric of social justice, vowing to unite those peasants oppressed by the state's overtaxation and brutal treatment of its subjects. 52. In the Maghreb, meanwhile, Algeria's fields and vineyards simply burned up in the terrible heat of 1877. Half of the grain harvest was lost and famine was reported from Oran in the west to Constantine in the east. 53. The worst scenes were among the Constantinois, where drought and hunger persisted until early 1880, then resumed with the bad harvest of 1881. The Russian traveller Chkhechev, who passed through the Mila area, was horrified to find that the poor population has been trying to survive for more than 2 months almost exclusively on boiled kiriwa, a noxiously bitter wild arum. Official attempts to minimize the famine were belied by the flood of skeletal refugees into the towns, and the Governor-General was forced to acknowledge the gravity of the crisis in fall 1878, when it was reported in situations officiels that the tribes of Titteri, in the south of Media and of Amali, those of Borj-Bururidj, of Hodna and of the region around Batna and Tavessa, were entirely without food. 54 But the disaster in the countryside was a windfall to the Marseille interests, who controlled commerce in North African livestock products. In the most drought-stricken regions, the harvest was utterly lost, elsewhere it was poor at best. The loss of seed ensured a poor yield the following year as well. Meanwhile, the lack of water and grass threatened to decimate the native herds. The interior tribes were forced to sell their animals to livestock dealers at dirt cheap prices. Exports of sheep doubled while wheat and barley exports fell by half. Likewise Algeria, which had exported 17,996 head of beef in the 3 years from 1874 to 1876, exported 143,198 head between 1877 and 1879. In order to avoid starvation, Algerians liquidated their only real wealth, their livestock. 55. In his magisterial history of colonial Algeria, Charles Robert Adgeron has shown how the drought of 1877-81 battened upon and, in turn, accelerated the general tendency of indigenous pauperization. After the defeat of the Mukrani uprising of 1871-72, the Third Republic relentlessly extended the scope of colon capitalism through massive expropriations of communal land, enclosures of forests and pastures, persecution of transhumants, and the ratcheting up of land revenues. Indian tax extortion paled next to annual charges that sometimes confiscated more than a third of the market value of native land. 56 In the Kabylia, angry poets sang that the taxes rain upon us like repeated blows, the people have sold their fruit trees and even their clothes. 57 Environmental disaster simply shortened the distance to an Irish solution of a fully pauperized and conquered countryside. Some architects of French policy, quoted by Adgeron, were keenly aware of the potentially revolutionary consequences of such complete dispossession of the native population. The greatest danger for Algeria, wrote Berthaud during another hungry drought in 1891, is the emergence of an indigent proletariat, an army of déclassés without hope or land, eager for brigandage and insurrection. 58. In the end, Algerians could only be thankful that the drought-famine of 1877-81, unlike its terrible predecessor in 1867-68, failed to unleash massive epidemic mortality. There was no such succor across the Atlas, where both hunger and disease were as proportionately devastating as in the Deccan or the Sur-Tao. The ancient kingdom of Morocco was convulsed by its worst economic and environmental crisis in centuries. Its countryside was turned into an open tomb. Once again, drought pummeled a peasantry already brought to its knees by the world market. As Jean-Louis Miege has shown, the European demand for Moroccan grain and wool, which had fueled a sustained export boom beginning in the 1840s, collapsed during the 1870s in the face of lower-cost competition. By the fall of 1877, when drought began its 7-year-long siege of the countryside, the economy was already in steep decline, bled by a growing trade deficit, huge debt borrowed from England to pay war indemnities to Spain, and a depreciating currency that translated into runaway domestic inflation. Between 1875 and 1877 Moroccan real income fell by half while the relative burden of agricultural taxation grew ever more onerous. Farmers and herdsmen thus had to face the dry winter of 1877-78, there was no rain at all in southern parts of the arable belt, and the great locust plague which followed, with much of their wealth already wiped out. 59. By spring 1878, desperate fellaheen were either eating their starving herds or selling them for a few days' supply of grain, cows for 5 francs, sheep for 1. Miege estimates that 75% of the nation's livestock disappeared in this manner. Moreover, as grain prices soared, the poorest villagers were reduced to grubbing for roots, some even tried to subsist upon the poisonous urnie. There were other instances where formerly prosperous southern peasants traded their farms to merchants for a single bag of grain. The Maxons' efforts to prevent foreclosures and alienation of land were successfully opposed by the Foreign Diplomatic Corps, who used their control over credit and relief supplies to demand strict adherence to the principle of free trade. 60. During the summer of 1878, as starvation became endemic, vast portions of the interior and south of Morocco were virtually depopulated as hundreds of thousands of people bolted for the nearest port and the security of imported grain supplies. As the worried Mogador correspondent of the Jewish World reported to his co-religionists in Britain, the pauper population of Mogador, always disproportionately large, forming about one-third of its entire inhabitants, is being rapidly increased by numerous famished Jewish and Moorish families from the adjacent districts. It is a fearful sight to see some of them mere living skeletons. There is no business now doing, except in articles of food, and consequently the working classes have nothing to do. They are selling their clothes and furniture to obtain food. If you could see the terrible scenes of misery, poor, starving mothers, breaking and pounding up bones they find in the streets, and giving them to their famished children, it would make your heart ache. Raise a few pounds if you can, and if you can do so, lay it out in rice at the wholesale brokers, and have it shipped by the steamers leaving England. 61. 6 months later, American and German consuls reported thousands dead by the roadsides, while the British consul, Sir John Drummond Hay, whose intelligence sources were unconsidered unexcelled, wrote in April 1879 that half the population of Sioux and of Haha has died of starvation. The flight to the coast, as in India, China, and Brazil, produced unsanitary concentrations of enfeebled people ripe for the spread of disease. Cholera, the universal scourge of famine refugees in this period, first appeared in Fez and Marknese at the end of July 1878. By September it was decimating inland cities as well as ports. In Marrakesh an estimated 1% of the population was reported to be perishing daily. When the cholera epidemic finally subsided in December, its place was promptly taken by typhoid, which killed off the Italian and Portuguese consuls and a number of prominent European and Jewish merchants, as well as tens of thousands of weakened commoners. 54. The crisis continued until the winter of 1879-80, when nearly normal rainfall allowed the resumption of agriculture after 18 months of complete dependence on grain imports from Marseille and Gibraltar. Drought returned, however, in 1881, an El Nino year, and worsened in 1882 when the south was again rainless while precipitation in the north was barely 1/4 of normal. The British consul, in a dismal repetition of his earlier reports, described harvests completely lost, livestock dying, and the famished population again reduced to eating poisonous roots. A second emptying out of the mountains and countryside likewise produced a new epidemic crucible in the cities that was exploited this time by smallpox, which raged through 1883. However, Morocco's long ordeal by famine and disease, as Meij emphasizes, was not without winners. The crisis of 1878-1885 hastened the rise of the commercial and landed capitalism that dominated the future of the country. The non-specialization of commerce permitted strong houses to switch from exports to imports of food. In the ports the famine created islands of prosperity. The tremendous redistribution of property likewise paved the way for famous comprador fortunes and allowed the foreign community to accumulate massive land holdings under fictive Moroccan ownership. It also inaugurated the era of great power rivalry, conducted with both loans and dreadnoughts, to turn Morocco's new economic dependence upon Europe into formal colonialism. 63. The global death toll. Where populations escaped mass famine, drought still brought massive and sometimes irreversible economic distress. Cape Colony, New Guinea, the Australian colonies, the South Seas, and, it would appear, almost every known part of the Southern Hemisphere, observed the editors of Nature in March 1878, have been suffering from a severe and protracted drought. 64. In New South Wales, a quarter of the animals perished on the world's greatest sheep range. 65. All of Polynesia, meanwhile, experienced environmental turmoil. Hawaiian sugar plantations cobbled together makeshift irrigation to deal with the driest year, 1877-78, of the 19th century, while drought forced desperate Gilbertese to hire themselves out as coolies on German-owned cotton plantations in Samoa, where missionaries in turn reported famine on outlying islands. 66 Drought in 1877 did huge economic damage throughout central Mexico, especially in Valley of Mexico itself, where the rains did not return until the summer of 1878.67 in the Mediterranean. Finally, drought and famine were reported in Bosnia, as well as locusts, which also plagued farmers in Andalusia. 68. But in the classic El Nino pattern, the climate system compensated deficit rainfall in one band of regions with surplus precipitation in another. Thus Tahiti was battered by a rare typhoon, while Northern California experienced its wettest winter in 2 centuries. 69 While Asia was starving, the United States was harvesting the greatest wheat crop in world history, 400 million bushels, and in California's Central Valley worthless surplus wheat was burnt for fuel. 70 Meanwhile, the heavy rains that inundated the southeastern United States may have contributed indirectly, through their impact on mosquito populations, to the infamous yellow fever epidemic of 1878, which ravaged cities from Louisville to New Orleans, killing tens of thousands. 71 British and Irish farmers, already reeling from the impact of American imports and plunging prices for corn and cattle, lost one harvest after another to the cold wet summers of the late 1870s, perhaps the worst sequence since the early 14th century. Hundreds of thousands of labourers and marginal farmers were pushed off the land in the final extinction drama of the English yeomanry. In Ireland, the disastrous 1877-82 harvest cycle, coincident if not causally related to the El Nino droughts in the tropics, precipitated both a new wave of transatlantic emigration and a decade-long agrarian revolt. Advised by the California radical prophet Henry George, Michael Devitt brilliantly channeled Irish rural distress into a land war that shook the foundations of the economic as well as political ascendancy. Finally, in coastal Peru, unprecedented rains, which continued intermittently for almost a decade, produced such an extraordinary transformation of the landscape that contemporaries believed they were witnessing either a mirage or a miracle. The Sechura, a notoriously dry and barren desert region, became covered with trees and heavy vegetation, the likes of which were never seen before or afterward. 72 Although none of the contemporary articles or letters to nature commented on this odd coincidence of epical aridity and record rainfall in different parts of the Pacific Basin, scientists a century later would suddenly grasp that it was the crucial key to the mystery of the 1870s droughts. The full measure of this global tragedy, Nature in 1878 called it the most destructive drought the world has ever known, can only be guessed at. 73, writing to a Russian correspondent about the British bleeding of India, Marx warned that the famine years are pressing each other and in dimensions till now not yet suspected in Europe. 74 In India, where 5.5 million to 12 million died despite modern railroads and millions of tons of grain in commercial circulation, embittered nationalist writers compared the callous policies followed by Calcutta to those emanating from Dublin Castle in 1846. The chief difference, as Indian National Congress leader Romesh Dutt later pointed out in his famous open letters to Lord Curzon, was that, instead of the 1 million Irish dead of 1846-49, a population equal to the whole population of Ireland had disappeared under the desolating breath of the famine of 1877-75. The official British estimate of 5.5 million deaths was based on projections of excess mortality derived from test censuses in the Deccan and Mysore reported by the Famine Commission in 1880. It is undoubtedly too low, since it excluded any estimate of deaths in drought-afflicted native states like Hyderabad and the central province Rajas. Nor, as Kohei Wakimura has pointed out, does it include the protracted famine mortality due to high food prices or the spike in malaria deaths, more than 3 million in 1878-79, among the immune-suppressed populations of the famine districts. I think it likely, wrote a contemporary British official quoted by Wakimura, that some portion of the excessive mortality, recorded during 1879, may have been due to this continuance of high prices. And especially I believe that many very poor people, who lived with difficulty during the last 3 years, had fallen into a low state of health which took away their power to recover from the attack of the fever disease prevailing so generally in the later months of the year. 76. Adding princely India to British statistics but not counting the famine's mortality shadow in 1878-79, historical demographer Ira Klein concluded that at least 7.1 million had died. In his important 1984 study, Klein also compared ratios of relief to mortality, see Table 3.1. Despite Lytton's assertion that riots were the recipients of promiscuous welfare, the vast majority of famine sufferers received no government aid whatsoever. Over stricken India, relief reached only about a tenth of those whose lives were threatened seriously. In the parts of northern India where the crop was almost entirely lost, there were nearly 8 famine-induced deaths for every person who received relief. 77. Table 3.1. Parameters of the 1876-78 famine in India. Millions. Province. Affected population. Average number receiving relief. Deaths. Madras 19.4.802.6. Bombay 10.0.301.2. Northwestern 18.4.06.4. Mysore 5.1.10.9. Punjab 3.51.7. Hyderabad and Central Provinces 1.9.04.3. Total 58.31.37.1. Source: Ira Klein, When the Rains Failed, Isha 21:2, 1984, pages 199 and 209-11. The 1878-80 Famine Commission statistics revealed a surprisingly perverse relationship between modernization and mortality that challenged British belief in life-saving railroads and markets. In both the Bombay and Madras Deccan, as Digby pointed out in an acerbic commentary, the population decreased more rapidly 23% where the districts were served by railways than where there were no railways 21%. This is a protection against famine entirely in the wrong direction. 78 In a study of the Kurnool district, E. Rajasekar came to a similar conclusion. The population loss 1876-78 in areas well served with transport, such as Paddy-Konda, was high compared to irrigated areas, such as Sirvel and Nandial, where though transport was ill-developed, better employment opportunities improved entitlement to food. 79 Likewise, as David Washbrook has shown in his study of Bellary, the death toll was heaviest in the most commercially advanced taluks of the district. Adoni and Alur, where nearly a third of the population was lost. 80 In Madras, the mortality was overwhelmingly borne by the lower castes and the untouchables, the Boyas, Chenchus, and Madas. Indeed, Rajasekar estimates that fully half of the Madagas were wiped out in Kurnool. 81. In the famine's epicenter in the Deccan districts of Madras Presidency, a fifth of the population perished and the demographic aftershocks, including a contraction in cultivated acreage, were felt for a generation. Rajasekar argues that the higher mortality amongst men and boys largely due to the temple wage and epidemic conditions in the relief camps left the next generation of peasants saddled with a higher, productivity throttling ratio of dependence to producers. In Kurnool, for example, the slow agrarian expansion in the district during the post-famine period is to be attributed not to the decline in the population per se but to changes in the age and sex composition of families of poor and small peasants, the disruption of their family life and the consequent general decline in the quality of their labor. Few of the famine survivors as a result were in any position to take advantage of the temporary recovery of agricultural prices. 74 Even as late as 1905, one settlement officer wrote, "The survivors among the riots were impoverished, many doubtless had deteriorated physically. A new generation has grown up, but the memory of the Great Famine still lives and has increased the dull fatalism of the riots." 75. In addition to their hecatombs of dead, South Indians were also embittered by the exploitation of starvation to recruit huge armies of indentured coolies, over 480,000 from Madras alone between 1876 and 1879 for semi-slave labour under brutal conditions on British plantations in Ceylon, Mauritius, Guyana, and Natal. When Indian nationalists and English humanitarians pressed Lytton to oppose the export of coolies, he haughtily replied that the government was purely neutral. 84. During the next Great Drought Famine, in 1896–97, there would be similar forced migration from the central provinces to Assam tea plantations, and from Ganjam to Burma. 85. Table 3.2. Demographic change in Madras famine districts. Percent. Bellary, Kurnool, Kadapa. 1872–1881 20.34 25.80 17.03. 1872–1901 3.89 4.63 4.41. Source: G. Rao and D. Rajasekar, Land Use Patterns and Agrarian Expansion in a Semi-Arid Region, Case of Rayalasima in Andhra, 1886–1939, Economic and Political Weekly, June 25, 1994, Table 3, p. A83. Table 3.3. China, Mortality Estimates. W. W. Rockhill. A. P. Harper, 1880. 1854–64 Taiping Rebellion 20.0 million 40 million. 1861–78 Muslim Rebellion 1.0 million 8 million. 1877–78 Famine 9.5 million 13 million. 1888 Yellow River Floods 2.0 million. 1892–94 Famine 1.0 million. 1894–95 Muslim Rebellion 0.25 million. Total 33.7 million 61 million. Source: Hang Weihe, Drought in North China in the Early Guangxu, 1876–1879, in Chinese, Hong Kong 1980, p. 149. 1877 was China's driest year in 2 centuries, and official Chinese estimates of the death toll ranged as high as 20 million, nearly a fifth of the estimated population of North China. 86 As we have seen, the British legation in Beijing believed that 7 million had died through the winter of 1877. The destruction as a whole, according to the 1879 report of the China Famine Relief Fund, is stated to be from 9.5 to 13 millions, the estimate accepted by Lillian Li in her review of modern Chinese language scholarship. 87 Hang Weihe at Hong Kong University meanwhile has contrasted different contemporary estimates, see Table 3.3, of Taiping and famine deaths. Since overwhelmed officials were unable to keep accurate records or conduct sample censuses, it is hard to evaluate the discrepant figures in historical literature. If anything, there may be a bias toward underestimation, since the highest monthly death tolls, from a late-starting smallpox epidemic on top of malnutrition, dysentery, and typhus, reportedly occurred in April and May 1879 after the famine was widely declared to have ended. 88. The few local statistics available are extraordinary. The most reliable foreign estimates came from missionaries working in the famine epicenter of Shaanxi, where Timothy Richards, who circulated questionnaires to local officials and Catholic priests, reported that 1/3 of the population in the north had died by 1879, and David Hill and Jasper McIlvaine estimated that a chilling 3/4 had perished in the southern counties. 89 Indeed, the famine in Taiyuan Prefecture was almost an extinction event with only 5% of the population reported still alive in 1879. Despite heavy immigration from nearby provinces during the 1880s, Shaanxi decimated as if by modern nuclear war did not regain its 1875 population until 1953.90. Table 3.4. Excess mortality in Shaanxi, 1877–79. County. Prefamine population. Famine deaths. Percent mortality. Taiyuan 1,950,000. 95. Huangdong 250,000 150,000. 60. Ping Lu 145,000 110,000. 76. Similarly, as Edmund Burke emphasizes, the demographic consequences of the crisis of 1878-84 make it one of the capital events in the social history of modern Morocco. 91 Meij thinks that mortality in the ports was around 15%, but in much of the countryside it easily exceeded a quarter of the population. In June 1879 the Italian consul at Tangiers estimated that a quarter of the Moroccan population had perished. This is the same percentage that Matthews presented in his report for 1878. Theodore de Cuevas, who through his many relatives in the north of the country had exceptional knowledge of local conditions, believed that one-third of the population of the Garb was killed by the epidemic of 1878-79.92. Modern Brazilians still refer to the events of 1876-79 as simply the Grande Seca, the greatest drama of human suffering in the nation's history. 93 Fully half of Ceará state perished and the only transferable capital left by 1880 was in slaves. 94 of the dead in 1877-1879, says the Brazilian historian Edmar Morel, it has been calculated that 150,000 died of outright starvation, 100,000 from fever and other diseases, 80,000 from smallpox and 180,000 from poisonous or otherwise harmful food. 95 It has also been characterized as the most costly natural disaster in the history of the Western Hemisphere. 96 Global mortality can only be estimated as a level of magnitude. Arup Maharatna in a recent systematic review of demographic debates and literature in both India and China points to a combined Asian mortality range of between 20 million and 25 million famine-related deaths. 97 No greater precision seems possible. What is certain is simply the staggering scale and worldwide synchronization of starvation, unprecedented since the four horsemen of the apocalypse cut swathes of famine, war, pestilence, and death through Europe and China in the early 14th and mid-17th centuries. Part 2. El Nino and the New Imperialism, 1888–1902. 4. The Government of Hell. Thousands of thatched roof huts lament their empty hearths, at each step, a cadaver, a skull. Scattered bones tell of the horror and the extent of the famine. R. Anastase, Ethiopia in 1889. The Great Drought of the 1870s was merely Act 1 in a three-act world tragedy. Millions more, likely tens of millions, would die during global El Nino droughts in 1888–91 and especially in 1896–1902. There was first, however, a famous interlude of agricultural expansion and relative prosperity. The decade after the end of famine in 1878–79 was characterized by well-distributed, plentiful rainfall and abundant harvests in both hemispheres. It was the age of wheat. The boom was propelled, in the first instance, by the climate crisis of the late 1870s and the huge harvest shortfalls throughout the British Isles. Land under grain, writes Avner Offer of English Agriculture after 1876, contracted by some two-thirds in 30 years, most of which reverted to rough pasture. The resulting deficit acted as a huge pump for the world's commerce. With British demand for food imports soaring, massive amounts of London-generated capital flowed into the railroads that opened up the American Great Plains, the Canadian Prairie, the Argentine Pampas, and India's Upper Gangetic Plain. Maxim and Gatling guns efficiently eradicated the last indigenous resistance to the incorporation of these great steps into the world economy. By mid-decade, British redcoats had defeated Riel's utopian socialist Northwest Rebellion in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, while the Argentine army crushed the last Indian resistance in the Pampas. The grain trade under the leadership of great cartels like Bunge and Dreyfus for the first time achieved authentically global scope and integration. As thousands of square miles of virgin grassland were converted into wheat belts, the Liverpool Corn Trade Association and the Chicago Board of Trade, Wheat Exchange, with their newfangled invention of futures trading, became the twin poles of a single world market in subsistence. 1. In northern India, where railroads had recently integrated thousands of villages into international trade, these were the years of a fabled wheat export boom, a golden age for rich peasants, if not for their poor neighbors. 2 Exporters and government officials pressed cultivators to take advantage of the good monsoons and expand wheat into areas where erratic rainfall or poor soil had previously favored only hardy millets or cattle. After the demographic catastrophe of the 1870s, officials were cheered by the population rebound of the 1880s. The Bombay government boasted that only an utterly insignificant proportion of the population of this presidency can be deemed any longer in danger of starvation. 3 In the irrigated valleys of the Tamil Nadu, agricultural prosperity, based on booming rice exports, produced the biggest decadal population surge, 16.9%, of the 19th century. 4 A dramatic expansion of irrigation in the Irrawaddy Delta likewise guaranteed rice supplies for peasants in Bengal and Java who were turning from subsistence farming to the cultivation of export crops like jute and sugarcane. The French meanwhile coerced additional rice exports from the Mekong Delta. In North America, this was the decade of the Great Dakota Boom, when an unusual amount of moisture fell throughout much of the Great Plains, and what an earlier generation had seen as hopeless desert was now christened a rain belt by eager immigrants from northern Europe. 5 This was equally an era of wheat bonanzas and peasant expansion in the Russian steppe and the frontier farmlands of Manchuria. In Australia, meanwhile, former sheep walks were ploughed and planted in wheat varieties specially adapted to the Antipodean climate. Everywhere, including the semi-arid margins of the Deccan, the Surtao, and the High Veld, the weather-lured farmers. 6 There was widespread optimism, endorsed by leading scientists and agricultural experts, that rain follows the plough and that cultivation, especially by white pioneers, was permanently improving the climate. 7 In fact, the weather had not been cured, as the optimists claimed. It had only been in remission. 8 On 5 continents, Donald Meinig explains, this decade of folk experimentation with the land turned into one of the 19th century's greatest follies, resulting in incalculable social and economic cost. 9 As throughout history, when intervals of above-average rainfall have allowed agriculture to expand beyond the ecological boundaries of its long-term sustainability, the inevitable man-made consequence was a drought cataclysm, as occurred in the Great Plains, India, Brazil, Russia, Korea, the Sudan, and the Horn of Africa in 1888-89 and again in 1891, punctuated by extremely wet weather and flooding in many places in 1889-90. Flooding and resulting famine had already claimed millions of lives in northern China in 1888. These extreme droughts and floods, we now know, correspond, although there is not necessarily a causal relation in each regional case, to powerful, clustered El Nino, 1888-89 and 1891-92, and La Nina, 1886-87 and 1889-90, perturbations in the eastern equatorial Pacific. 10 The new, globally integrated grain trade, moreover, ensured that climate shocks and corresponding harvest shortfalls were translated into price shocks that crossed the continents with the speed of a telegraph. A futures corner in Chicago or a drought in the Punjab could now starve, or enrich, people thousands of miles away. As the trend of U.S. grain prices from 1891 onwards indicates, El Nino found a dramatic new teleconnection in the speculative price accelerator operated by the major boards of trade. 11 Drought follows the plough. In North America, it was the worst environmental crisis of the second half of the 19th century. The wheat and land boom in Dakota, Gilbert Fite writes, was really over by 1887, but if any life remained, it was destroyed by the terrible drought of 1889. All along the 100th meridian, from Manitoba to Texas, suddenly destitute boomers watched their crops wither and die under a scorching sun. Towns that once boasted of being future Omahas or Topekas lost most of their population or disappeared altogether. Hunger unexpectedly stalked the world's breadbasket. Conditions became so bad by the winter of 1889-1890 that many people were in dire want. In Minor County, South Dakota, where wheat and corn averaged between 2 and 3 bushels to the acre, some 2,500 individuals were reportedly threatened by death from starvation. Church groups that ordinarily sent contributions to relieve famine in Rajputana or Shandong mobilized instead to feed drought-stricken farm families in the Dakotas and western Kansas. 12 Across the southern border, most of Mexico, except for the Bajío, escaped hardship in 1888–89, but the strong La Nina of 1890 brought a drought the most severe of the century to much of the country that escalated the bitter struggle between hacendados and small farmers over water rights, especially in La Laguna and the north. It was a preview of the drought-fueled agrarian conflict that would help destroy the Porfiriato in 1910.13. In India, meanwhile, drought was severe in widely scattered parts of the subcontinent, although the total area affected was much smaller than in 1876. In Argyll and the tributary states of Orissa, as well as in the neighbouring Ganjam district in Madras Presidency, a failed monsoon and poor harvest were followed by a price famine. There was never really a true shortage of grain that struck viciously at the pauper groups like the pariahs, a tribal people who were prevented by new forest laws from turning to jungle fruits and products on which they had customarily depended in the past in times of distress. 14 According to Digby, 155,000 died. 15 In 1891–92 rated as a very strong El Nino year by modern meteorologists. There was a more general monsoon deficiency, ranging from 15% in Madras to 25% in Hyderabad, that affected almost every corner of India except the central provinces and the northwestern province. In Kurnool and Bellary, epicenters of the 1876 famine, abnormal deaths from hunger and the cholera that accompanied it were officially estimated at 45,000, about the same number died in several districts of Bengal and Bihar. Again the victims were the poorest of the poor. 16 Cattle losses meanwhile through Rajputana were enormous and grain riots broke out in Ajmer. The Marwaris were forced to migrate en masse in search of subsistence for themselves and their animals. 17 In the neighbouring Punjab, the 1891 drought was less devastating than the locust plague that it unleashed on crops in all of Peshawar, Dirajat, and Rawalpindi as well as some districts of Lahore. The natural destruction in turn was magnified by the operation of the world market. The Punjab had become an important shock absorber for Britain and, to a lesser extent, continental Europe in face of poor harvests and higher prices in the U.S. wheat belt. The coincidence of drought in North America and South Asia was particularly dangerous for poor Punjabis. Thus in spring 1891, as Naftag Singh explains, this enormous European demand for wheat at a higher price induced the exporters not only to buy up old stocks largely, but also to make forward purchases of wheat to be supplied from the new crop at similar prices. Thus, an enormous amount of wheat was purchased at high price to be exported to Europe, resulting in a general depletion of stocks within the province. One European company, namely, Messrs. Raleigh Brothers & Co. purchased even the standing crops for the purposes of export to Europe. The local trader Urbania as usual raised the prices of grains, thereby causing distress in almost all the districts of the Punjab. 18 When villagers attempt to hold on to their grain, fearing that famine prices would soon exceed the export merchants' purchase price, they were in some cases beaten or coerced by agents of Raleigh Brothers. On the other hand, as creditors foreclosed on farms, some smallholders chose preemptive violence over pauperization. A Rawalpindi paper, quoted by Singh, reported that it has become a common practice with the zamindars to get rid of a creditor by murdering him if he presses for payments of debts. The price famine in the Punjab seemed to be leading to much larger clashes when heavy rainfall in October 1891 ended the drought. Although authorities learned little from the agricultural crisis of 1891, the explosive feedback between local crop conditions and world market forces was a disturbing preview of the future. 19 Census data later indicated an excess mortality of 3,120,000 in regions affected by the droughts of 1888–89 and 1891–92. 20 In his famous bombshell circular that winter, the Congress Party's General Secretary, Alan Octavian Hume, warned that British neglect was pauperizing the people and preparing the way for one of the most terrible cataclysms in the history of the world. The famine of the century only 5 years down the road would tragically vindicate his prophecy. 21 In China, where vast areas of the north had still not recovered from the 1877 catastrophe, the Yellow River had breached its new, hastily constructed dikes about 20 miles above Kaifeng and recaptured its old channel to the Yellow Sea at the end of September 1887.22. The floods may have been the result of La Nina-generated rainfall anomalies. July 1886 through June 1887, 23 repair work was unfinished when the annual flood came earlier than usual in June 1888. According to an English civil engineer who visited the site at the end of the summer, the breach through the dike was a full mile in width and the flood swept onward toward Hunzhou Lake and the Huai River, inundating a strip variously estimated at 20 to 50 miles in width, carrying away houses and villages and parts of walled cities. The correspondent for the London Spectator, struggling to convey the immensity of the disaster, picturesquely compared it to 5 Danubes pouring from a height for 2 months on end onto a vast, open plain, flat as Salisbury Plain, but studded with 3,000 villages, all swarming as English villages never swarm, a scene unrivaled since the deluge. Contemporary accounts claimed that 7 million drowned or died in the ensuing famine in northern Henan and in Shandong that continued through 1889. A British consul later told the Manchester Geographical Society that at least 1 million people were drowned, perhaps several millions. 24. Korea's problem, meanwhile, was drought not flood, and the resulting food shortages were exacerbated by the export of rice under contract to Japan and the relentless fiscal pressure on the peasantry. The southern Cholya provinces, the peninsula's traditional granary but highly vulnerable to climate fluctuation, suffered especially from a vicious circle of rising and disproportionate revenue exactions. The region had long been a social tinderbox. After the drought of 1888-89 in Cholya, Wu Kyun-han explains, the situation became really serious. Social banditry and violent protest became commonplace and eventually spread to other provinces. Farmers had turned bandit before in bad times, of course, but not to this extent. Well-armed and organized robber bands began to appear, with bases deep in the mountains, attacking shipments of tax grain and convoys of imported goods on their way to Seoul. Another result was a wave of local uprisings of various kinds, usually against corrupt officials. Miners revolted in Hamgyong and Gyeongsang provinces, and the fishermen of Jeju rebelled. There were peasant risings in almost every province, sometimes led by former officials or government slaves. 25. The unrest in the countryside was aggravated by the growing visibility and arrogance of the foreign community. In addition to the scandal of food exports in the midst of drought and famine, fantastic rumors, common also in the Chinese countryside, circulated about ghoulish Western conspiracies. Seeing that the Europeans had no cows yet drank milk from cans, peasants believed the story that the foreigners kidnapped women and cut off their breasts in order to obtain the condensed milk. 26. Like the White Lotus sects in China, the underground Tonghak, Eastern Learning Society, anti-Western and anti-Confucian, provided a millenarian framework for peasant resistance to intolerable taxation and foreign exploitation. In early 1894, demanding an end to rice exports to Japan and more equitable taxes, 100,000 peasant rebels under loose Tonghak leadership gained the upper hand over government troops in Cholya. Both China and Japan used the uprising as a pretext to send troops to Korea, precipitating the Sino-Japanese War, which the modernized Japanese military easily won. The tough Tonghak farmers, however, were more difficult to defeat, and even after a systematic extermination of their civilian base in Cholya province, embers of the revolt, regrouped in the Kondojo or Heavenly Way movement, remained to trouble the Japanese for many years. 27. In Russia, poor harvests during the dry years of 1888-90 were prelude to the catastrophic drought in spring and summer of 1891 that brought famine to the black soil provinces of the Volga Valley as well as the Orenburg wheat belt south of the Urals, epicenter of drought during the 1997-98 El Nino. 70% of the rye crop, the chief subsistence of the mujiks, was lost. As was so frequently the case in India, the tax collector had previously stripped peasant households of any savings in money or grain. Still staggering under the financial burden of their redemption payments from serfdom, peasants in 1891 also struggled to cope with the punitive tax offensive, launched in 1887 by Finance Minister Vyshnegrodsky, that aimed to force them to export more grain. Neto edem no vivzem, we may not eat enough, but we will export, was the official slogan. As a result, a majority of rural communes, obchkinas, were essentially insolvent, and even before the disastrous harvest of 1891, writes Richard Robbins, many of the signs associated with famine had begun to appear. Local priests, zemstvo physicians, and visiting scientists had all warned of appalling poverty and widespread near-starvation. 28. Now, in the grim winter of 1891–92, more than 12 million peasants, having already sold their cattle and horses, were forced to burn the thatched roofs of their huts for heat and bake almost nutritionless famine bread from goosefoot and other wild herbs. Reports reached Moscow of mothers attempting to murder their children in order to spare them the pain of hunger. Unlike British India a few years later, however, the government of the soon-to-be assassinated Tsar Alexander III was able to prevent outright starvation. Although there was widespread criticism of the incompetence of zemstvo institutions, the disorganization of public works initiatives, and the additional financial burden of the loans forced on the peasantry, the official relief campaign succeeded in keeping the death rate in the affected provinces from increasing more than a single percentage point, from 3.76% in 1881–90 to 4.81% in 1892. By contrast, much vaunted British efforts during the famines of 1896–97 and 1899–1900 were accompanied by mortality spikes of 20% or higher. Most of the 400,000 to 600,000 victims in European Russia were killed by typhus and cholera spread by famine refugees rather than by starvation per SE 29. In southern Africa, the 1888–89 drought forced tens of thousands of farmers from their land, a tragedy that was welcomed as a godsend by European planters vexed by persistent labor shortages. Thus in 1889 John Peter Hornung wrote to his brother, the future best-selling author of Raffles, about the windfall of desperate drought refugees from outside the district that were allowing him to proceed on schedule with the poppy harvest on his new opium plantation in Mozambique. Hornung, a leading narco-trafficante of late Victorian times, managed the so-called Mozambique Produce Company for Jardine Matheson, the giant Hong Kong firm whose existence was historically wedded to the sale of opium to the Chinese. 30. Brazil's drought of the 2/8, 1888, as it is still remembered in the Nordeste, began as early as January 1887, when sowing was delayed due to the failure of the rains. 31-week thunderstorms partially broke the drought, but it returned with a vengeance in 1888, then abated only to resume with new intensity in 1891. The circumstances, writes one historian, were not unlike those of the devastating years of 1877–1879. As crops failed and herds died, Certanejos again asked themselves, like the protagonist in the Graciliano Ramos novel, could they go on living in a cemetery? 32 in Ceará alone, 150,000 said number 33, while some headed directly for Fortaleza and hence Para and Amazonas, others clustered around interior river towns and oases. In one of these famine refuges, the small town of Josiero in Ceará's Cariri Valley, a small miracle took place whose full importance for the history of northeast Brazil would not become apparent until a second wave of drought, hunger, and rebellion in the later 1890s. Maria de Araújo, a 28-year-old laundress and beata, lay nun, in the household of charismatic local priest Cicero Ramão Batista, was attending a special Mass to invoke the power of the Sacred Heart of Jesus against the drought when her communion host suddenly turned the color of blood. For weeks, the transubstantiation repeated itself before ever-growing crowds. Finally, on the feast day of the Precious Blood in July 1889, Monsignor Monteiro, Cicero's patron and another fiery millennialist, led a procession of 3,000 people to Josiero's little chapel of Our Lady of Sorrows. Before an overflowing assembly, Monteiro mounted the pulpit and delivered a sermon on the mystery of Christ's passion and death that reportedly brought tears to the eyes of his listeners. Then he dramatically thrust aloft a fistful of altar linens which were visibly stained with blood, that blood, he declared, had issued from the host received by Maria de Aracho, and it was, according to the rector, the very blood of Jesus Christ. 34. Ethiopia, the cruel days. Meanwhile, in the ancient Christian kingdom of Ethiopia, desperate prayers went unanswered and there were no sudden miracles. Few regions have ever endured such a literally biblical declension of disaster still known as the Yakifukan or cruel days as did the Horn of Africa beginning in 1888.35. The protracted drought that began in late 1888 and lasted until 1892, almost certainly linked to the back-to-back El Ninos, was accompanied by Rinderpest, a cattle plague or murrain, that quickly killed off 90% of domestic and wild ruminants in the Horn of Africa before spreading south through the Rift Valley. 36. 500 years before, in the famine-stricken decades of the early 14th century, Rinderpest had wiped out much of the livestock base of feudal agriculture in Western Europe. The catastrophic symptoms of the epidemic closely resembled cholera in humans. It was a terribly devastating disease, which ran its course in an infected animal over a period of a week or so. The animal initially manifests discharges around the nose, mouth, and eyes. These early symptoms, which sometimes are not conspicuous, are succeeded by astonishing stench, recurrent debilitating and explosive diarrhea, with subsequent dehydration, and, perhaps most arresting, tenesmus, the painful struggle of the beast to defecate even when nothing remains to be voided. Death is followed by very rapid putrefaction. 37. The swiftness with which Rinderpest decimated herds was indeed extraordinary. Aleko Lamahelu, a young man travelling through Gajajam at the time, recalled awakening from an intense fever and finding all the cattle dead. 38 European missionaries described herds of 1,000 or more cattle reduced to 1 or 2 scrawny survivors. Emperor Menelik II was said to have lost 250,000 head. Without their sturdy plough oxen, highland farmers were reduced to scraping at the soil with sticks, while strictly pastoral people, like the Galla, were utterly destroyed. The origins of the outbreak have been traced to infected cattle imported from India as part of the provision for an Italian army invading Eritrea under General San Marzano. Many Ethiopians, writes Richard Pankhurst, who interviewed survivors of this period in the 1960s, knowing of Italian ambitions in the country, believed that the disease had in fact been spread deliberately. 39. Drought and the blast furnace heat that accompanied it only intensified the deadly murrain. Cattle and wildlife were concentrated at the few remaining waterholes, thus creating perfect conditions for the spread of the Rinderpest virus. 40. At the same time, the scorched fields of the peasantry were overrun by successive invasions of caterpillars, army worms, locusts, and rats. Contemporary accounts by European travelers and missionaries, surveyed by Pankhurst, emphasize the terrible swiftness with which verdant landscapes were transformed into bleak wastes. What had been very beautiful fields of doura and barley, numerous herds of cattle, sheep, and goats were stripped down to skeletons of sand and rock, absolutely a desert, no more inhabitants, no more cultivation, no more flocks. 41. In Ethiopia's highlands, Rinderpest and the other plagues struck at a society whose pillar was the ox. The farmers who struggled with the heavy, rocky soils of Wallo and Tigray were every bit as dependent upon their cattle as any pastoral people. Evidence in written and oral form, explains James McCann, plus contemporary studies of rural conditions in the area, indicate that for northern Wallo as a whole, and probably the entire northeast as well, the scarce unit of production was neither land nor labor but capital in the form of plough oxen. Far more than the acquisition of land which was readily available to the vast majority of households, the breeding, buying, borrowing, and maintaining of oxen determined household strategies of land and labor allocation, affected cropping decisions, and cemented vertical patterns of dependency and stratification within the producing classes. Oxen, in other words, were simultaneously a means of production, store of wealth and symbol of social rank. Their decimation brought rapid social collapse. 42. Without animal traction, moreover, the peasantry was unable to resume cultivation when the rains briefly returned in June 1889. Some farmers, to be sure, tried to work their fields with iron-tipped hoes, but the yields were only fractions of what they had produced 2 years earlier with plough oxen. Simultaneously at war with Sudanese Mahdaists, Tigrine secessionists and, a little later, Italian invaders, Ethiopia had almost no wherewithal to import food. Although the new emperor, Menelik II, crowned in November 1889 after Emperor Johannes was killed in battle with the Mahdaists, promptly opened his granaries to his subjects and turned his soldiers to farming, the imperial supplies were quickly exhausted. When Menelik tried to import grain, the caravans were pillaged going through Somalia and Danakil country where the people were also starving. 43 The consequence was a radical shortage of food and livestock that threatened even the survival of the rich. Prices to the extent that they retained any meaning increased 100-fold or more. Table 4.1 is constructed from contemporary reports of the Russian explorer Mashkov and shows famine-driven inflation at its most extreme point. 44. Table 4.1. Ethiopia, famine and price ratios. 1889. Price quantity. 1890. Price quantity. Wheat 1:201:1.5. Barley 1:401:2. Plough oxen 2.4:180:1. Cattle 1:160:1. Figure 4.1 The Horn of Africa and Sudan. Menelik's most recent biographer, Harold Marcus, emphasizes the fundamentally incomprehensible character of so many simultaneous disasters. Populace, clergy, and Macquanant, he writes, were mystified and bewildered by the catastrophe engulfing them, and attributed their troubles to a lack of piety. Accordingly, Menelik, whom Marcus depicts as anything but a fatalist, issued a despairing proclamation at the end of July 1889 which blamed drought and plague on lack of prayer. When the animal epidemic was starting, I made a proclamation, saying pray to God. The animals are all dead, all this has happened because we have not prayed enough. Now the epidemic is turning to people and has begun to destroy them. Marcus asserts that millions of people died in the ensuing 2 years, and that the famine permanently reconfigured Ethiopia's regional hierarchy, shifting power from Johannes Tigrines to Menelik's Shawans. The once powerful economies of Bagumdar, where an astounding 75% of the population was said to have perished or fled, and Gajajam were disabled, and the desperate efforts of Ras Alula Menelik's chief competitor for the throne to preserve Tigrine hegemony were undercut by lack of provisions. 45 Feeding a small army even for a very short time was soon to become impossible in the shattered Tigray. 46. When nobles and warriors went hungry, the rural poor of course died en masse. The French priest Caulbos, writing in March 1890 from Karen, reported that everywhere I meet walking skeletons and even horrible corpses, half-eaten by hyenas. A British consular agent on the Somali coast complained of the heart-rending cries and lamentations of the starving that kept him awake each night. One Italian traveller described the great Tigrayan trade hub of Adwa as simply a cemetery, while another found children frantically searching the dung of mules and camel for kernels of grain. Horrified I turned away, he wrote, only to see other boys whom the Zupt police are driving away by force from the carcass of a horse, the stinking leftover of the hyenas. From this carcass they snatch, biting with their teeth at the entrails because they are softer because they are the most putrid. Famished people also disputed the prey of vultures, hyenas, jackals, and pie dogs, while others sold themselves to Muslim slave dealers. Worst was the famine-induced insanity and cannibalism. Ethiopian writers would terrify later generations with stories of mothers cooking and eating their children. Even in the extremes of starvation, however, Ethiopians retained a gallows sense of humor. A popular song, supposedly based on the true story of a man who killed and ate his spouse, was called His Wife Gave Him Indigestion. 47. Nature was perceived as radically disordered in other ways as well. One of the strangest and most horrifying aspects of the catastrophe was the utter boldness with which wild animals, crazed with hunger and thirst, attacked the weakened human population. Contemporary accounts describe the country as swarming with animals and birds of prey who had lost all their fear. Old people of Tigray such as Abba Jerome and Wazaro Sangal say it was common at night to hear the cry or groan Wasadani, "It is taking me away, away," uttered by famine-enfeebled victims, often old men and women, as the hyenas carried them off to eat. From every corner of the country, the Shawan Highlands, Karen, Harar, and so on, missionaries and local officials reported that the wild beasts reigned supreme. In Bagumdar, for example, lions, leopards, etc., have taken the upper hand and attack and eat human beings in broad daylight, while at Borka, leopards, jackals, and lions attacked the inhabitants as far as their villages and ate large numbers of them. 48. Human predation also increased. Ethiopia's feudal system, despite Menelik's energetic efforts, threatened to decompose into a Hobbesian war of the strong against the weak. Hunger became so acute that provincial governors and their warrior levies abandoned administrative responsibilities to forage as marauding bands. Pankhurst cites, for example, the case of Dajaz Mach Valda Gabriel, the governor of the Charchar area, southwest of Harar, who had been obliged to abandon his province. In order to live, he and his soldiers had gone to raid Arussi, which was still well supplied with grain and had for that reason already been pillaged by the troops of Ras Makoen, governor of Hararg, and later by those of the incumbent governor Ras Darj. 49. Governor Makoen, meanwhile, raided deep into the Ogaden, where he fortified water holes and garrisoned them with nomadic Somali allies, thus establishing an Ethiopian claim to the Ogaden that would be invoked in the bitter border war of 1977. 50. The Ethiopian invasion on top of the drought did vast damage to Somali society. An Englishman who visited the Ogaden a few years later marched for over 7 hours south across a desert that had once been covered with corn. Traces of irrigation were to be seen everywhere in many deserted villages. This was, 10 years ago, the greatest grain-producing district in the country, the inhabitants supplying Somaliland with corn. 51. A famished peasantry that was easy prey for hyenas and robbers, of course, was equally a lush target for epidemic disease. Dysentery, smallpox, typhus, and influenza killed tens of thousands, while the great raiding parties sent by Menelik to the Ogaden to bring back cattle for his farmers also returned with cholera. It was conservatively estimated by Dr. R. Wirtz, a French physician who arrived in 1897 to conduct pioneering studies of the country's public health, that 1/3 of the population of Ethiopia, and perhaps of the entire Horn region, perished by 1892. Mortality, of course, was much higher in certain regions. In the pastoral Gala South, for example, Wirtz and other foreign observers estimated that somewhere between 2/3 and 4/5 of the population had disappeared. Vast tracts of once arable highlands, as well as semi-arid grassland, were desolate and abandoned. 52. Meanwhile, a second wave of drought, correlated to the powerful El Nino of 1891, revived famine and epidemic through 1892. Just as Ethiopia was moving closer to all-out war with Italy. 53. Famine defeats the Mahdaists. The drought and low Nile of 1888 was equally devastating to the central and northern Sudan, where famine unhinged the great design of the Mahdaists for a jihad against Egypt. In April 1887, the Mahdi's successor, the Khalifa Abdullahi, had sent messengers to Wadi Halfa in Upper Egypt bearing letters summoning the Khedive Muhammad Tawfiq, Queen Victoria, and Sultan Abd al-Hamid to submit to the Mahdiya. When Buckingham Palace and the Sublime Porte refused, a large army was concentrated at Dongola in Nubia under the Al-Nujami, the most talented of the Mahdiya's generals. Even before the failure of the annual flood, the thousands of warriors, their camp followers and horses had overwhelmed the scant food resources of the local riverine tribes, who became so starved, according to one account, that they stole the dervishes' sheepskins, on which they preyed, and ate them. 54. With grain suddenly scarce everywhere along the Nile, Al-Nujami was ordered to march on Egypt without waiting for reinforcements from the south. The Khalifa reassured his followers that the Egyptians would welcome them as liberators, and sent along a final set of warnings to the Khedive, Queen Victoria, and the British agent in Cairo. Accompanying these were a number of documents proving the recent Mahdiist victory over King John Johannes of Ethiopia. 55. But the hungry fellahin of Upper Egypt, their own crops dying in the fields for lack of water, provided little succor to the Mahdist army whose advance on empty stomachs was being made a terrible cost. Al-Nujami's holy army was already half dead from hunger when it finally collided with the well-fed Egyptian levies of General Grenfell at Tushki in August 1889. The annihilation of Mahdists on the battlefield was followed by a desperate exodus of the starving population of northern Sudan, who left a trail of skeletons along the sad road to Egypt. 56. In the following year, famine exploited with cruel genius by another British general, Kitchener also wrecked Mahdist plans to overrun the Egyptian garrisons at Qasir and Suakin along the Red Sea. Previously, writes Holt, trade with the local tribes was proceeding through Suakin and the import of grain was to some extent alleviating the hardships caused by the famines. The military authorities were strongly opposed to this policy, since it amounted to feeding the enemy. The political authorities thought differently, since it was desired to win over the support of tribes who were not fully committed to the Mahdiya. In the event, Kitchener simply ignored his civilian superiors and cut off the food supply to eastern Sudan. The tribes starved and Kitchener won easy fame defeating the remnant of the jihad at Tukar in February 1890.57. In Darfur, a vast region the size of France in the western Sudan, the famine was also possibly the worst ever, but Alexander Duval principally blames civil war and Omdurman's grain requisitioning. At one point there were more than 36,000 Mahdist troops in El Fasser, and when on campaign they ate, drank, wore, or stole everything there was. In western Darfur the armies are remembered as having eaten the villages. The devastation was so complete that one of the rebel leaders referred to his country as simply a heap of ruins. 58. Meanwhile unspeakable scenes were being enacted in the great, bloated Mahdist capital. According to the captive Austrian priest Arulder, all the principal towns and villages on the Blue Nile as far south as Karkoj have been destroyed, such as Kemlin, Masalamiyet, Wad Medina, Abu Haraz, Wad El Abbas and Rufat. The inhabitants of all these towns, men, women, and children, under great fatigue, had come to Omdurman, where they sheltered in the north of the town near Kir Shambat. 59. They came believing that the Mahdiya, which was importing grain from Fashoda in the south, would protect all equally against starvation. In fact, the Khalifa was transforming Omdurman into a murderous tribal dictatorship. The onset of the famine, Holt explains, had occurred at a particularly critical time since it coincided with the migration of the Ta'isha, the Khalifa's tribe, to Omdurman. The provisioning of their multitudes as they passed through Kordofan was a serious problem, and when they reached Omdurman they were supplied with grain at preferential rates. The situation in Omdurman was aggravated by the influx of distressed provincials who fled from the famine in their villages only to starve in the capital. The military defeat of the Egyptian jihad was now redoubled by the moral defeat of Mahdists' claim to represent an incorruptible, egalitarian community of belief. When the courageous, non-Ta'isha Commissioner of the Treasury, Ibrahim Muhammad Adlan, attempted to shield the poor from the exactions required by the overgrown military caste, refusing to provision the Ta'isha at all cost, he was promptly hung by the Khalifa. The Mahdiya was becoming a government of hell. 60. Another of the Khalifa's prisoners, the Italian priest Rossignoli, recounted the gruesome and unequal struggle for survival in Omdurman in 1888–89. Omdurman became a stage on which horrible scenes took place. The Mahdists had insulted the besieged Egyptians in El Abaid for eating dogs, donkeys, leather, and other filth. Now they were forced to go even further, they ate their own children. The rich were able to save themselves by buying up in time stocks of durra, but for the poor there was no escape. From 60 lire per arday the price rose to 250. The emaciated crowds with besotted eyes that I have seen in the streets of El Abaid during the siege, I saw once more in even greater numbers. There were large mobs searching for anything merely to prolong their lives. The streets were full of dead bodies and there was no one to throw the corpses into the Nile or even to take them to the area selected by the Khalifa to be the cemetery. Today there are piles of whitened bones being the remains of those who died during the famine. Hyenas, finding such an abundance of food, convened in large numbers and became so daring that they wandered through the streets of the city. Children ran the risk of being kidnapped. One night we succeeded wrenching from the hands of a starving man, a boy who had raised the alarm by his desperate screams. On another occasion a girl ran to the mama begging protection from her mother, who had already devoured the smallest of her sons and had told the girl that this was to be her fate. The wretched woman was imprisoned and died insane a few days later. Mothers came to us offering their infants, as their dried-up breasts could offer them no substance. One day a woman came to Father Arulder begging that he buy hers. He gave the woman some handfuls of dura and sent her away with God's blessings. The next day she reappeared with only 2 children, one having died of hunger. On the third day she was accompanied by one only. She was never seen again. 61. Another witness, Rudolf von Sladen, who served the Khalifa in various capacities, wrote that the majority of those who died belonged rather to the moving population than to the actual inhabitants of the town, for the latter had managed to secret a certain amount of grain and the different tribes invariably assisted each other. 62. Like Father Rossignoli, he titillated European readers with lurid accounts of Darwinian spectacles in the streets of the Mahdi's starving capital. One night it was full moon. I was going home at about 12 o'clock, when, near the Beit el Amana, ammunition and arms stores, I saw something moving on the ground, and went near to see what it was. As I approached I saw 3 almost naked women, with their long tangled hair hanging about their shoulders. They were squatting round a quite young donkey, which was lying on the ground, and had probably strayed from its mother, or been stolen by them. They had torn open its body with their teeth, and were devouring its intestines, whilst the poor animal was still breathing. I shuddered at this terrible sight, whilst the poor women, infuriated by hunger, gazed at me like maniacs. The beggars by whom I was followed now fell upon them, and attempted to wrest from them their prey, and I fled from this uncanny spectacle. 63. Conditions outside Omdurman in the Nilotic countryside, if contemporary witnesses are to be believed, were even more appalling. I think the Jalan, wrote von Sladen, who are the most independent as well as the proudest tribe in the Sudan, suffered more severely than the rest. Several fathers of families, seeing that escape from death was impossible, bricked up the doors of their houses, and, united with their children, patiently awaited death. I have no hesitation in saying that in this way entire villages died out. In addition, he added, the Hassaniya, Shukriya, Agalayan, Hamada, and other tribes had completely died out, and the once thickly populated country had become a desert waste. 64. Father Rossignoli likewise reckoned that the toll from famine and disease was nearly incalculable. Many tribes have disappeared from the face of the earth. Refugees told him terrifying stories, comparable to accounts from Ethiopia, of starving humans turned into the prey of wild animals. Since the number of men formerly hunting them has diminished, the number of wild beasts has increased 100-fold. They have become so fearless that they enter villages in large numbers to devour the children and the sick, that is, those unable to defend themselves against the horrible invaders. 65. Comparable tales also were being told in the savannas of Western Africa, where the drought famine, as in the Sudan, was known as Year 6, Sanat Sitta, because it began in the year 1306, 1888, of the Muslim calendar. According to Catherine Kokary-Vidrovich, there was a great famine in Walata along the bend of the Niger River, in 1888-89 that took the lives of thousands of captives and slaves. Starvation was also reported in Katsina and Kano. 66. The major block of independent and militarily formidable societies remaining in Africa, the Muslim states of the Sahel/Sudan and the Christian Kingdom of Ethiopia, were suddenly rendered vulnerable by drought, famine, and internal disorder. As the threat of Mahdist expansionism abated, the European powers grasped at the opportunity to turn the crisis to their own colonial advantage. From their toehold on the Eritrean coast, the land-hungry Italians, encouraged by the British as a check on French ambitions in the Red Sea region, were the first to act. The colony of Eritrea, wrote a contemporary Italian commission, is able to serve in the future as the vent of part of Italian emigration. Invoking famine-abandoned lands as a pretext, they occupied Asmara in the summer of 1889 as staging area for the colonization of the drought-ravaged Eritrean highlands and the Tigray Plateau. The rest of Ethiopia, meanwhile, was declared under the protection of Rome. Menelik famously responded, "Ethiopia has need of no one, she stretches out her hands to God alone." 67 Deprived by rinderpest of horses for his famous cavalry, and lacking provisions to sustain a large army on the march, Menelik, who had utilized Italian support to wrest his throne from the Tigrians, was initially forced to give way before the Italian columns. The fiery Empress Tatu, who came close to accusing her husband of treason, exhorted him to defend Ethiopia's sovereignty at all costs. 68 With astonishing patience and skill, as well as French arms, he eventually rallied his stricken but valiant people to annihilate a large Italian expeditionary corps at Adwa on March 1, 1896. It was Europe's greatest defeat in Africa and the end of Prime Minister Francesco Crespi's dream of a second Roman Empire in the land of the Queen of Sheba and Prester John. Fin de siècle apocalypse. Ethiopians had little opportunity to celebrate, however. While Menelik's victorious army was marching back to Addis Ababa, drought was again for the third time in less than a decade fastening its grip on the Horn of Africa. 69 It was a global curse. The period 1895–1902, Sir John Eliot told the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1904, was characterized by more or less persistent deficiency of rainfall over practically the whole Indo-Oceanic area, including Abyssinia. 70 More recently, a leading historian of the world grain trade has emphasized the extraordinary synchronization of crop failure across 6 continents. The years 1896 and 1897 were characterized by abnormally bad weather throughout widely dispersed wheat-producing areas. World yield per acre, 12.1 bushels, for the 1897 crop remains the lowest ever recorded. Thus there was drought in 1896 in India, Australia, the winter wheat belt of the United States, and North Africa, while locusts and late rains reduced Argentine yields. But weather was worse in 1897, the rainfall distribution in the principal wheat-producing areas was most abnormal. Drought occurred in India, Australia, southern Russia, Spain, and North Africa. France had excessive rain at seeding time. Heavy rains and storms during May and June reduced yields in the Danube basin. Argentina had locusts, drought, frosts in November, and rains at harvest. In Canada there were summer frosts, late heavy rains, and even hail in some areas. Of all the important exporters, only the United States had a good crop. 71. Other cereals were equally affected, and a third wave of drought and famine, comparable in magnitude to the 1876–79 catastrophe, swept over India, northern China, Korea, Java, the Philippines, northeast Brazil, and southern and eastern Africa. Hunger also stalked the Upper Nile, where famished peasants ate dirt, southern Russia, where Tolstoy wrote about the despair of the mujiks in the face of drought and oppression, Italy, where the soaring price of flour led to the century's bloodiest bread riots, and Australia, which lost half of its sheep in the worst drought in its modern history. 72 We now know that an extraordinary clustering of El Nino events 1896–97, 1899–1900 and 1902 was largely responsible for this global agricultural catastrophe. The wet intermission of 1898, perhaps the 19th century's most powerful La Nina, brought its own horror in the form of devastating floods in the basin of the Yellow River. Perhaps 1/4 of the Earth's population, mostly in what would become known as the Third World, was directly affected by ENSO-related dearth. Indeed, the century's end became a radical point of division in the experience of humanity. For Europeans and their North American cousins, as David Lawns has written, the wheel turned in 1896 and the depression that had started with the Panic of 1893 was replaced by a new boom. As business improved, confidence returned, not the spotty, evanescent confidence of the brief booms that had punctuated the gloom of the preceding decades, but a general euphoria such as had not prevailed since the early 1870s. Everything seemed right again in spite of rattlings of arms and monitory Marxist references to the last stage of capitalism. In all of Western Europe, these years 1896–1914 live on in memory as the good old days, the Edwardian era, La Belle Époque. 73. For most non-Europeans, Japanese and Southern Cone Latin Americans excepted, on the other hand, this was a new dark age of colonial war, indentured labor, concentration camps, genocide, forced migration, famine, and disease. The epidemic disease dimension of famine was much more lethal than in the 1870s. In Asia, for example, the new subsistence crises coincided with the third plague pandemic that eventually killed more than 15 million people, while the Rinderpest catastrophe, which also affected the East Indies, destroyed the economic foundations of traditional society throughout Eastern and Southern Africa. As health and longevity standards dramatically rose in the industrial cities of Europe and North America, they were collapsing throughout Africa and Asia. This vast human crisis, moreover, was aggressively exploited by the new imperialism and its Christian counterpart. Europeans, one African told a missionary, track famine like a sky full of vultures. As a result, the fin de siècle in the non-European world careened toward the apocalyptic, with an explosion of millenarian revelations, uprisings, and messiahs. Everywhere desperate cultures set their calendars to end time. Many Muslims, for example, believed that the conclusion of the 13th Quranic century, 1785–1882, would be promptly followed by the end of the world. 74 In India, it was widely expected that the month of Kartik in the Sambat year 1956, November 1899, would initiate an age of affliction and catastrophe for India and the world. 75 Similarly in North China, insurgent peasants embraced the White Lotus sect's prediction of an approaching world calamity, associated with the turning of a Buddhist Kulpa, which meant the elimination of existing society and the coming to power of the Eternal Mother. 76 Most Chinese also believed that the year 1900, because of the fateful conjunction of an 8th intercalary month with the Zhengzi year of the lunar calendar, the first since 1680, was destined to bring cataclysmic social disorder, which, of course, is what happened. 77 Throughout the Sertao, moreover, dissident Sebastianist priests and lay beatos were identifying the new Brazilian Republic with the reign of the Antichrist and the advent of the last days. 78. Not surprisingly, as Charles Ambler writes of Kenya in 1897, people saw a connection between the disaster of drought, famine, and disease on the one hand, and the advance of European economic and political power on the other. Whether among the Ndeb insurgents of the Mweri cult in Zimbabwe, the Maji Maji fighters, after 1904, in German East Africa, the Tawara followers of Kanawanga in Mozambique, the Ethiopianist churches in the Rand, the Cancelheiristas in northeast Brazil, victims of internal colonialism, the anti-French Fumibun movement of Ongman in Laos, the Messianic Papa Igio guerrillas in Negros, the adherents of the Mati, Kazan Mukman, in Java, or the Boxers united in righteousness outside the gates of Beijing. There was a pervasive belief that natural disaster was the most immediate and punishing element of a larger social and cosmological crisis, a terrible symbol of the advent of colonialism. 79 It was an age of anxiety, John Lonsdale adds, of sudden witchcraft panics, a time when the politics of survival seemed to demand desperate tyrannies. 80 Some Europeans, to be sure, were almost as apprehensive. If Kipling's verse exalted colonizing optimism and scientific racism, Conrad's troubling stories warned that Europe itself was being barbarized by its complicity in secret tropical holocausts. La Belle Époque, in his view, was dangerously downriver of the apocalypse. 5. Skeletons at the feast. I am firmly convinced that in India we are working up to a hideous economical catastrophe, beside which the Great Irish Famine of 1847 will seem mere child's play. H. M. Hindman, 1886. India's rulers, of course, had no premonition that Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, 1897, would be celebrated in carnage, the saddest year in its accumulation of calamities since the time that India passed from the hands of the East India Company to the Crown, as Romesh Chunder Dutt would later tell the Indian National Congress. 1 Instead, as the subcontinent anticipated the monsoon of 1896, there was smug confidence, the recent deaths in Orissa notwithstanding, that famine mortality on the scale of 1876 was no longer possible. Thanks to the 1880 report of Sir Richard Strachey's Commission, there were now regional famine codes that instructed the organization of local relief and provided new controls, registration within sub-district famine circles, over panic-driven population movements like those that had so alarmed the government 20 years earlier. Moreover, a famine relief and insurance fund had been established in 1878 to ensure that Calcutta could finance relief during major droughts and floods without fiscal risk to its other priorities, especially the permanent military campaign along its northwestern frontier. In addition, wrote a contemporary economist, the historic conditions controlling production and distribution had been revolutionized to the integration of Burma's huge rice surpluses into the imperial system, along with the 10,000 miles of new railroad track, much of it financed by the Famine Fund, were heralded as providing the rural population with a decisive margin of food security. 3 Famine in the original sense of the word, that is to say as a result of a lack of food, has become impossible. In case of shortfalls, Burma feeds the Punjab and the northwestern provinces or vice versa, Madras comes to the aid of Bombay or the other way around. For as Lord Elgin reassured Queen Victoria, the improvement of the means of communications particularly by railway makes it possible to cope with scarcity now in a way that was out of the power of the officers of former days. 5. In the event, these improvements were all but meaningless. Even his worst enemies marvelled at Lord Elgin's single-mindedness in following Lytton's path to exactly the same calamitous destination. 6 A severely deficient monsoon prevented the sowing of the spring 1896 crop throughout the Punjab, northwestern provinces, Oudh, Bihar, and the Madras Deccan. The failure of the rains was even more devastating in the central provinces and eastern Rajputana, Rajasthan, where 3 years of bad weather and poor harvests had already immiserated the peasantry. Throughout India grain prices rose, then skyrocketed after the autumn monsoon likewise failed. Grain reserves, especially in the wheat belt of northern India, had been depleted by massive exports to make up the previous year's terrible harvest in England. 7 Meanwhile Elgin's revolutionary improvements in distribution simply ensured that prices were as high in districts unaffected by the drought, like the well-watered Godavari Delta in Madras, as in those where most of the crop had failed. 8. The mere existence of railroads, moreover, could not bring grain into districts where mass purchasing power was insufficient. British officials, with their doctrinaire faith in market rationality, were startled to see the price of millet and other poverty grains surpass that of the milled wheat used in European bread. 9 As for the vaunted Famine Fund, a substantial portion had been diverted against the protests of Indians to pay for yet another vicious Afghan war. At the inaugural meeting in London of a campaign for Indian famine relief in January 1897, the socialist leader Henry Hindman was pulled off the dais by police when he proposed that home charges for the current year should be suspended and the whole amount be devoted to expenditure on famine relief. 10. The government, moreover, had categorically discounted warnings from Indian nationalists as well as their own health officers about the ever-increasing population of poor people vulnerable to any sharp increase in food prices. Malnutrition, critics believed, had reached epic levels unprecedented in Indian history. The Dufferin Inquiry in 1887 had shown that 40 million of the poor go through life on insufficient food and half of our agricultural population never know from year's end to year's end what it is to have their hunger fully satisfied. 5 years later in his famous bombshell circular to the Indian National Congress, Alan Octavian Hume lamented that poverty was swallowing up our lower classes like a rising swamp, it is deepening, widening, blackening. 12 William Wedderburn, John Bright's old friend and sometime leader of the parliamentary opposition on India, lobbied an apathetic House of Commons to undertake a major inquiry into Indian poverty before famine again decimated the subcontinent. 13 But the India Office in 1896 was no more eager than in 1876 to face the nightmare of poor relief in India. The Spectator, denouncing Hume, Wedderburn, and the Babus, warned its readers that if India were as with England and had the same poor law, there would be 80 millions of paupers in receipt of relief. 14. Government charnel houses, 1896–97. High prices, meanwhile, were rapidly turning drought into famine. Acute distress was already visible in the northwestern and central provinces in August 1896. By October, the police were opening fire on grain looters in Bihar and the Bombay Deccan. The New York Times published a letter written in October from the American Board missionary R. Hume in Ahmednagar, pointing out that the drought was much more widespread than in 1877. Hume despaired that for 2 days my servants tried in vain to buy 50 cents worth of grain for use. With no more rain, likely to fall for 8 full months, the next possible harvest was nearly a year away, and thus Hume was not surprised at the desperation of his normally quiet, orderly neighbors. Already grain riots are common. Grain merchants will not sell grain, largely because they know the price will greatly increase, though even now prices are 300% or above normal. So people break open grain shops and granaries, and threaten to kill the merchants if they interfere. They say, "We shall have soon to die without grain. If you interfere with our getting your grain, and we kill you in the struggle, it will be all the same." Similarly, these people say to the police and courts, "Arrest us for stealing and support us in jail. There we shall not die from starvation." 15. At nearby Narsinghpur, the American missionary Margaret Denning described the heart-rending ordeal of a Muslim smallholder who was forced to sell, first, his land, then his hut and finally his cooking utensils to provide food for his wife and 2 small children. Since the government was doing nothing to relieve the poor, he gave his oldest child to the infidel missionaries in violation of his religion. "The man brought the boy to us, telling the child he could care for him no longer, although he had always hoped to send him to school, but that now he saw no way to save his life and educate him other than to give him away. The boy was not to think his father did not love him, and, if he lived and learned how to write, he was charged to write to his parents. The father bade him goodbye and, asking nothing for himself, went away. Later the government begrudgingly opened a poorhouse in the vicinity, but the father, together with the child's mother and baby brother, perished under a squalid regime of poor sanitation, inadequate rations, and hard labor. 16. Such stories were commonplace and they began to sow unease abroad. Sir Edwin Arnold was mobilized to reassure the Americans that the British in India rule for the sake of the Indians first, and for revenue, reputation, and power afterward. 17. But with Spectator and other prominent editorial pulpits chiding him for excessive parsimony, the Viceroy, otherwise preoccupied with destroying rebel villages along the Afghan border, reluctantly agreed to open limited relief work in the most stricken districts. He remained stubbornly opposed, however, to private charity, including international missionary appeals, and bitterly condemned the press for their exaggerations. 18. Like Lytton before him, Elgin foreclosed more liberal policies on a local or regional level. Thus the Bombay municipal committees were banned to utilize their funds for running fair price shops, and the government of Bengal was forbidden to advance money to traders to import grain. 19. Burma, as a result, exported its large rice surplus to Europe. 20. Finally, as his coffers were drained by war on the northwestern frontier, his government reduced the contribution to the famine fund from Rs 1.5 crores to Rs 1 crore, in gross violation of previous official promises to Indians. 21. Figure 5.1 Famine in India, 1896–97. Figure 5.2 The prosperous appearance of the country, famine victims at Jabalpur at the time of Lord Elgin's visit in 1897. In early December Elgin passed through Jabalpur in the central provinces, a town that would figure centrally in international debates over British famine policy. The drought here had been unbroken since the fall of 1895 and the monthly death rate had been over 10% since September. The government had previously refused desperate local appeals to open relief work or control the price of grain. But Elgin, like Temple and Lytton in Madras a generation before, was stonily unmoved by anything he saw. I can only say that travelling during the last few days in Indore and Gwalior and now in these provinces up to the gates of your city, I have been struck by the prosperous appearance of the country even with the small amount of rain that has come lately. All India was outraged by this remark, based one reporter claimed on a quick glimpse from the saloon window of the Viceregal train 22. Convinced that Indians were natural shirkers and beggars, Elgin imported that old disciplinary cornerstone of utilitarianism, the poorhouse, to the subcontinent. 23 Designated for those too weak for heavy labour, the poorhouses were despised by the peasantry who feared that they would be converted to Christianity, or deported to places beyond the sea. 24 Confinement was especially unbearable to the tribal peoples, like the Gonds and Bigas, whom one missionary claimed would sooner die in their homes or in their native jungle than submit to the restraint of a government poorhouse. 25 This was echoed by an English authority on the famine. The hatred of the poorhouse has in many instances proved more strong than the fear of death. 26 Although the British regarded this antipathy as irrational, a visiting American relief official was horrified by conditions inside the poorhouses, especially the diet. The food was nothing but dry flour and some salt. An accustomed eye could at once see that the grain was adulterated with earth before it was ground into flour. Alas! Alas! For the poor who are obliged to eat the food given to them at the poorhouses. Mennonite missionaries estimated that perhaps about 8 or 10 annas or, at the most, a rupee per month is allowed for each person by the government. At 1,899 exchange rates this was the equivalent of only 34 cents per month. 27 As a result, one Mennonite wrote to Louis Klopsch, publisher of the Christian Herald in New York, the death rate in this district, which normally was under 50 in the thousand, was forced by starvation up to the appalling figure of 627 in the 1,028. The Americans accused the government of deliberately deceiving world opinion about conditions in the Indian countryside. How many more might have been saved and be today happy and full of life and vigor if they could only have been reached in time will never be known. Perhaps the bleaching skulls on India's plains could give us some idea. But the long-continued withholding of actual facts by the government and the consequent general ignorance of the true conditions of things must be looked upon as the cause of many thousands of deaths. 29 Such accusations were made all the more effective by the shocking photographs of famine conditions that were reprinted in newspapers around the world. During the 1876-78 famine, dry plate photography had required professional skill with a cumbersome tripod-mounted field camera. The advent of the cheap, handheld Kodak No. 1 camera in 1888, however, turned virtually every missionary in India into a documentary photographer. 30. Rather than slowly die in the government charnel houses, peasants throughout the central provinces assaulted grain depots. The worst disturbances ironically occurred in Nagpur district, where the harvest was adequate but soaring market prices had nonetheless imposed starvation on Koch tea caste weavers, immiserated by their losing competition against factory-made textiles. The local commissioner, Sir Andrew Fraser, arrogantly dismissed pleas to open relief works, and merchants outraged the public by selling adulterated grain at fantastic prices. After a series of violent clashes, the Lancashire Regiment had to be sent in to reinforce native infantry. 31 As James Maclean points out, the rioting was incipient class war that did not spare the local leadership of the Indian National Congress. In the Nagpur grain riots, the house of a leading congressman, Gangadhar Madho Chitnavis, was singled out by a mob for looting and was saved by the intervention of sepoys. The rioters chose Chitnavis's house apparently because they believed, as a wealthy moneylender and landowner and president of the municipality, he could influence the price or supplies of grain. 32. Similar conditions in the Bombay Presidency allowed the extremist leader Bal Gangadhar Tilak to consolidate his takeover of the Pune Sarvahanik Sabha. Tilak, who had long urged the Congress to adopt the more militant agitational methods of the Irish, now played Michael David in the Deccan, calling for popular resistance against tax collections. 33. David himself was meanwhile speaking alongside Naoroji and Eleanor Marx at protests against Elgin organised by Hindman's Social Democratic Federation in London. 34 Deluxe stirring invocations of the heroic Maratha past roused a martial populism in hungry villagers as they united once again, as in 1877, to oppose the hated revenue man. The British were unnerved. The assistant collector of Pune district reported that not a pi of the revenue installment due on December 10, 1896 had been paid to the government. In the Kolaba district the collector was besieged by more than 4,000 riots demanding remission of their taxes, and the Times of India trembled at the massive response of villagers to Tilak's organizers. 35 The tense political situation in western India was further inflamed by the draconian British response to the arrival of the Black Death from China. The bubonic plague came to Bombay in summer 1896, probably as a stowaway on a ship from Hong Kong. At the time, some scientists theorized that drought, as previously in southern China, was a critical factor in driving plague-carrying rats into more intimate commensality with human victims. 36 Bombay, in any event, offered an ideal ecology for a pandemic: fetid, overcrowded slums, perhaps the densest in Asia, infested with a huge population of black rats. For years health officers had warned British administrators that their refusal to expend anything on slum sanitation was preparing the way for an epidemic apocalypse. 37 Florence Nightingale, in addition, had repeatedly crusaded against the city's phantasmagoria of disease conditions, but the European townspeople were united in blocking increased taxation to pay for new water and drainage schemes. 38. The city's fabulous boom in the 1880s and 1890s moreover had been subsidized by the falling living and health standards of its vast majority. The wages of unskilled laborers increased only 5% in 35 years while grain costs rose 50% and land values and rents tripled. The progressive immiseration of its working classes, Ira Klein argues, was the single most important factor in Bombay's extraordinary, disproportionate blossoming of death near the turn of the century. 39 Despite several panic-stricken exoduses, the famine in Bombay's hinterlands left little option for the urban poor but to remain in their pestilential slums. Indeed, the drought inundated the city's environs with famished refugees from the Deccan, 300,000 of them in April, May, and June of 1897 alone. 40 Starvation and cholera were promptly added to plague, eventually killing a fifth of the city's low-caste laborers. 41 Even more alarming to commercial elites, some foreign ports began to quarantine shipments of wheat from Bombay. There were fears that a general embargo might destroy Western India's foreign commerce. As the city's morale plummeted, the Governor's Plague Committee, still ignorant of the plague's true vectors, launched an unprecedented war against the tenement neighborhoods that sheltered the pandemic. The resulting onslaught of fire, lime, and carbolic acid utterly failed to stop the plague's advance. It simply drove rats into neighboring homes, but it did unhouse thousands. In England, some of the press proposed the radical purification of burning the entire native city to the ground, 42 while destroying people's homes and shops. However, the government did nothing to control the explosion in grain prices that was spreading starvation faster than plague. Unrest in Bombay against continuing exports of food grains from the presidency in the face of the serious famine was thus combined with riots against the housing demolitions and the kidnapping of family members to the hated plague hospitals. 42. Meanwhile, railroad shipments of contaminated relief grain spread the plague with great efficiency across the Ghats into the arid and hungry Deccan. Modernization and immiseration were again a deadly combination. Even more important than travelers in bringing infectious rodent fleas to new locales was India's vast commerce, developed through the encouragement of free trade policies. The transport of rice, bajra, wheat and other grains across the famine-stricken country in the late 1890s, a traffic meant to be life-giving, particularly helped disseminate plague amongst India's malnourished population. Grain was the favorite food of the black rat, while the great plague vector, the flea, bred best in the debris of cereal grains. When these fleas arrived at new towns or villages, they often carried plague bacilli with them, fastened on local black rats as new hosts, began epizootics and then transferred plague to humans as alternate hosts. 44. Oblivious to native dignity, the subsequent eradication campaign in the Deccan was militarized under a special executive headed by a haughty racist, W. C. Rand. The new Epidemic Disease Act gave him powers to detain and segregate plague suspects, to destroy property, inspect, disinfect, evacuate and even demolish dwellings suspected of harboring the plague, to prohibit fairs and pilgrimages. 45 Rand boasted that his measures were perhaps the most drastic that had ever been taken to stamp out an epidemic. 46 As one Indian historian has written, Rand had summoned British troops to his aid and had swept down on the slums like a proverbial wolf on the fold. Plucking out men, women, and children from their homes, he burnt their belongings and desecrated their shrines. Suspected victims were forcibly evacuated, their families coming to hear of them only after they were dead. 47 The shocking contrast between the huge number of people detained, many of them apparently healthy, and the relatively few ever released alive from the plague camps played on Indians' worst apprehensions about British rule. 48 Rumors spread across the country that Indian patients were being murdered to extract a vital oil to be employed as a magic ointment by Europeans. 49 Across India, meanwhile, there was growing outrage at the lavish preparations to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Queen Victoria's rule. In the Lahore town hall, a group of Indian schoolboys broke up a meeting of leading English and Indian citizens by insisting that money be raised for famine orphans rather than for a memorial to Queen Victoria. But it was in famished and plague-infested Pune that imperial arrogance finally sparked what many feared to be the prelude to a second mutiny. On June 22, 2 Indian patriots assassinated Rand and an underling as they were driving away from Diamond Jubilee fireworks at Government House. The murders were followed a month later by an unprecedented Muslim eruption in Calcutta after a court ordered the destruction of a neighborhood mosque. For several days large groups roamed the streets, attacked isolated Europeans, and threatened to loot and burn factories. The disturbances were unusual in that the rioters singled out Europeans and ignored Hindus. 50. Figure 5.3 The Victoria Memorial Monument, Calcutta. The Pune assassinations nonetheless gave Elgin a welcome pretext to strike back against the Maharashtrian tax resistance movement as well as his critics in the vernacular press. Tilak, accused of being the spiritual godfather of the Rand murders, and 4 newspaper editors were promptly charged under a new sedition law. Magistrates were empowered to bind down editors of newspapers for good behavior, and to send them to prison in default of security, without trial for any specific offense. Any native criticism of famine relief, as well as the anti-plague campaign, was effectively criminalized. 51. Although the Englishmen in Calcutta screamed that India was on the verge of another mutiny, authorities were in fact surprised by how little observable was any violent disorder in the wake of the devastating combination of plague and starvation, a heavier burden than the country has known during the century. 52 Indeed, the chief preoccupation of the India Office, as revealed by recent studies of the official correspondence between London and Calcutta, was neither the Holocaust in lives nor the threat of revolution, but that Indian disasters might disturb the intricate system for the multilateral settlement of Britain's balance of payments, in which India played a large and vital part. 53 Hamilton and Elgin fretted that sales of Indian wheat, tea, and jute would collapse in face of growing foreign fears about the plague and the proposed embargo of trade between India and Europe that the French were advocating. In a land where famished labourers were easily replaced, the Secretary of State in London was telling the Viceroy that he was more concerned about plague than famine because a market once lost, or even partially deserted, is not easily regained. 54. Suffer little children. On the way back to the station, on the outskirts of the village, Dr. Ash found the skeleton of a child, and brought away part of the bones of the head in his handkerchief, to preserve as a memento. Reverend J. Scott. Famine mortality crested in March 1897. The next month Elgin himself conceded that 4.5 million poor people had perished. Biramji Malabari, the nationalist editor of the Indian Spectator, countered that the real number, plague victims included, was probably closer to 18 million. 55 At the same time, the Missionary Review of the World, which ordinarily praised British philanthropy, denounced the doublespeak by which the government had downplayed the severity of the crisis and sabotaged missionary efforts to organize prompt international relief. When the pangs of hunger drive people in silent procession, living skeletons, to find food, dying by the way, the stronger getting a few grains, the feebler perishing, and children, an intolerable burden, are sold at from 10 to 30 cents apiece, and when at best a heritage of orphaned children of tens of thousands must remain to the country. This is not impending famine, it is grim, gaunt, awful famine itself. 56. Meanwhile, the agrarian economy of northern India continued to unravel, and the famous jurist and national leader Madhav Govindaranade complained that the 7 plagues which afflicted the land of the pharaohs in old time were let loose upon us. 57. In the Punjab, where cattle-powered wells and irrigation wheels, the decimation of animals was so great that the standing crops in the fields died because villagers could not lift water from their wells. 58. The most extreme distress, however, was still in the central provinces where, as the Indian National Congress charged and Lord Hamilton later conceded, revenue exactions had long threatened the subsistence of the poor. Prophetically, 8 years earlier, after a severe tax hike, 15,000 protesting peasants had confronted the chief commissioner in front of the Bilaspur railroad station. Their cry was, "Bandobast se mar gaya, the settlement has killed us." 59. The protesters' words came grimly true in the winter of 1896-97, when mortality soared in at least one district, Gantur, to an incredible 40%, 200,000 out of 500,000 residents. 60. In his zeal to maintain fiscal pressure on the peasantry, the Central Province's Governor-General took little account of the remarkable siege of natural disaster. 3 consecutive years of devastating rains, plant rust, caterpillar plagues and black blight that preceded the drought. Despite the terrible velocity with which famine spread through an already prostrate countryside, Sir Charles Lyell followed Elgin's lead and downplayed the acuity of the famine. While allowing grain merchants to export the province's scarce reserves, he refused frenzied pleas to suspend revenue collections or provide village-centered relief as authorized in the Famine Code. 61. Destitute famine victims were instead herded into hastily improvised poorhouses that set new standards for administrative incompetence and corruption. Reuters' Special Famine Commissioner, F. Merewether, shocked the British reading public with his expose of suffering and neglect inside the poorhouses of Bilaspur and Jabalpur. Although an ardent imperialist whose reports usually depicted heroic British district officers battling natural cataclysm and Hindu superstition, Merewether did not mince words about the atrocities that passed for relief in the central provinces. The actual inhabitants of Bilaspur were dying of starvation, while under the supposed aegis of the government and within their very gates. I mentioned previously that my opinion was that the famine in the central provinces was grossly mismanaged. I collected tangible proofs of this daily, till I had to hand a mass of reliable and irrefutable evidence, which showed only too clearly that the officials and those responsible had not, and did not, fully recognized the gravity of the situation. With reference to the poorhouse, there can be no doubt that in addition to supineness and mismanagement, there was decided fraud going on, and the poor hopeless and helpless inmates were being condemned by a paternal government to a slow, horrible, and lingering death by starvation. I here came across the first specimens of famine down, which is produced by long-continued starvation. At certain stages of want a fine down of smooth hair appears all over the bodies of the afflicted. It has a most curious look, and gives the wearer a more simian look than ever. There were more than a score of souls who had reached this stage, and their bodies were covered from head to foot with the soft-looking black fur. 62. When Julian Hawthorne, son of the famous New England writer and Cosmopolitan's special correspondent in India, reached Jabalpur in April 1897, 3 months after Merewether, conditions in the central provinces had grown even more nightmarish. On the long, hot train ride up the Narmada Valley, the great graveyard of India according to American missionaries, 63, Hawthorne was horrified by the families of corpses seated in the shade of the occasional desert trees. There they squatted, all dead now, their flimsy garments fluttering around them, except when jackals had pulled the skeletons apart. In the hopeless search for marrow. 64. In Jabalpur, he was escorted by the resident American missionary who took him first to the town market, where he was disgusted by the radical existential contrast between bony remnants of human beings begging for kernels of grain and the plump, nonchalant prosperity of the local merchant castes. 65. Figure 5.4 The Central Provinces in 1897, a young famine victim. Figure 5.5 Attacked by jackals. The poorhouses, meanwhile, were converted cattle pens terrorized by overseers who, as Merewether had accurately reported, systematically cheated their doomed charges of their pathetic rations. Emaciation hardly described the condition of the human skeletons Hawthorne encountered. They showed us their bellies a mere wrinkle of empty skin. 20% of them were blind, their very eyeballs were gone. The joints of their knees stood out between the thighs and shin bones as in any other skeleton, so did their elbows, their fleshless jaws and skulls were supported on necks like those of plucked chickens. Their bodies they had none, only the framework was left. 66. Figure 5.6 The British Self-Image, an illustration from Kipling's William the Conqueror. Hawthorne's most haunting experience, however, was his visit to the children in the provincial orphanage in Jubbulpur. In imperial mythology, as enshrined in Kipling's famous short story William the Conqueror, published on the eve of the famine in 1896, British officials struggled heroically against all odds to save the smallest famine victims. The Ladies' Home Journal, January 1896, version of Kipling's story had featured a famous woodcut by the American artist W. L. Taylor of a tall British officer walking slowly at the head of a flock of grateful, saved children. Taylor accentuated the godlike bearing of Scott, as seen through the eyes of William, his love interest, standing at the entrance to her tent. The black cupids are there and a few caparine goats, but as W. Ackroyd, a former Indian civil servant who in his youth had talked to the veterans of the 1896-97 famine, emphasizes, this idyllic scene was utterly fictional. No particular attention was given to children in the famine relief operations. 67 Far more realistic than Scott's motherly compassion was the repugnance that Kipling's heroine William feels when, after dreaming for the 20th time of the god in the golden dust, she awakes to face loathsome black children, scores of them wastrels picked up by the wayside, their bones almost breaking their skin, terrible and covered with sores. 68. Hawthorne indeed discovered that rescue more often than not meant slow death in squalid, corruptly managed children's camps. After reminding American readers that Indian children are normally active, intelligent, and comely, with brilliant eyes, like jewels, he opens the door to the orphanage. One of the first objects I noticed on entering was a child of 5, standing by itself near the middle of the enclosure. Its arms were not so large round as my thumb, its legs were scarcely larger, the pelvic bones were plainly shown, the ribs, back and front, started through the skin, like a wire cage. The eyes were fixed and unobservant, the expression of the little skull face solemn, dreary, and old. Will, impulse, and almost sensation, were destroyed in this tiny skeleton, which might have been a plump and happy baby. It seemed not to hear when addressed. I lifted it between my thumbs and forefingers, it did not weigh more than 7 or 8 pounds. Beyond, in the orphanage yard, neglected children agonized in the last stages of starvation and disease. Hawthorne thought it obvious that the overseers, as in the adult poorhouses, were stealing grain for sale with little fear of punishment from their superiors. We went towards the sheds, where were those who were too enfeebled to stand or walk. A boy was squatting over an earthen saucer, into which he spat continually. He had the mouth disease, he could not articulate, but an exhausted moan came from him ever and anon. There was a great abscess on the back of his head. Another, in the final stage of dysentery, lay nearly dead in his own filth. He breathed, but had not strength to moan. There was one baby which seemed much better than the rest, it was tended by its own mother. Now, this child was in no better condition than the rest of them when it came, but its mother's care had revived it. That meant, simply, that it had received its full allowance of the food which is supposed to be given to all alike. Why had the others, the full orphans, not received theirs? 69. Cosmopolitan pointedly published photographs of famine victims from the central provinces next to an illustration of a great monument erected to Queen Victoria. Hawthorne, on his way home from India, it editorialized, heard it conservatively estimated in London that a total of more than $100 million would be expended, directly and indirectly, upon the Queen's Jubilee ceremonies. 70 but dying children in remote taluks were no more allowed to interrupt the gaiety of the Empress of India's Diamond Jubilee in June 1897 than they had her Great Durbar of 20 years before. Critics of Elgin were uncertain which was more scandalous, how much he had expended on the Diamond Jubilee extravaganza, or how little he had spent to combat the famine that affected 100 million Indians. When the government's actual relief expenditures were published a year later, they fell far below the per capita recommendations of the 1880 Famine Commission. As a new Famine Commission reported in 1898, our general conclusion is that, as compared with the past, a considerable degree of success as regards economy had been attained in the relief measures of the late famine. 71. Figure 5.7 Aged by hunger. A 15-year-old girl. The relief works were quickly shut down with the return of the rains in 1898. Hundreds of thousands of destitute, landless people, without any means to take advantage of the monsoon, were pushed out of the camps and poorhouses. As a consequence, the momentum of famine and disease continued to generate a staggering 6.5 million excess deaths in 1898, making total mortality closer to 11 million than the 4.5 million earlier admitted by Elgin. 12 to 16 million was the death toll commonly reported in the world press, which promptly nominated this the famine of the century. 72. This dismal title, however, was almost immediately usurped by the even greater drought and deadlier famine of 1899–1902. Blue Skies of Famine, 1899–1902. In at least one part of India, however, 1899 is still remembered for the rain that never stopped falling. Indeed, Assam almost drowned in Noachian deluges. The 650 inches that fell in Kriyapunji over the course of the year was a world record. For the rest of India, Sir John Eliot, the Director General of Observatories, predicted in May an unusually wet monsoon as well. The Simla social season, dominated by Lady Curzon, the Chicago heiress wife of the new Tory Viceroy, began with the usual whirlwind of parties, polo, and white mischief. There was little discussion of the weather, certainly no apprehension that devastating back-to-back drought was even possible. When the rains punctually commenced in June but then suddenly stopped and did not return through July, Eliot reassured Curzon that the monsoon would resume with heavy rain in August and September. 73 It never did, and 1899 ended as the second driest year, after 1877, in Indian history. 74. Table 5.1. The Great Droughts compared. Percentage of average harvests. 1896–97, 1899–1900. Bombay Deccan. 34. 12. Karnataka. 25. 16. Gujarat ND. 4. Source: Bombay Government, Report on the Famine in the Bombay Presidency, 1899–1902, Vol. 1, Bombay 1903, p. 114. In the words of a modern researcher, who has reconstructed the synoptic patterns of the 1899 El Nino, the monsoons simply jammed. The rain-bearing monsoon depressions, which usually enter India from the Bay of Bengal near the Ganges Delta and then travel slowly west-northwestward across the country, recurved in 1899 toward the north before reaching western India. Thus, the usual 2 to 3 week cycles of Indian monsoon rains jammed. Instead of copious rainfalls alternating with brief breaks throughout the season, the western India break which began in late June persisted for the rest of summer 75. Indeed, in many parts of western and central India, the drought continued for 3 years, until the rains of November–December 1902. 76. No such complete failure of the rains, after the first month of the monsoon, the glum imperial meteorologist told the Viceroy, is on record. In addition to the traditional famine belts of the Deccan and Rajasthan, the new drought devastated crops in areas like Gujarat and Berar that were considered to be particularly free from apprehension of calamity of drought. See Table 5.1. More than 420,000 square miles of farmland was transformed into a vast, bare, brown, lonely desert. From Gujarat, a correspondent wrote to the Times of India. Were I an artist of the Impressionist school and did I wish to represent the scene, I should dash in yellow-grey, a long diminishing streak, which would be the road throwing up the heat that made the distance shimmering and indistinct. A great slash of reddy brown on either side would indicate the land where the crops should be, and above all a liberal dash of blue from the horizon to the top of my canvas would be the sky. I do not think I ever hated blue before, but I do now. 77. The famous French traveller Pierre Loti, en route from Pondicherry to Hyderabad, was also unnerved by the oppressive dome of silent sky, limpid and blue as a great sapphire, that covered India like a bell jar. He repeatedly resorted to the imagery of a landscape on fire as his train chugged across the scorched eastern Deccan. The dryness increases hourly as we penetrate further among the weary sameness of the plains. Rice patches, whose furrows can still be seen, have been destroyed as if by fire. The millet fields, which hold out longer, are for the most part yellow and hopelessly damaged. In those that are still alive, watchers perched on platforms made of branches are to be seen everywhere trying to scare away the rats and birds that would eat everything. Poor humanity in the clutches of famine trying to guard a few ears of corn from the ravages of famished animals. The sun is setting, and Hyderabad is at last visible, very white amidst clouds of dust. The river that flows in a large bed at the foot of the town is almost dried up. Troops of elephants of the same greyish colour as the mud banks are slowly wandering along, trying futilely to bathe and drink. The day declines and the eastern sky is lighted by a burning glow, the whiteness of the town fades slowly into an ashy blue, and huge bats commence to flit silently through the cloudless sky. 78. Indians had never known such thirst. Peasants and district officers alike watched with fear as surface streams and canals suddenly dried up and wells went blind. In the Bombay Deccan irrigation systems, 113,000 acres irrigated in 1896, virtually collapsed, only 30,000 acres in 1900. 79. The central horror of this famine, reported Manchester Guardian correspondent Von Nash, lies in the fact that the misery and torment of a water famine have to be endured together with a famine of food for people and fodder for beasts. 80 rivers, usually flowing full at this time, added an American missionary, are dry beds of sand. Wells that have never before failed in the memory of anyone living have not a drop of water in them. For the first time in human recollection, the holy river Godavari simply disappeared into its sands. 81. Rural India, moreover, was still economically prostrate from the 1896-97 disaster. Riots could not afford to deepen their wells to reach lowered water tables. The people, wrote a Hyderabad Methodist, had no reserves either of strength or grain to fall back on, the debts of the previous famine still hung around their necks, money was impossible to get, for lenders tightened their purse strings when they saw no chance of recovering their loans. 82. 3 years ago at the end of the famine, added another missionary from the Bombay Deccan, there was less wretchedness and starvation than I saw here today at the beginning of the famine. This famine is undoubtedly more severe in these parts than that of 76 or that of 96. 83. What surplus had been harvested in 1898 had been punctually confiscated by the money lenders and tax collectors. In the Punjab, for example, the agreeable harvest of Kharif of 1897 and Rabi of 1898 had been largely drawn on to pay up arrears of government dues and to pay the Banias for their overdrawn accounts of the famine years. 84. Still, as the official report on the 1899-1902 famine in the Bombay Presidency would emphasize, there was a surplus of grain in Bengal and Burma sufficient to compensate even such gigantic shortfalls in western and central India. The report anticipated modern theories of famine as entitlement crisis by asserting that it was the regional deficiency of employment and income, which affected Bombay's working class as well as the rural population, not an all-India food shortage, that posed a mortal threat to so many millions. Owing to the excellent system of communications which now brings every portion of the presidency into close connection with the great market, the supplies of food were at all times sufficient, and it cannot be too frequently repeated that severe privation was chiefly due to the dearth of employment in agriculture and other industries, but the failure of the harvests caused loss of ordinary income in an enormous area and to an unprecedented extent. Even the skilled artisan felt the pinch of high prices. Other classes too have suffered severely. The mill industry was much hampered by short stocks and consequently high price of cotton, and several factories were obliged to work short hours. The result has been depression. 85. Small landowners, in particular, were forced to beg relief work in unprecedented numbers. This contravened the official dogma, as Sir Richard Temple, for instance, had explained it to the 1880 Famine Commission, that riots were self-sufficient and relief was primarily required to protect the depressed classes of village menials and itinerant tribes. By February 1900 Kunbis comprised fully half of the miserable armies breaking stone and digging canals in the Pune and Ahmednagar districts. Moreover, the starvation of the peasantry led to an unprecedented wave of bankruptcy and land alienation. In a single year in the Maharashtrian Deccan there was a mortgage or foreclosure for every 7 rural inhabitants, a phenomenal index of the insecurity created by the double droughts. 86. A truly imperialist viceroy. The British reaction was again as inflexibly ideological as any fundamentalist regime in history. Curzon, even more than Elgin, represented a hardened imperial policy that believed that the government had gone as far as it should in meeting Indian desires for participation in the public service and legislatures. In a preemptive strike against a future Home Rule movement along Irish lines, he tightened press censorship, clamped down on education, restored aristocratic prerogatives, snubbed the Congress, and, most dangerously, pitted Muslim against Hindu. 87 He was likewise determined to prevent famine from being used as a cause for reform. With hunger spreading on an unprecedented scale through 2/3 of the subcontinent, he ordered his officials to publicly attribute the crisis strictly to drought. When an incautious member of the Legislative Council in Calcutta, Donald Smeaton, raised the problem of overtaxation, he was, in Boer War parlance, promptly stellenboshed. 88 Although Curzon's own appetite for viceregal pomp and circumstance was notorious, he lectured starving villagers that any government which imperiled the financial position of India in the interests of prodigal philanthropy would be open to serious criticism, but any government which by indiscriminate almsgiving weakened the fibre and demoralized the self-reliance of the population, would be guilty of a public crime. 89. C. J. O'Donnell, a distinguished veteran of the Bengal civil service, sarcastically commented, with famine following famine in nearly every province of India, and desolating plague everywhere, who will deny that we have at last found a truly imperialist viceroy? 90 Just before New Year's, Curzon demonstrated his doctrinaire imperialism by cutting back rations that he characterized as dangerously high and stiffening relief eligibility by reinstating the despised temple tests. This led to a brief skirmish with local authorities, who worried that budgetary retrenchment in the face of such universal suffering might spark rebellion, but Curzon quickly imposed his will. In the Bombay Presidency alone, the government boasted that the tests had deterred 1 million people from relief. 91 Like Lytton 20 years before, Curzon would become the architect of a brilliantly organized famine. Figure 5.8 Famine in India, 1899–1902. Curzon was responding to new stringencies dictated by the Secretary of State for India, Lord George Hamilton. Financing of the Boer War trumped any philanthropic romanticism in India. 2 years earlier, with the northwest frontier in upheaval, the Secretary had in fact offered famine aid to Elgin, but now Hamilton not only did not approach the Treasury for such a grant but also prevented Curzon from seeking it. The wars in China and South Africa made him more conscious of the Indian obligation with regard to the imperial wars than of his responsibility to relieve the distress of the famine-stricken people. While refusing appeals to organize a famine charity in England, the Secretary pressured Curzon to launch a war fund in India so that its patriotic subjects could help defray Kitchener's expenses in the Transvaal. Though he did not interfere with the Viceroy's plan to build a hugely ornate Victoria Memorial Monument in Calcutta, he urged the most ruthless Lyttonian vigilance in policing the relief works. 92. Meanwhile, the English public's famed philanthropic instinct had dried up as completely as the Deccan's streams and wells. As Herbert Spencer warned of the rebarbarization of the English spirit by rampant jingoism, the popular press ignored the new Indian Holocaust to focus almost exclusively on the unexpectedly difficult struggle to subdue the Boers. 93 So far as the London press and periodicals are concerned, complained a member of the Fabian Society, India might almost have been non-existent. 94 A desultory Mansion House fund for Indian famine victims raised barely 7% of the Lord Mayor's parallel war fund for South Africa. 95 India, wrote an American missionary, now would have to struggle alone, for the thoughts of every Englishman in the world were centered on South Africa. 96. The most substantial international aid came not from London but from Topeka, 200,000 bags of grain in solidarity with India's farmers sent by Kansas populists. American relief organizers were incensed when British officials in Ajmer promptly taxed the shipment. 97 There were also notable contributions from sympathetic Native American tribes and Black American church groups. 98 In Britain, where the old guard of Wedderburn, Naoroji, and Dutt, now organized into the Indian Famine Union, were more isolated than ever, the only ray of hope was among the non-Fabian socialists. The Fabians by and large were staunch imperialists, and the left wing of the labor movement. 99 Indeed, Hindman's feisty little Marxist party, the Social Democratic Federation, was the only British political organisation which never wavered in its attention to India's famine victims. Typical of the SDF's courageous anti-imperialism was the response of one Scottish branch to the otherwise delirious celebration of the British victory in South Africa in 1902, while on all sides of the street the harlot, capitalism, was decked in horrible array of all possible and impossible colours. There was projected from the windows of the SDF a transparency of 5 feet, giving the statistics of deaths in war, deaths in concentration camps, the numbers of paupers, the number of unemployed in Britain, the famine deaths in India, and the famine deaths, emigration, and evictions in Ireland. 100. Meanwhile, Curzon continued to implement his truly imperialist policies for adjusting famine relief to stringencies of the Boer War finances. The Guardian's Nash was revolted by the government's obsession with relief cheaters and their buried hoards of grain and ornaments, which he believed were only figments of the Secretariat's imagination. Writing from a drought-devastated corner of Gujarat where the population was really and truly famine-stricken, he described the human consequences of the cruel distance and poverty tests used to discourage unworthy relief applicants. Here, in Broach, where for some weeks the harshest treatment that I have seen in India was meted out, the state of the population beggars description. The deterrent element, on which the Bombay government lay such stress, has had full play with a vengeance, but when the history of the famine comes to be summed up, I doubt if the result will be paraded as a success. The net effect of it on the works has been semi-starvation, sickness, and an appalling death rate, and in the villages, starvation on a wholesale scale amongst the people who were deterred by the harshness of the tests, from going upon the works. 101. As Nash discovered in his visits to dozens of relief camps across northern India, inmates were treated with open contempt and denied resources, shelter, fuel, blankets, and clothing that the famine code had prescribed as essential to their survival. Moreover, a draconian system of measured labor and output, based on the British belief in the existence of organized shirking, kept nutrition below subsistence levels. Wages were paid in cash to gangs of 30 according to work quotas calibrated by what British administrators believed should be a strenuous 9-hour output by healthy adult males. Emaciated drought victims were, of course, seldom able to meet these unrealistic expectations, and, as a result, their wages were reduced according to the shortfall in their labor. For the weakest relief recipients in the Bombay Presidency, which again, as in 1877, set the standard for Benthamite severity, the wage was a penal minimum equivalent to 15 ounces of food, less than the infamous temple wage and only one-half the ration received by prison convicts. At a camp that Nash visited outside Pune, 1,100 inmates received the penal minimum, 900, the minimum, and only 180, a wage between the minimum and the maximum. It should be explained, Nash told his readers, that about a third of the recipients of the minimum and the penal minimum were children, and their wages in the case of the lowest class came to only 4.5 annas, 43% of minimum for the week. Seeing also that more than half the adults are women, I think it must be admitted that the punishment is indiscriminate as well as severe. 102. Although relief officials angrily denied charges by Indian nationalists that they were wantonly starving drought refugees to death, Nash pointed to the enormous death rate at the camps where the penal minimum has become the prevailing standard. In any case, it is curious if the penal minimum today is working out so differently from the £1 ration in the Great Famine of 1877. I described that ration in one of my letters as rather more generous than the one under discussion, and I am confirmed in this view by what I have learned since. It is an ominous fact that whilst the minimum is being cut down by a quarter, a minimum which assumes that only 15 ounces of solid food a day will go into the stomach of the people who must work 9 hours between the rising and setting of an Indian sun. Cholera is on the march in Khandesh, and God help if cholera attacks the famine camps. It has been a race between cholera and starvation, a grand hunt of death with scores of thousands of the refugees at the famine camps for quarry. 103. The Song of Famine. Not all the victims of Curzon's cost-cutting were in the countryside. Despite the immense grain stores piled up at the docks, the stringencies of relief in Bombay condemned thousands of refugees from the countryside to starve openly in the streets. Moreover, the unprecedented fall in well levels and water tables led to massive contamination of water supplies and the explosive spread of dysentery, diarrhea and, above all, cholera. From the middle of April 1900, cholera swept like a destructive wave over the whole country, massacring city dwellers and peasantry alike. 104 As Ira Klein writes, probably half of the increased mortality of 1896-1900 was famine-induced, and famine's influence certainly prevailed in the terrible year 1900, when recorded death rates were 96.6 per mil. 105. In the midst of this carnage, the Viceroy, breaking precedent with previous governments, decided to deport refugees who had fled into British India from neighbouring native states. Of an estimated 85 million drought victims, 43 million lived in native states and 42 million were under direct British administration. 106 As Curzon unquestionably understood, deportation was a virtual death sentence for hundreds of thousands of desperate people. The 688 native states, some of them literally microscopic, were puppet governments with dependent economies and subsidized rulers. If, in some notable instances, native princes, like the Maharaja of Kolhapur or Prince Ranjit of Jamnagar, the famous cricket hero, upheld more humanitarian, pre-British traditions of dignified relief and tax forgiveness, others, their power subjuncted by the Raj, simply turned their backs on their famished subjects. 107 The worst offenders included Indore, where the Maharaja, a bottom-line man like Curzon, vetoed all relief expenditures, and Bundi, in southeast Rajputana, where the Raja let half his subjects starve to death. Conditions meanwhile in the 64 tiny statelets that comprised the Central India Agency were simply described as unspeakable. 108. Figure 5.9 Villagers, Rajputana 1899. Although nearly a million villagers eventually died in the native and British-administered sectors of Rajputana, grain traders earned immense profits as they shifted rice and millet stocks from the countryside to the cities. Foreign observers were shocked by the obscene contrast. An American missionary, for example, wrote of his repulsion at the sight of vast quantities of grain, imported by speculators, sitting on railroad sidings under armed guard. At many of the railway stations I saw thousands of fat pigeons gorging themselves with grain from the loaded wagons on the siding, while apathetic native officials stood by and saw the precious food devoured in the sight of scores of miserable, famine-stricken villagers crying aloud for food. 109. Similarly, Pierre Lodi arrived in Rajputana, a land of dead forests, dead jungles, dead everything, on a train pulling carloads of precious grain. His account is perhaps the most chilling memoir of conditions in 1899. At every station weary passengers heard the same terrible song of famine. It was the wail of starving children. At the first village at which we stop, a sound is heard as soon as the wheels have ceased their noisy clanking, a peculiar sound that strikes a chill into us even before we have understood its nature. It is the beginning of that horrible song which we shall hear so frequently now that we have entered the land of famine. Nearly all the voices are those of children, and the sound has some resemblance to the uproar that is heard in the playground of a school, but there is an undefined note of something harsh and weak and shrill which fills us with pain. Oh! Look at the poor little things jostling there against the barrier, stretching out their withered hands towards us from the end of the bones which represent their arms. Every part of their meagre skeleton protrudes with shocking visibility through the brown skin that hangs in folds about them. Their stomachs are so sunken that one might think that their bowels had been altogether removed. Flies swarm on their lips and eyes, drinking what moisture may still exude. Maharaja! Maharaja! All the little voices cry at once in a kind of quivering song. There are some who are barely 5 years old, and these, too, cry Maharaja! Maharaja, as they stretch their terribly wasted little hands through the barrier. 110. If Lodi was filled with admiration for the train's Indian passengers, crammed into the suffocating third and fourth class compartments, who unhesitatingly gave away their last copper coin or scrap of food, he loathed the official policy that made an unfettered grain market more sacred in principle than the lives of small children crying from hunger. Even now there are 4 wagons of rice coupled to the train behind, and loads pass daily, but no one will give anything to the children, not even a handful, not even the few grains on which they might survive for a little while more. These wagons are reserved for the inhabitants of those towns where people still have money and can pay. 111. For those without the price of a bowl of rice, a major alternative was to join the great exodus of famine victims from the desertified valleys of Rajputana, where a century later, the horror of 1899 remains stored in the collective memory of folklore, sayings, and songs. 112 to normally well-watered Gujarat and British India. As a missionary pointed out, it was an unwitting journey from the frying pan to fire. 113 Undisturbed by drought or famine for 3 generations, Gandhi's home province had become the infernal core of the disaster in Bombay Presidency. Indeed, Gujarat presented the picture of Ireland in 1844–45. 114. The Inferno in Gujarat. As elsewhere, El Nino worked in sinister partnership with the world market. The drought, which persisted until 1902 in Ahmedabad, Kara, and Panchmahals, ravaged an agricultural economy already depressed by the global decline of the prices of cotton and cane sugar. It was made even more destructive by the plagues of locusts and rats, so numerous that they disturbed one's rest at night, that consumed what little grain farmers managed to coax to maturity with laboriously hand-toted water. Gujaratis, used to a dairy diet, watched in horror as first their cattle died and then as their lands, mainly loam soils dependent on constant manuring, became infertile. 115 An American missionary, writing to an old Princeton friend, described how a countryside, once green as a park, had become a blasted waste of barren stumps and burned fields. Every leaf was torn from the trees long ago for the cattle, and now the trees themselves have been cut down for wood. 116. Famine, moreover, crossed paths in Gujarat, as in the rest of India, with epidemics of both plague and cholera. By February 1900, there were so many cholera victims in Gujarat that local water supplies were being poisoned by the putrefying corpses. Several hospitals reported 90% mortality, and in one camp alone there were 3,000 deaths in 4 days. 117 Dr. Louis Klopsch of the Christian Herald, a veteran of famine relief expeditions to Russia, Armenia, and Cuba, was appalled at the shocking conditions nonchalantly tolerated by British officials. The heat was intense, the thermometer indicated 108 degrees. A hot, blinding sandstorm filled our eyes and nostrils with microbe-laden dust, and the all-pervading stench from putrefying bodies impregnated clothes, hair, and skin. Cholera had broken out a short time before and 2,400 famine sufferers had died within a few days and had been buried in shallow ground. Decomposition speedily set in and impregnated the ground with death-dealing malodor. There were no disinfectants, hence the awful, sickening, disease-spreading, suffocating stench. Millions of flies were permitted undisturbed to pester the unhappy victims. One young woman who had lost everyone dear to her, and had turned stark mad, sat at the door vacantly staring at the awful scenes around her. In the entire hospital I did not see a single decent garment. Rags, nothing but rags and dirt. 118. Some formerly prosperous districts like Kara lost almost a third of their population in less than 2 years. 119. In the Panchmahals the 1900 death rate was a macabre 28.1%, and in Ahmedabad, 17%. 120. As a result of such concentrations of high mortality, the 1911 census population of Gujarat would be significantly smaller than 1871's. 121. The Holocaust meanwhile began to unravel the tightly woven fabrics of family and religious life. Knowing the missionaries' hunger for young converts, some villagers resorted to selling their young children for a few days' supply of food. Repeatedly parents have offered me their children for sale at a rupee each, or about 30 cents. And they love them as we love our children. Children are now being offered for sale as low as 4 cents each, for a measure of grain. 122. Outcasts and tribals bore disproportionate shares of the suffering. The Darulas of Kara, as well as other poor shepherds and pastoralists in the Panchmahals, faced the insoluble problem of how to look after their cattle and at the same time labor on the relief works. As a result their mortality was appalling. 123. Likewise in the Surat district, where the overall death rate was only 2%, it was closer to 20% among the cadres. The survivors, having lost their land to unscrupulous moneylenders, were permanently reduced to extreme poverty. 124. Even more dreadful was the death agony of thousands of Bhil tribals in eastern Gujarat. Forced out of their hills and forests by the unending drought, and fearful of the squalid relief camps, they clung wherever possible to the remaining sources of fresh water. An Englishwoman described her phantasmagoric encounter in early 1900 with a large group of Bhil refugees living in the open around a rapidly desiccating lake. As the remainder of the water gradually evaporated in the fierce heat, the people were surprised to see the fish so close they could be caught by hand. For 2 or 3 whole nights the famished crowd seized, cooked, and devoured the fish as fast as they could. Then cholera struck and cut down people by the hundreds. The air became laden with the stench of putrefying bodies. While riding over to the burning ground behind my bungalow to see that the bodies were being properly disposed of, I found that the bearers of the dead had themselves been struck down in front of the pyre. 125. Choksi estimates that fully a third of the Bhil population had perished by 1901.126. As elsewhere in India, British officials raided ethnicities like cattle, and vented contempt against them even when they were dying in their multitudes. Asked to explain why mortality in Gujarat was so high, a veteran district officer is quoted in the official famine report. Figure 5.10. The Gujarati is a soft man. The Gujarati is a soft man, unused to privation, accustomed to earn his good food easily. In the hot weather he seldom worked at all and at no time did he form the habit of continuous labor. Large classes are believed by close observers to be constitutionally incapable of it. Very many even among the poorest had never taken a tool in hand in their lives. They lived by watching cattle and crops, by sitting in the fields to weed, by picking cotton, grain, and fruit, and, as Mr. Gibb says, by pilfering. 127. As famine waxed in intensity, the government in Bombay decided to milk this soft man and his family of their last reserves. The revenue, it was announced, must at all costs be gathered in, a decision denounced by Nash as picking the bones of the people. 128. When Patida farmers, ruined by the drought, combined to refuse a 24% increase in their tax payment, the collectors simply confiscated their land. 129. Officials in the central provinces, where 500,000 died in 1900 alone, were equally ruthless. 130. The corruption and incompetence of the province's poor houses contrasted with the efficiency of its militarized revenue campaign. In the Narmada division, where famine was more intense, the government employed more savage coercion than in the better year 1898-99. Rounding off a terrifying decade, officials claimed near full collections in most districts in 1901. 131. No previous drought in Indian history had lasted for more than 2 years, so there was widespread expectation that normal monsoons would restore agriculture in 1902. In fact, the season of 1901-02, the official Bombay famine report explains, was again disappointing. In Gujarat the summer rains began late and ceased early, and the winter rains failed almost entirely. The damage done by shortage of rain was intensified by a severe plague of rats and locusts, grasshoppers and other insects, which assailed parts of the Deccan and Karnataka and converted, in the case of some Gujarat districts, what would have been moderate scarcity into intense distress. In the desert portion of Dhar and Parker there was an absolute failure of rain, and the crops were practically nil. In Gujarat at least, the distress was more intense in 1901-02 than in the preceding years. 132. The Bombay authorities were forced to keep relief works open almost until Christmas 1902. As in 1877 and 1897, the main peak in the famine death rate occurred relatively late, coinciding with the return of monsoon rains in August-September 1900 in the central provinces and a malaria epidemic that ravaged the weakened and immune-suppressed population. 133 The India Office, not counting malaria deaths, estimated famine mortality in British India 1899-1900 as 1.25 million, but Indian economists led by R.C. Dutt claimed that it was actually 3 or 4 times this. 134 In a recent statistical reconstruction, demographer Arup Maharatna suggests a mortality range, not including 1901-02 victims, of between 3 and 4.4 million, although Bertenstein believes the true figure was closer to 6.5 million and W. Arthur Lewis cites 10 million dead. 135 Certainly the uncounted dead in the native states and the heavy mortality through 1902 suggest a total comparable to that of the 1870s catastrophe, making nonsense of Curzon's claim that there had never been a famine when the general mortality has been less, when the distress has been more amply or swiftly relieved. 136. As in 1876-78, there were local concentrations of supermortality. In scores of drought districts, at least 10% of the population perished. In Gujarat, the toll soared to a sixth of the population, perhaps even more. 137 The slaughter of innocents was particularly appalling. Infant mortality in the Hisar district of the Punjab, according to Tim Dyson, was nearly 50% in 1899-1900, while in Berar half the deaths, some 8,000, on large relief works were children under the age of 5. Gruesome evidence of conditions like those denounced by Hawthorne at Jabalpur in 1897.138. Figure 5.11 Burning plague victims in Bombay, 1898. In 1901 The Lancet suggested that a conservative estimate of excess mortality in India in the previous decade, calculated from the 1901 census after subtracting plague deaths, was 19 million. 139 As William Digby reminded English readers at the time, this statement by what is probably the foremost medical journal in the world, means that the loss of life thus recorded represented the disappearance of fully one-half a population as large as that of the United Kingdom. 140 A number of historians, including Kingsley Davis, Ira Klein, and Pierre L. E. Roy, have accepted the Lancet's figure as an order of magnitude approximation for the combined mortality of the 1896-1902 crisis. 141. These great fin de siècle famines, followed by another El Nino-linked drought famine in 1907-08 that Maharatna estimates took 2.1 to 3.2 million lives in the United Provinces, cast a long mortality shadow over the first decade of the 20th century. 142 Their immune responses weakened by the long ordeal of hunger. The rural poor in western and northern India were mowed down in the millions by epidemic waves of malaria, tuberculosis, and plague. The Black Death, spread by drought-induced rat migrations, entrenched itself in the former famine districts of the UP and the Punjab, where it had claimed 8 million further victims by 1914. 143. The cumulative damage to the subcontinent's productive forces was colossal. Almost all the progress made in agricultural development since 1880 was nullified during the famines. 144 Srivastava claims that 92% of plough cattle in the Punjab died in 1896-97, while in the Bombay Presidency, according to Tomlinson in the New Cambridge History, the herds did not regain their 1890s levels until the 1930s. 145 Partially as a result of this catastrophic shortfall of animal power, the net cropped area in both the Bombay Presidency and in the central provinces in 1900 had declined by 12% relative to 1890. In the most stricken districts the decrease in cultivation was 25% to 41%. 146. The country's demographic engine likewise ground to a near halt. In the 30 years from 1891 to 1921, India's population barely grew from 282 million to 306 million, hardly a Malthusian boom. 147 Indeed, in many parts of India there had been a 50-year standstill in population growth. Thus in Agra, Rohilkhand, and Allahabad, among other localities, the 1921 population was less than that of 1872, while in Lucknow, Jhansi, Gujarat, most of the former United Provinces and the native states, merely the same. 148 For India as a whole, only the 1880s had seen a relatively healthy ratio between birth and death rates. And what lesson did the British draw from these catastrophes? The most comprehensive official survey, the Report on the Famine in Bombay Presidency, 1899-1902, conceded that much of the excess mortality might have been avoided by widespread gratuitous home relief from the beginning, but insisted that the cost could have been such as no country would bear or should be called upon to bear, although both the Mughals and the Qing provided this form of relief during the 18th century. Likewise, the principal finding of the report of the 1901 All India Famine Commission, despite the fact that barely a fifth of estimated famine victims received any British assistance whatsoever, was that the relief distributed was excessive. 149. 6. Millenarian revolutions. In 1898 there will be many hats and few heads, in 1899 the waters shall turn to blood, and the planet shall appear in the east with the sun's rays, the bow shall find itself on the earth, and the earth shall find itself in heaven. There shall be a great rain of stars, and that will be the end of the world. In 1901 the lights shall be put out. Prophecies of Antonio Cancelheiro. In the autumn of 1901, after a grueling overland journey of many weeks, Francis Nichols, Special Famine Commissioner for New York's The Christian Herald, arrived at the gates of Xi'an, the ancient capital of China. Renowned for his courageous and adventurous reportage of the late war with Spain, Nichols had been selected by Louis Klopsch, the Herald's publisher, to carry cash aid, including a $100 contribution from recently assassinated President McKinley, directly to the epicenter of a terrible drought famine that was reported to be savaging the lowest provinces of Shaanxi and Shaanxi. 1 He followed in the footsteps of the Dowager Empress Tzu and her court, who had fled to Xi'an in late 1900 after the fall of Beijing to the international expeditionary force of 8 foreign powers. Although Nichols had been warned that Shaanxi was the citadel of anti-foreignism, and that vengeful Boxer remnants might be encountered en route, he was determined to document the devastation of nearly 3 years of drought in the old Han heartland. Thanks to a pass from Prince Qing, the uncle of the new boy emperor, he was in fact treated with scrupulous cordiality by local mandarins, who expedited his journey with fresh horses and armed escorts. They also warned him of the landscape of famine and death, too horrible to describe in words, that lay ahead. An estimated 30% of Shaanxi's population had perished, and some Xi'an, Qianchao, Pinchao, and Yungshan, especially, were nearly depopulated. 2. Indeed, the fabled valley of the Wei River seemed nearly as desolate as the Gobi. Every quarter of a mile a mud village rose out of the white, treeless desert, which stretched away to the north, east, and west like a limitless ocean. The vast plain was silent. Along the old roads, all worn and sunken, we met no travelers. No farmers were in the fields. In some of the villages were groups of half-starved men and children, the only survivors of communities that had perished. The outskirts of Xi'an were honeycombed with thousands of grim, blackened caves, nearly all empty. During the terrible winter of 1901, an army of more than 300,000 starving refugees had been encamped outside the city walls. The provincial governor, frightened by bread riots and other omens of a peasant uprising, had locked the gates. Reduced to rags and without fuel for fires, the desperate refugees tried to escape the icy Siberian winds by burrowing deep into the lowest embankments and hillsides. With the imperial granaries long emptied, this human rodent colony subsisted for a short time on coarse grass, weeds, and roof thatch. Before long, however, the survivors were living off the bodies of the dead. By and by, human flesh began to be sold in the suburbs of Xi'an. At first the traffic was carried on clandestinely, but after a time a horrible kind of meatball, made from the bodies of human beings who had died of hunger, became a staple article of food, that was sold for the equivalent of about 4 American cents a pound. 3. China, bottling up the sky. The festival of death and cannibalism outside the walls of Xi'an, related to Nichols by officials who had been powerless to relieve the calamity, was the macabre culmination of the crisis that had begun in 1897 with drought in North China and the German occupation of Jiaozhou Bay on the Shandong Peninsula. 4 For 5 years, northern China and Manchuria, along with Inner Mongolia, were overwhelmed both by foreign devils and natural disasters. Indeed, the two curses were so closely aligned in time and space that they were understood by broad sections of the peasantry as a single, occult evil. Modern historians of the Boxer Uprising, like Paul Escherich, Arthur Tiedemann, and Paul Cohen, agree with contemporary missionary accounts that drought-famine was the bellows that transformed local sparks of anti-foreignism into a vast populist conflagration across North China. Ordinary people were convinced that the construction of so many arrogant foreign missions, churches, and cathedrals had disrupted the feng shui or geomantic balance of nature, thus awakening the earth dragon and causing floods and drought. 5 As Boxer big character posters declaimed from the walls of Beijing, no rain comes from heaven. The earth is parched and dry. And all because the churches have bottled up the sky. 6. The first phase of drought, which lasted from 1897 through summer 1898, caused acute distress in the western and southern counties of Shandong, where anti-foreign anger was already at a fever pitch because of repeated German military interventions on behalf of Catholic missionaries. 7 As grain prices soared, banditry increased in tandem, and magistrates complained about the growing boldness of populist, heterodox sects. Although crop failure was considerably less devastating than in western India, the drought was immediately followed by a torrential monsoon in August that swelled the Yellow River to flood stage. On August 8 it broke through its banks first in Shaojiang, drowning 400 villages as its waters swept through Yuncheng to the Grand Canal. A second breach opened up southwest of Jinan, flooding another 1,500 villages. Finally and most disastrously, the north bank broke at Dongyi, producing a vast lake extending through Chipping, where the spirit boxers would soon be stirred to activity, and on to cover some 3,000 square miles of farmland in northwest Shandong before it finally flowed to the sea. 8 The American consul at Chefoo reported that much of the province was now in Atlantis, hundreds of villages are submerged, cities surrounded by water, homes, furniture, clothing, in fact everything is under water or destroyed. 9. Millions fled, as best they could, the great inundation that covered vast sections of Henan as well as Shandong. Separate flooding created havoc in Hebei, Zhili, especially around Beijing. Myriads of villagers were stranded on dikes for 3 months while waiting for the waters to recede. They tried to survive, with little success, on a diet of willow leaves, wheat gleanings, and cottonseed mixed with chaff and pits. 10 American missionaries, appealing for aid in the winter of 1898-99, wrote that the most conservative estimates place the number of starving at 2 million, and time and the increasing cold weather will undoubtedly greatly augment the distress. Without protection from the bitter Siberian winds, tens of thousands died of hunger, disease, and cold. Probably no place in the world, said the New York Times, and probably not in this generation, has there been so much suffering as is now being endured in Shantung 11. Figure 6.1 Flood refugees in North China. The tragedy was made all the more bitter by the universal belief among the people that the disaster was man-made and avoidable. Breaches of the Yellow River dikes had been occurring for several years as a consequence of embezzlement of flood control funds by officials of all ranks. The censors in their impeachment memorials had reported this corrupt administration of the Yellow River Conservancy for many years. 12. The chief culprit, the pro-Catholic head of the Conservancy, had been dismissed for his venality, but was restored to power under pressure from the French. The hungry and half-drowned peasantry, according to Escherich, presumed that this official, brought back at foreign insistence, was through his incompetence and corruption responsible for the Great Flood. 13. The foreign powers, meanwhile, seemed callously indifferent to the suffering in North China, ignoring desperate appeals for relief from missionaries and even, in some instances, their own local consuls. When Louis Klopsch of the Christian Herald, for example, begged U.S. Secretary of State Hay for naval help to ferry grain to Shandong, he was brusquely turned away with the explanation that every available transport was needed for the invasion of the Philippines. 14. Figure 6.2 Boxer rebels practicing archery, 1900. Throughout 1898, moreover, the foreign menace seemed to grow day by day. While Beijing was distracted by the flood disaster and an accompanying cholera epidemic, London and Berlin negotiated the notorious Anglo-German Agreement, which acknowledged British hegemony in the lower Yangtze Valley in return for the recognition of a German sphere of influence in the North China Plain. Japan, France, and Russia immediately demanded comparable concessions. At the same time, Christian proselytism in China was intensifying so rapidly, a tripling of Protestant missionaries, for example, between 1890 and 1908, that it was widely perceived as a religious invasion. 15. And, more subtly but no less alarmingly, centrifugal world market forces were becoming visible at the village level. Imported machine-spun cotton yarn from India wreaked havoc on the handicrafts of Shandong and other northern provinces, while the purchasing power of cash, China's popular copper coinage, plunged in tandem with China's worsening balance of trade. 1900 saw the worst depreciation in the cash sector in the entire period 1890-1910. 16. There was universal apprehension in North China that Qing sovereignty was being dismantled piecemeal, and with it the traditional rights and safeguards of the people, including imperial commitments to flood control and famine relief. The esoteric doctrines of the Boxer movement were thus underlain by astute popular perceptions of imperialism. As the veteran missionary and pioneer sociologist of Chinese rural life, Arthur Smith, reminded British readers prone to dismiss the common people as ignorant and superstitious, no shrewder people than the Chinese are to be found upon this planet or perhaps any other. 17. Disaster, moreover, had manufactured rebellion throughout Chinese history. When rivers broke their levees or changed their channels, a traditional adage warned that the old died and the young became bandits. 18. Thus officials were hardly surprised when flood distress fused with perceptions of foreign conspiracy to produce a significant local uprising in the neighborhood of Luoyang in northern Anhui, as well as widespread violence in northern Jiangsu. 19. In the traditional bandit country of western Henan, especially Baofeng, Lushan, and Linruo counties, where water works were in poor repair and thus unable to blunt the harshest effects of geography and climate, a Robin Hood army of 10,000 terrorized foreigners and Qing alike. As Elizabeth Perry has pointed out, these unusually disciplined brigands were scrupulously respectful of the poor and shared with them the impressive ransoms from missionary kidnappings. A decade later, following a new round of natural disaster, the famous outlaw Bai Lang would assume command of these indomitable Henanessa farmer brigands. 20. More menacingly, the anti-Christian spirit Boxers, direct progenitors of the 1899 Boxers united in righteousness, Yichuan, began to spread like wildfire throughout the stricken districts of western Shandong, where the fall harvest had been drowned and the soil subsequently remained too wet to plant winter wheat. A martial arts movement of poor peasants, agricultural laborers, and unemployed canal bargemen that combined the attributes of predatory social banditry with the defensive role of traditional village militias, the spirit boxers were quickly embroiled in escalating conflicts with both Christian villagers and local authorities. The foreign powers exerted enormous pressure on the Qing court to exterminate the movement, and it might well have been contained in December 1898, following the execution of the three principal leaders, if flooding had not been punctually followed by renewed drought. 21. The failure of the spring rains in 1899 was like throwing a match into a pool of gasoline. The drought was great and practically universal, wrote Arthur Smith. For the first time since the Great Famine in 1878, no winter wheat to speak of had been planted in any part of northern China. Under the most favorable circumstances the spring rains are almost invariably insufficient, but that year they were almost wholly lacking. The ground was baked so hard that no crops could be put in. 22 idled peasants and agricultural laborers by the tens of thousands flocked to local boxing grounds where they imbibed the potent new doctrine of boxer militancy combined with spirit possession and invulnerability rituals derived from the underground White Lotus Section 23. Chipping Xian in western Shandong, which had been literally under water during the floods and now was hammered by drought, was the reputed home of more than 800 of these boxing associations. The weather in my region, wrote the local magistrate to Beijing, has been exceptionally dry and the numbers of the poor have increased. When these poor people assemble they all claim to be boxers. The majority of these boxers are poor people without any means of livelihood. Later, after beheading some of the 18 chiefs of the original Yichuan, another Mandarin corroborated the plebeian, hunger-driven character of the movement. These boxers are mostly homeless people. Yan Shuken and Little Pock Mark Gao, both of whom have already been executed, did not have any property or other means. The 12 households connected with Xi Disheng, who also has been executed, altogether owned a mere 140 mu of land. All of it was ordered confiscated and sold at auction. 24. The government's inability, variously through insolvency or corruption, to mount a credible relief effort, together with frequent refusal of the rich to share food with the poor, only confirmed the core boxer conviction that the masses themselves must take responsibility for China's salvation. A wide range of sources, Cohen writes, including gazetteers, diaries, official memorials, oral history accounts, and the reports of foreigners, indicate a direct link between the spread and intensification of the boxer movement, beginning in late 1899, and growing popular nervousness, anxiety, unemployment, and hunger occasioned by drought. Tiedemann, another eminent historian of the uprising, agrees when Cohen adds, "It was this factor drought-famine, more than any other, in my judgment, that accounted for the explosive growth both of the boxer movement and of popular support for it in the spring and summer of 1925. Joining the boxers, moreover, was a sure way of filling one's belly. Everywhere the movement was active it patriotically cajoled or, if necessary, simply expropriated surplus food from merchants and rich peasants. More violently, it seized and divided the food stocks of Christian villages and missions. Wangguogong Bao, the missionary newspaper founded by Timothy Richard, warned that while the weak topple in the roadside ditches, the stronger become outlaws and advocate dividing the wealth among rich and poor. 26 Indeed, most accounts agree, the radical slogan "equal division of grain" was central to the explosive growth of the Boxer uprising. Although some historians have claimed that this slogan only meant to target Christians and foreigners, Chi Kizang asserts that at least by 1900 in Hebei it included wealthy households in general. He cites such official notations as "they commanded the rich households to all give grain, but when they didn't get what they wanted, they took it by force." 27 Likewise Presbyterian missionaries reported in July 1899 that pro-boxer peasants across North Anhui were looting the granaries of the wealthy. 28 There is little doubt, moreover, that the ultimate endorsement of the insurgency by leading gentry and Qing nobles was a systematic attempt to channel dangerous social anger in a purely patriotic, non-revolutionary direction. Virtually certain defeat at the hands of the great powers, in the eyes of veteran Manchu statesmen, seemed preferable to an apocalyptic class struggle. The Taiping, in the last instance, still cast the longest shadow over the forbidden city. For the drought victims themselves, however, the relevant memory was the Holocaust of 1877. The diary kept by Eva Price, a member of the large Oberlin College contingent of missionaries who had been proselytizing in Shaanxi since 1889, provides a vivid account of how folk memories of those millions of deaths helped to fuel the uprising against a foreign menace indissolubly identified with drought and famine. The catalytic roles of hunger, rumor, and fear, alloyed with resurgent elements of popular culture like the Boxer adoption of a pantheon of animal gods from popular novels and operas, recall Le Grand Père of 1789, famously analyzed by Georges Lefebvre, that propelled the French peasantry into a similarly desperate adventure. 29 Price's diary entries gain particular poignancy as she gradually realizes that her own fate, like that of her peasant neighbors, hinges upon the course of the drought. Figure 6.3 Captured Boxer rebel. Thus, from the last rains of September 1898 through the terrible starving spring of 1900, she charted the growing popular unease and the increase in anti-foreign insults and incidents. During the early summer of 1899, thunder frequently could be heard to the southwest, but the monsoons never crossed the mountains. The South City Gate has been closed again and the shopkeepers have built little altars outside their shops hoping the gods will honor their worship by sending rain. Everything is so dry and the dust is dreadful. In September the peasantry sowed their winter wheat crop as usual, but the monsoon brought only a little drizzle of rain, but not enough to do any good. Over the next season the absence of a normal protective snow cover killed what little wheat actually germinated. 30. As hunger spread, villagers began to make increasingly grim comparisons to 1877-79, when at least one-third of the province's population had perished. Rumors arrived of foreign plots and atrocities. The most terrifying tale of all was one that asserted that foreign ships seized off the China coast were found to be carrying grisly cargoes of human eyes, blood, and female nipples. 31. Cohen cites another widespread rumor that Christians were poisoning wells. 32. By March 1900, Boxers were clandestinely organizing in Taiyuan, the provincial capital, under the tolerant eye of the new anti-foreign governor, Yu Xin. 2 months later, as starvation became dramatically visible everywhere in Shaanxi, villagers began to attack well-fed Chinese Christians and foreign devils at missions. Buddhist priests warned peasants that the drought would continue as long as Christians openly defiled Chinese traditions. The fearful Oberlin missionaries, in turn, held their own 3-day-long prayer marathon for rain. 33. In June, the monsoon rains began to break the drought in much of the North China Plain, but the lowest highlands of Shaanxi and Shaanxi remained hot and arid. Rainmaking processions were transformed into ever larger and more militant patriotic demonstrations. Boxers now paraded openly under their slogan, "Support the Qing, kill the foreigners." Sometimes they chanted, "See the rain does not come / the sky is as brass / foreign blood must be spilt / or the season will pass." 34. On June 28, Price wrote in her diary, "For months we have been anxious because of drought and feared the suffering that would probably come upon the people, not thinking it would be of any special meaning or menace to us. The past 2 months have marked such changes that we felt the pressure from lack of rain nearly as keenly as those starving." 35. A few weeks later, after foreign attacks on the Taku forts, the Dowager Empress declared war on Great Britain, Germany, France, the United States, Japan, Italy, Austria, Belgium, and Holland. "For 40 years, she says, I have lain on brushwood and eaten bitterness because of them." In response to her edict, Eva Price, her husband, and 42 other missionaries were promptly slaughtered by Yu Xin's bannermen. 36. As oral histories gathered in the late 1940s and early 1960s by PRC historians have corroborated, the Boxer uprising was an extraordinarily broad-based, popular movement. Sympathy for the Boxer cause appeared almost universal in the villages of the North China Plain, and county after county reported boxing rounds as numerous as trees in a forest. 37. By contrast, last-minute Manchu support from the cabal around the Dowager Empress was wavering and ineffective, while the commercial elites of the Yangtze Delta, untouched by famine, acquiesced in foreign intervention with little risk of popular censure. In the end, the courage of the Boxers and Red Lanterns, their female counterparts, armed with little more than sticks and magic charms, was magnificent but of little avail in stationary battles against the combined forces of the great powers. Figure 6.41 of the dead in North China. To the millions of deaths in North China from famine and epidemic between 1897 and 1901 were added hundreds of thousands of additional casualties from the exterminating armies of Field Marshal von Waldersee, personally ordered by the Kaiser to emulate the carnage of Attila, and the other foreign victors. Even the missionaries rescued by the relief forces were staggered by the scale and ferocity of the vengeance exacted against the Chinese civilian population. It has seemed, complained Arthur Smith, as if the foreign troops had come to northern China for the express purpose of committing within the shortest time as many violations as possible of the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th Commandments. 38. Writing in the Contemporary Review, E. Dillon described the shoals of murdered Chinese floating in the Peiho River or washed in heaps upon islets and sandbars. One sight was particularly haunting. Hard by a spot named Koh I saw two bodies on a low-lying ledge of the shore. Accustomed by this time to behold in the broad light of day some of the horrors which the soil of the graveyard hides from all living things but the worm, I should have glided carelessly past them but for the pathos of their story, which needed no articulate voice to tell. A father and his boy of 8 had been shot down in the name of civilization while holding each other's hands and praying for mercy. And there they lay, hand still holding hand, while a brown dog was slowly eating one of the arms of the father. 39. After recounting countless other atrocities committed by the Allies, including rapes and murders of women and girls, Dillon presciently warned that the good work done by the brave troops in China had sown the seeds of nationalist revolution. The policy of the powers is a sowing of the wind, and the harvest reaped will surely be the whirlwind. But that belongs to the music of the future. 40. Brazil, the Days of Judgment. Brazil's 19th century ended in a bloody sunset of drought, famine, and genocidal state violence. Across widening regional and racial divides, the Positivist Republic, established by coup in 1889 and dominated by Paulista elites, conducted a ruthless crusade against poor, drought-stricken but pious sertanejos in the Nordeste. The 1897 War of Canudos, which culminated in the destruction of the holy city of Canudos in the Bahian Sertão and the massacre of tens of thousands of humble followers of Antonio Conselheiro, is one of the defining events in Brazil's modern history, the subject of Euclides de Cunha's epic Os Sertões 1902. Another famous backlands utopia led by a religious folk hero, Father Cicero Romão's city of Josiero in Ceará's Cariri Valley, narrowly escaped the fate of Canudos. It survived into the 20th century only through shrewd compromises with local elites. If eschatological imminence, with the oligarchic republic as the Antichrist, suffused both communities, each was also a pragmatic and successful adaptation to continuing environmental crisis and economic decline in the Nordeste. The roots of both movements, moreover, go back to the Grande Seca of 1876–78. The Sertão had long been a religious volcano. Sebastianism, based on mystical belief in the return of the Portuguese monarch who had vanished fighting the Moors in 1578, was particularly widespread. The first massacre of millenarists occurred at Serra do Rodeador in the Sertão of Pernambuco in 1819–20. A prophet gathered together a group of followers to await King Sebastian, who was expected back at any moment to lead them on a crusade for the liberation of Jerusalem. Their rush-out utopia was instead destroyed by a nervous government who viewed the utopian apocalyptic strand in folk Catholicism with the deepest suspicion. 41 The great droughts of the late 19th century, however, only further entrenched Sebastianist eschatology in popular culture. From the ranks of barefoot beatos and beatas, the famines of 1877 and 1889 mobilized fierce new visions of cataclysm followed by Christ's thousand-year kingdom. Yet millenarianism in the Sertão was also a practical social framework for coping with environmental instability. When foreign priests and missionaries fled the scorched Sertão in the spring of 1877, the former schoolteacher turned beato Consul Hiero and the ordained priest Cicero stayed behind with their flocks, sermonizing apocalypse but practicing energetic self-help. The first acquired his reputation for holiness by repairing local churches and graveyards, while the second became locally famous for resettling starving drought refugees in the undeveloped but fertile lands of the Ararat Mountains. When, during the terrible drought of 1877-79, Cicero dug wells, erected shelters, and planted mandioca and manicoba for the refugees, the Certos rang with his praises. 42. As we have seen, the oasis at Josierro again became a populist refuge during the scorching, cloudless year of 1888. Under Cicero's energetic direction, flagelladoes planted emergency crops of manioc, slaked their thirst in the perennial waters of the Carari River, and prayed for rain. Maria de Arago's Milagro of the precious blood during the Holy Week of 1889 repeated itself for 3 years, drawing thousands more refugees and pilgrims to Josierro while opening a bitter breach between Cicero and a Romanizing church hierarchy at war with Afro-Brazilian folk Catholicism who refused to accept that a poor black woman in the backlands could be the subject of such divine grace. Drought abated in 1890 thanks, many Sertanejos believed, to the miracle at Josierro but then returned with a vengeance in 1891, one of the most intense El Nino years in modern South American history. The subsequent bursting of the politically manipulated coffee investment bubble known as the ensilamento plunged the Brazilian economy into deep crisis and incited runaway inflation even in advance of the World Trade Depression of 1893. The mill race lost fully half its value between 1892 and 1897, while the Republic, despite its modernizing pretensions, proved even less capable than the old empire of providing any aid to the drought and inflation-ravaged interior of the increasingly peripheralized Nordist. Under the new federalism virtually all relief and public works were concentrated in the south, leaving the Sertanejos at the mercy of corrupt and bankrupt state oligarchies. 43. Figure 6.5 Antonio Consul Hiero. Simultaneously, there was greater population pressure than in 1877 on the overexploited but simultaneously underdeveloped resources of the Sertão. Emancipation in 1888 freed slaves in the coastal plantation belt without providing them with land, tools, or real means of independent survival. The decline in the export earnings of sugar at the same time depressed employment. Thousands drifted into the interior, where they joined the multitudes already scratching at the baked earth as sharecroppers, day laborers or illegal squatters. Rural credit was non-existent, London still firmly controlled Brazil's finances, and the Sertão's reliable water resources were jealously monopolized by large landowners. Thus when drought resumed after 1888, there were few reserves to sustain the population on the land. As in 1877, the officials of Fortaleza, Salvador, and the other ports were soon blockading roads against an overwhelming influx of famished refugees. Many Sertanejos, however, chose a new survival option. They flocked to the drought arks being built by Cicero at Josierro, and, after 1892, by Consul Hiero at Canados. Falsely portrayed by his enemies, and, more recently, by Mario Vargas Llosa, as a raving monster, Consul Hiero preached a dark, unforgiving Catholicism that, as Robert Levine has shown, was not unorthodox by the traditional standards of the Nordist. Unlike Cicero, he was not an impresario of miracles, nor did he encourage a cult around himself or perform sacraments. He may have been the Sertão's Savonarola or Cotton Mather, but he was not its messiah. His sermons were typically based on popular missionary tracts, focusing on penitential devotion to Our Lady of Sorrows. Even his interpretation of the recurrent droughts from 1889 on as harbingers of the end of the world was fully in accord with the passionate vision of much of the regular clergy in the Nordist. On the other hand, when Consul Hiero's fierce biblical rectitude crossed into the terrain of politics, he was branded as a subversive. His intense feelings about social justice, especially his opposition to slavery and the exploitation of the poor, led him to advocate nonviolent civic and religious disobedience. In the course of his 2 decades of spiritual peregrination he was repeatedly arrested, abused, and deported by various local authorities, a persecution that only increased his sanctified stature among the sharecroppers and landless laborers of the THIRD-WORLDISM. During the 1888-91 drought, Conselheiro had settled followers on 2 abandoned fazendas north of Salvador. He also supported local market women in their struggle against new municipal taxes, condemning the Republic which had replaced Christ with Conte for trying to deliver the people back into slavery. After an assassination attempt by the Bahian police in early 1893, he decided to move his rapidly growing congregation to the more remote locality of Canados, 435 miles inland from Salvador. Here, in the center of the High Sertão, was a ruined fazenda on fertile land, well defended by rugged mountains and watered by seasonal rivers and reliable springs. Within 18 months Canados had burgeoned into a self-sufficient, drought-resistant city of 35,000 people, a mud-walled Jerusalem in Cunha's condescending phrase that stunned visitors with its relative prosperity, river banks planted in vegetables, corn, beans, watermelons, squash, cantaloupes, sugar cane, arrowroot, and potatoes, as well as its religious fervor. Although its population was a broad ethnic cross-section of the Sertão, the community's civic and military leadership tended to be drawn from such previously outcast groups as the descendants of fugitive slaves, former cangaceiros, outlaws, and the remnants of the aboriginal Kiriri people, whose last 2 chiefs would die fighting to defend Canados. 45. Fortuna and contemporary Brazilian intellectuals imbued with the arrogant liberalism of Conte and Spencer, this secession from Republican modernity could only be the objectivization of a tremendous insanity. In fact, as Levine points out, few joined Conselheiro capriciously or because they were seduced by a crazed magician. Instead, like Joseiro, Canados was a rational response to the relentless chaos of drought and depression. In the face of the inability of the state to develop, or even slow the decline, of the Sertão, it exemplified the practicality of a self-organized, socialist alternative, even if its official ideology was Marian and monarchist. And, despite the calumnies of his enemies, Conselheiro did not regiment belief or impose a cult discipline. Those who wanted to remained in constant touch with neighboring communities, they came and went at will. People visited Canados, did their business, and left. Many conselheiristas worked outside the community every day. They were not prisoners. They came to Canados to preserve their Catholicism, not to exchange it for a cult or deviant section. 46. As recent histories have emphasized, there was no rebellion in the Backlands, the English title of de Cunha's account, only an attempt at peaceful withdrawal into millenarian autonomy. Like earlier Quilombos, slave republics, in the Nordeste, however, Canados's simple desire to be left alone in peace was perceived as a dire threat to social order. On the one hand, the Holy City drained the surplus of cheap labor otherwise available to local oligarchs like the legal owner of Canados, the Baron of Jeremoabo, Bahia's most powerful fazendeiro. On the other hand, Canados signified successful resistance to the new order that the Paulista elites and their Republican allies were attempting to impose across Brazil. Like Joseiro, it also contradicted the Church's project of subduing Backlands Catholicism. As a result, Conselheiro's premature experiment in a Christianity of the base was denounced by Salvador's savants as communism, by the ultramontane bishops as a political religious sect, and by the federal government as seditious monarchism. The Jeremoabos and other big landowners demanded Canados's prompt destruction. 47. Towards the end of 1896, during the onset of a fierce new El Nino drought that lasted, with only brief respites, until 190,748, a battalion of Bahian troops, responding to landowners' demands for repression, opened fire on a peaceful procession of penitents. More than 150 were mowed down, but the enraged survivors, many of them tough Jagancos, cowboys, or former cangaceiros, drove off the troops with heavy casualties. As drought emptied the countryside, the Canudenses clung grimly, blunderbusses and knives in hand, to their new gardens and homes. While Cancel Hiro, 70 years old and in failing health, concentrated on the building of his dream church of Bom Jesus, later dynamited by the army, the actual defense of Canados was organized by the people's chieftain, João Abade, the masterful commander of the Guarda Católica. 49 In January 1897, he ambushed and routed a second expedition of more than 500 federal troops. As panic swept the coastal cities, a third expedition was prepared under the leadership of the fearsome infantry commander Antonio Moreira Cesar. Advancing through an arid countryside made even more forlorn by the scorched earth strategy of Abade, Cesar's large, well-armed force, equipped with brand-new Krupp cannons, launched a rash frontal assault on Canados. It was a suicidal tactical decision reminiscent of Custer's foolish charge at the Little Big Horn. In the end, the very primitiveness of Canados's construction aided in its defense. The settlement itself became a trap into which the arrogant invaders had been lured. Whole battalions were swallowed up in the mass of huts as into some dark cave. The defenders ambushed the soldiers, using knives, rifles, scythes, cattle prods, and broken household furniture as weapons. 50. Cesar's supposedly crack troops were systematically annihilated by the Guarda Católica. For the Conselheiristas it was God's greatest miracle, for the federal government in Rio de Janeiro, an unendurable humiliation and challenge to the very legitimacy of the Republic. While balladeers in the Sertão mocked the ghost of Moreira Cesar, who killed you? It was a bullet from Canados sent by the Conselheiro, a fourth expedition of overwhelming power. Brazil's greatest military exertion since the Paraguayan War was painstakingly organized. Conscripts were told that they were marching off to combat the forces of the Devil. 51 The final assault began in July, but the Canudenses, well aware that this was a war of extermination, held out for 3 long months against modern artillery. Canados, da Cunha wrote, did not surrender. The only case of its kind in history, it held out to the last man. Conquered inch by inch, in the literal meaning of the words, it fell on October 5, towards dusk when its last defenders fell, dying, every man of them. There were only 4 of them left, an old man, 2 other full-grown men, and a child, facing a furiously raging army of 5,000 men. 52 What had become the Europeanized Republic's race war against the half-breed followers of Conselheiro ended in an orgy of revenge. Some were shot when they could not keep up with the forced march. A pregnant woman whose labor pains had started was placed in an empty shack by the side of the road and abandoned. Soldiers killed children by smashing their skulls against trees. Wounded Conselheiristas were drawn and quartered or hacked to pieces limb by limb. Their carcasses were doused with oil and burned, the same treatment as was given the surviving dwellings in Canados. The army systematically eradicated the remaining traces of the Holy City as if it had housed the devil incarnate. 53. While Canados was fighting for its life, Father Cicero was desperately refuting published reports that he was organizing an army of Syrian fanatics to come to its relief. Although the cannons were not yet pounding its homes to rubble, Josierro was also besieged by diverse enemies who equated its folk Catholicism, especially the growing numbers of apocalyptic beatos and beatas, with subversion in Bahia. In 1894, at the behest of the Brazilian hierarchy, the Inquisition in Rome had declared Josierro's living Saint Maria de Araújo a fraud and suspended Cicero from sacramental office. Liberals equally looked for the Conselheiro-like glint of sedition in his eyes. But Father Cicero proved to be a wily politician. 20 years later, he would be acknowledged as the most powerful figure in the Nordeste, who eschewed attacks on the status quo. In particular, he quelled fazendieros' fears about disruptions in the labor market by contracting his followers to work on their estates. In contrast to Conselheiro's unyielding refusal to render unto Caesar, Cicero saved Josierro by utopianizing it, that is to say, by reintegrating it into traditional economic and political backwardness. As a result, Josierro, or Juarziro in modern spelling, a century later has shopping malls and slums, while Canados remains a haunted ruin. 54. In the end, however, neither the death of Conselheiro nor the opportunism of Cicero solved the labor problems of the regional elites. The El Nino-driven cycle of drought, 1888–89, 1891, 1897–98, and 1899–1900, coupled with the declining earnings of all the Nordists' traditional exports led to the gradual depopulation of parts of the Surtile. The influx of the 1880s became the exodus of the 1890s. By 1900 at least 300,000 Surtanejos had fled drought and repression for the gamble of a new life in the rubber forests of the Amazon. 55 As Della Cava points out, the structural and environmental crisis of the Nordist assumed its most extreme form in Antonio Conselheiro's home state of Ceará. Ample federal subsidies financed the outward passage to the far north, while Ceará's state government collected a head tax for each able body that departed. Ironically, the policy of substituting human exports, capable of remitting earnings home, for the export of raw materials soon resulted in the real crisis of the Northeast. Indeed, without cheap and abundant labor, the traditional agriculture of the arid Northeast, cotton and cattle, was incapable of recovering in non-drought years and, in fact, was threatened with extinction. Not even the collapse of the Brazilian rubber boom around 1913 alleviated the northeastern labor shortage. It remained chronic until the early 1920s. 56. Colonial Asia, starvation as strategy. Throughout monsoon Asia, drought and crop failure interacted with increasing disease mortality, especially malaria in its most virulent strain. Rinderpest, as in Africa, ruined tens of thousands of small cultivators in Southeast Asia whose major capital was their bullock or ox. Where small peasants and sharecroppers were conscripted into export commodity circuits, the World Depression of 1893 had left a legacy of crushing debt, aggravated by the implacable revenue demands of the state. Everywhere, anti-colonialism arrived as a watershed between religious millenarianism and modern nationalism. In some cases, like Korea and the Philippines, local messianism and revolutionary nationalism became complexly intertwined. So were environmental crisis and colonial exploitation. Korea at the end of the Victorian era was still reeling from the terrible repression of the Tonghak Revolution by the Japanese in 1894–95. This undoubtedly explains why, despite the continuing erosion of national sovereignty and rural food security, there was no large-scale counterpart to the Boxers. The drought famine of 1901 in southern Korea, however, did produce new seedlings of peasant self-organization and national resistance. In Cholya and Gyeongsang, farmers, some of them Tonghak veterans, formed anti-landlord groups known as Walpindang, helped the Poor Party, and on the famine-racked island of Jeju, troops were dispatched to suppress anti-Tox and anti-Christian riots. 57. In the Dutch East Indies, meanwhile, there was widespread apprehension that the economic fabric of colonialism was beginning to unravel. The drought of 1896–97 was compounded by falling global commodity prices as well as diseases that attacked the sugar and coffee crops, making it impossible for planters to raise output. Rural per capita output and probably income stagnated between 1880 and 1900.58. Liberal imperialism seemed to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Prices were falling, exports were almost stagnant, and imports were declining. The long-drawn-out Achin War was exhausting the country like a cancer, expenses were rising, revenue was falling, and attempts to raise new revenue were unproductive. Prospects were so bad that fewer Europeans sought a living in the Indies, and the population born in Europe fell from 14,316 in 1895 to 13,676 in 1905. Deputies heatedly discussed whether the situation was anxious, alarming, dangerous, or critical, but all agreed that the patient was ill. Then in 1901 news of widespread crop failure and cattle disease aroused apprehensions of a general economic collapse. 59. In Java, the greatest distress eventually centered on the residency of Semarang, where in 1849–50 more than 80,000 peasants had died in a famine that contributed to the decline and fall of the Kultu Erstilsel. 60 From the end of 1899 or early 1900, and continuing through 1902, the region was again battered by drought and hunger as well as rinderpest and cholera. The people, wrote local officials, whose number had been decimated by the epidemic in several regions, dared not leave their homes, and they abandoned even the fields. 61. Once again the Dutch were faced with dramatic evidence that village subsistence was collapsing under the weight of the corrupt exploitation of the peasants' labor power, the land rent and crop payment system, and the appropriation of peasant land. 62. Under indictment was the free market system that Dutch liberals had modelled on British India. Although its ideologues had claimed that piecemeal deregulation would lead to a better balance between export and subsistence sectors, the liberal period, 1877–1900, actually represented a major intensification in the exploitation of Java's agricultural resources. Rice consumption per capita, as well as wages, fell significantly, while poor villagers became even more entrapped in debts to moneylenders and grain merchants. 63. It is not surprising, therefore, that colonial officials reacted to the Semarang famine in the true spirit of Sir Richard Temple, blaming the dying peasants for not being able to look after their own interests and concluding that more compulsion was required in the organization of rice cultivation. 64. In the Netherlands, however, there was a backlash from socialist and Calvinist parties against the ruthless colonial policy exemplified in the official reaction to the Semarang famine. This led to a famous investigation into the declining prosperity of the Javanese people, conducted from 1902 to 1905 and published in 14 volumes in 1914, that finally forced the abandonment of a strictly laissez-faire colonial policy. The so-called ethical policy, as crafted by Alexander Eidenberg variously, the Minister of Colonies and Governor-General of Java, was supposedly based on a new trio of priorities: education, irrigation, and emigration. The debate that produced the ethical policy has often been favorably contrasted to the obdurate conservatism of the Edwardian Raj. In practice, however, the reforms in Java went hand in hand with the military consolidation of Dutch power in the outer islands. The Dutch, like the Americans in Mindanao, were still mopping up local resistance in the Moluccas and New Guinea until the eve of the First World War. 65. Moreover, ethics did little to reduce the exploitation, or increase the food security, of ordinary Javanese. Their real impact, rather, was to shift government investment toward the pacified outer islands in support of Royal Dutch Shell and other private interests who were exploiting lucrative oil and rubber bonanzas. 66. In the Philippines, drought again brought famine to Negroes' infamous sugar plantations in 1896–97, then returned to devastate agriculture on Luzon, Panay, and other Big Islands from 1899 to 1903. 67. Climate stress was alloyed with warfare, poverty and ecological crisis. Thus the first phase of drought-famine coincided with a national uprising against the Spanish, while the second overlapped patriotic resistance to U.S. recolonization. The independence movement itself, moreover, was spurred by the growing crisis of food security since mid-century, when Spain, prodded by Britain, had launched an ambitious campaign to develop exports and commercialize agriculture. Traditional forms of communal land ownership and subsistence-oriented production had been violently dismantled in favor of rice and sugar monocultures operated by pauperized smallholders and debt-shackled sharecroppers. Spanish and mestizo hacendados, like ubiquitous Chinese grain merchants and money-lenders, were merely links in a long chain of exploitation ultimately controlled by distant British and American trading companies. Moreover, as the export boom generated a demand for new plantation land, Luzon's interior foothills were rapidly deforested, leading by the 1890s to the silting of riverbeds, more intense flooding, and gradual aridification of the lowlands. 68. In addition, as Ken de Bevois has shown, living standards and public health had been undermined by the ecological chain reaction set in motion by the arrival of the rinderpest virus in the late 1880s. Arguably the single greatest catastrophe in the 19th century Philippines, rinderpest killed off most of the draft animals on Luzon and forced farmers to drastically reduce the extent of cultivation, aggravating malnutrition and debt. Meanwhile, untilled land that returned to scrub or vegetation provided favorable breeding conditions for both locusts and anopheline mosquitoes. In lieu of its preferred blood meal's cattle, A. minimus blavier stress increased its human biting rate, setting off seasonal epidemics that made it difficult for the labor force to work even the reduced amount of agricultural acreage. Thus debilitated by malaria and impoverished by the loss of their cattle, Filipinos were then exposed to the microbial camp followers of the invading Spanish and U.S. armies. The 122,000 American troops, especially, brought a whole stream of diseases including hookworm as well as new lethal strains of malaria, smallpox, and venereal disease. 69. The Americans, moreover, exceeded even the cruelest Spanish precedents in manipulating disease and hunger as weapons against an insurgent but weakened population. Beginning with the outbreak of war in February 1899, military authorities closed all the ports, disrupting the vital inter-island trade in foodstuffs and preventing the migration of hungry laborers to food surplus areas. Then, as drought began to turn into famine in 1900, they authorized the systematic destruction of rice stores and livestock in areas that continued to support guerrilla resistance. As historians would later point out, the ensuing campaign of terror against the rural population, backed up by a pass system and population reconcentration, prefigured U.S. strategy in Vietnam during the 1960s. All palais, rice, and storehouses clearly for use by enemy soldiers, rites de bevois, were to be destroyed. That plan would have caused hardship for the people even had it been implemented as intended, since guerrillas and civilians often depended on the same rice stockpiles, but the food denial program got out of hand. Increasingly unsure who was enemy and who was friend, American soldiers on patrol did not agonize over such distinctions. They shot and burned indiscriminately, engaging in an orgy of destruction throughout the Philippines. As one soldier wrote back home to Michigan, "We burned every house, destroyed every carabao and other animals, all rice and other foods." As a result, agricultural production was so generally crippled during the American War that food surplus regions hardly existed. 70. As peasants began to die of hunger in the fall of 1900, American officers openly acknowledged in correspondence that starvation had become official military strategy. "The result is inevitable," wrote Colonel Dickman from Panay, "many people will starve to death before the end of 6 months." 71. On Samar, Brigadier General Jacob Smith ordered his men to turn the interior into a howling wilderness. 72. Famine, in turn, paved the way for cholera, which especially favored the reconcentration camps, malaria, smallpox, typhoid, tuberculosis, and everything else that rode in war's train of evils. In such circumstances, of course, it was impossible to disentangle the victims of drought from the casualties of warfare, or to clearly distinguish famine from epidemic mortality. Nonetheless, de Bevois concludes, it appears that the American war contributed directly and indirectly to the loss of more than 1 million persons from a base population of about 7 million. In comparative terms, this was comparable to mortality during the Irish famine of the 1840s. 73. One of the most remarkable local rebellions during the Philippines War for Independence coincided with the ravages of drought and hunger on Negroes. On the Big Sugar Island, anti-imperialism fused with stark class conflict between Hacendaros and Pumilio, the common people. The Negrense elites, to protect their interests against increasingly hungry and dissatisfied workers and peasants, ardently sided first with the Spanish, then with the American colonialists. They chose the Sugar Trust rather than Aguinaldo. 74. As arriving U.S. military officials discovered, the protracted drought had made these social tensions volcanic. "The unusual dryness of the season," wrote the commanding officer of the Manipula and Victoria's districts in June 1900, "has operated against the crops, and has materially injured the sugarcane. On this account, many owners of haciendas have been forced to discharge part, if not all, of their laborers as they could not be fed. These laborers are now without means and work, and the price of food is high." 75. When the explosion came, it merged the grievances of unemployed sugar workers and marginalized peasants with those of Aboriginal people displaced from their forests by land-hungry haciendas. The largest uprising was led by a Zapata-like plantation worker and Babalan, Dionisio Sigabella, more popularly known as Papa Igio, who conducted guerrilla warfare against the Guardia Civil, then the U.S. Army, from his base on impenetrable Mt. Canlaon. The restoration of food security and economic independence were principal goals of the struggle. Although Papa Igio's ideology fused animism with anti-Spanish nationalism, Alfred McCoy explains, his movement remained a class, rather than racial war, waged by sugar workers determined to destroy the sugar plantations and return the island to peasant rice farming. In the district around La Carlota, Papa Igio's followers chased away planters, murdered those that resisted, and burned scores of haciendas. The rebellion was not finally defeated until 1908, 5 years after the revolution had ended in most areas of the archipelago. 76. Africa, Europeans as locusts. For most of Africa the 1875–1895 period, with the exceptions of the 1876–79 drought in South Africa and the 1889–91 catastrophe in Ethiopia and the Sudan, had been a period of better-than-average rainfall and ample pasturage, encouraging population growth, the formation of heavily nucleated settlements, and the cultivation of previously marginal soils. Ecological stability reduced the conflicts over grazing rights and water sources that traditionally provoked warfare between cattle-owning peoples. A striking feature of many travelers' accounts of East and Central Africa in the 19th century is the evident agricultural prosperity of many though not all of its peoples and the great variety of produce grown, together with the volume of local, regional, and long-distance trade and the emergence of a wide range of entrepreneurs. 77. This is the social landscape that some historians have called Merry Africa. 78. Then in 1896–97 the climate dramatically reversed itself. A map of Africa illustrating the rainfall data for the period from 1870 to 1895 bears a healthy flush of plus signs, but the map for the following 25 years is covered with minuses. Disasters of biblical proportions engulfed East and Southeast Africa just when Europe decided to take over the continent. 79. The unusual fin de siècle sequence of a very strong El Nino in 1896 punctually followed by a powerful La Nina event in 1898 and then the resumption of El Nino conditions in 1899 brought severe drought, first to southern, then to East Africa. The Portuguese reported drought and smallpox around Luanda in Angola in 1898. Drought also returned to the Sahel, and there is evidence of another famine, 1900–1903, in the bend of the Niger River. Rainfall also faltered over the Ethiopian highlands, and the Nile flood in 1899 was the lowest since 1877–78.80. Indeed, from the flanks of Mount Kenya to plateaus of Swaziland, millions of farmers and pastoralists struggled against crop failure and relentless onslaughts of rinderpest, which killed 95% of tropical Africa's cattle, smallpox, influenza, jiggers, tsetse flies, locusts and Europeans. 81. The spirit mediums of the Mweri cult at Great Zimbabwe told the Shona and Ndeb whose lands and cattle had been recently stolen by Cecil Rhodes's British South Africa Company that this chain of calamity would never be broken as long as the Europeans remained on their soil. Drought and disaster, significantly, are the same word in Shona, Shangwe. In his pioneering Afrocentric account of the 1896 risings in Matabeleland and Mashonaland, Terence Ranger stressed the striking similarity of the mentalites behind the Zimbabwean and Boxer revolts. Just as Boxer proclamations warned that the Catholic and Protestant religions being insolent to the gods, the rain clouds no longer visit us, so the divine Mweri, speaking through the mediums, told warriors, "These white men are your enemies. They killed your fathers, sent the locusts, this disease among the cattle, and bewitched the clouds so that we have no rain. Now you go and kill these white people and drive them out of our fathers' land, and I will take away the cattle disease and the locusts and send you rain." 82. Despite incredible courage and early victories, both peoples were soon defeated, as much by Shangwe and smallpox as by Rhodes's machine gunners. Die-hard bands of rebel warriors, sometimes finding game but mostly eating wild roots and the rotten skins of cattle killed by rinderpest, managed to hold out in the drought-stricken foothills until the summer of 1898.83. In central Kenya, where the 1897–99 drought is still recalled today as Uia Ngamanisyi, the famine that went everywhere, the small, Autonomous farming societies of the highland margin never rose in revolt against the British, but suffered social disintegration nonetheless. In some areas, the rains failed 3 years in a row and food reserves that might have arrested famine were depleted to feed railroad construction crews and Uganda-bound safaris. In addition, the bubonic plague, most likely brought from India with coolie labor, was the first passenger on the yet unfinished Uganda Railroad. As a result, according to a white settler, the railway line was a mass of corpses. 84 Suffering was still intense when Halford Mackinder, the future apostle of imperialist geopolitics, passed down the line in July 1899, en route to a first ascent of Mount Kenya. Noting the horrible evidence of the famine among the Wakamba, which had driven some men to raiding, he criticized the railroad police for indiscriminately burning villages in retaliation. If food is destroyed, the famine is made worse, and that is the prime cause of the raids. He also frowned at the Uganda Railroad's brutal expropriation of all the farmland in a 2-mile corridor along its tracks. 85. Mackinder and his companions, like European observers during the earlier Ethiopian drought, were stunned by the audacity with which drought-crazed lions and other large carnivores stalked men in broad daylight. Indeed, American missionaries in northern Ulwara were so mortified by the sudden aggressiveness of wildlife that they refused to leave their compound. "These are days," wrote one of them, "in which we are witnessing scenes almost too horrible to narrate." As famine victims weakened and collapsed by the roadside, for instance, they were promptly eaten alive by hyenas or had their eyes pecked out by vultures. Although the British eventually made desultory efforts to feed some of the surviving population, the losses were already enormous. In the single village in Kikuyu-land where a famine census was undertaken, 1/3 of adult males had died by the end of 1899. Mortality amongst women and children may have been much higher. 86. The same drought conditions also brought fearful famine to the Kikuyu and Kamba on the eastern side of the Rift Valley. Like the neighboring and purely pastoral Maasai, these more sedentary peoples had already lost the greater part of their cattle wealth to rinderpest and livestock pleuropneumonia. Then, for the 3 years from 1896 to 1900, crop after crop withered in their fields. The coup de grace, as on the slopes of Mount Kenya, was smallpox, which attacked the Kikuyu with particular virulence, especially in the more recently occupied southern tip of Kiambu. 87 In these densely populated areas, according to Marcia Wright, the mortality was an incredible 50% to 95%, and Kikuyu society tottered on the edge of complete disintegration. 88 At the climax of the famine in central Kenya, farmers' sons formed outlaw bands called Muthaikth. Ignoring the accepted strict limits on the use of violence, these bands preyed on the most vulnerable members of society, including children, the elderly, and the sick. Ranging out from makeshift bush camps, outlaw raiders attacked poorly defended herds and homesteads, seizing not only cattle and goats, but whatever food and property they could lay their hands on. 89. Any kind of concerted opposition to British control, however, was out of the question. Using the hungry Maasai as their mercenaries, the British were able to extend their new protectorate deep into Kikuyu and Kamba territory. 90 The Maasai, of course, had their own grievances. They bitterly complained to Mackinder's party that British sponsorship of agriculturalists had intensified the famine by degrading the crucial watersheds and forests upon which their herds depended. The Kikuyu being under our protection are not now raided by the Maasai. Therefore they have cleared much forest, and cultivated the virgin soil. The Maasai are angry about this, because the rivers of the plain are in consequence liable to run dry, and there is no forest grass for their cattle in times of drought. 91. The famine of 1898–1900, as Frederick Cooper has shown, also accelerated the decline of Arab and Swahili economic hegemony along the Kenyan coast. The decline in grain production, or its diversion to inland famine districts, weakened the plantation sector, while simultaneously the Mijikenda, who occupied the drought-afflicted hinterland behind Malindi and Mombasa, encroached on coastal resources. In the previous devastating famine in the hinterland in 1884, many children were pawned to coastal slave owners, but this time Mijikenda came to the coast to obtain food through work, credit, charity, and helping themselves to land. The squatter agriculture of the Mijikenda quickly became a thorn in the side of British efforts to buttress traditional elites and land titles. During another La Nina drought in 1914, the British moved savagely against a subgroup of Mijikenda squatters, the Giriama, killing 250 people and destroying 70% of their dwellings. 92. The drought, in association with rinderpest, also devastated Uganda, where an estimated 40,000 people starved to death in Buzaga and perhaps an equal number in Bunyoro, where colonial warfare had severely disrupted the economy. Moreover, a new scourge, sleeping sickness, followed hard on the heels of famine. Whence it came is still a matter for speculation, but by 1902 deaths from sleeping sickness were being numbered in Buganda and Buzaga in tens of thousands, and it was spreading to marginal areas elsewhere. 93 In Central Africa, however, not every group suffered equal losses, nor did Europeans always gain the upper hand. The formidable Nandi people, for example, remained relatively immune from ecological disaster on their plateau between Lake Victoria and the Rift Valley. Likewise, as rinderpest impoverished the Tutsi and made them more dependent upon the agricultural IRU, the centralized kingdom of Rwanda waxed in strength. 94. In Tanganyika, the murderous drought of 1898-1900,